everyone. Miranda Kahn here with the lovely Amanda Head, continuing our live coverage here of the beautiful, wonderful Young Women's Leadership Summit in Dallas, Texas. This is day 2 of the event. Right before a countdown with Wayne Allen Root, we heard from the lovely one and only, my co-host, Dr. Gina Loudon, gave an incredible speech. And I want to just share this, and I'm not going to mention her name, but there was a wonderful woman who came up and was so moved and so touched by what Dr. Gina Loudon had to say. There were tears coming out of her eyes.
Oh, man.
And she said...
She has that effect.
She does. And you were talking about the impact that she's had on your life and my life. And just in that one speech, she had an impact on that lady's life. So kudos to, again, my co-host. Incredible job. We're going to hear from some more incredible speakers here at Turning Point USA. And we're going to go to that in just a moment. But in addition to all the breaking developments, this 37 indictment, 40-plus page that Trump is going to be facing, and we're going to a federal courtroom in Miami Tuesday at 3 o'clock Eastern Time, which, of course, we'll have coverage of. Trump is a busy man. He's not letting it slow him down. He is going to be in 2 states today, Georgia and North Carolina, and Real America's Voice. We're going to bring you live team coverage from both of those. We're going to go to Georgia first in just a moment, but we were talking about Georgia, Amanda. And Georgia, when we think of voter integrity, just throwing it out there, Georgia is probably the one that comes to mind, probably more so than just about anybody. Trump is scheduled to speak at a GOP convention there in Columbus, Georgia. And again, we're going to go there live in just a moment, where 3,600 Georgia GOP delegates are going to be there. Probably not surprisingly, Governor Kemp will not be there. But he's been in the center of controversy for the past several years, of course, when it comes to the 2020 election. But it seems like a state, there are a few states out there that sadly seem to be continuously plagued, I guess, when it comes to political election issues. And Georgia, I'm sorry to say, seems to be one of them. Wouldn't you agree?
Absolutely would. Yeah. You know, I grew up in Alabama.
Yeah.
And look, state politics is no different from national politics. You have your creeps and you have your good people who are really trying to get things in order and get ducks in a row and make sure that everything is void of corruption. But look, humans are fallible, and so you're always going to have those people in politics, and state politics, and Georgia is no exception. And the Georgia Republican Party also has what I think are some pretty big challenges, because they are dealing with a city and city officials like Atlanta.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that those state politics and the city politics overlap all that much, but when you have a city like Atlanta where there is so much corruption, I mean, just look at what President Trump is dealing with in Atlanta with Fannie Willis, the DA down there. Atlanta has been a corrupt city for a long time. You and I were talking about some of these cities in America that are notoriously corrupt, like Chicago. Like Baltimore, New York City, Los Angeles. You know, it so often seems like it's the Democrat-run cities that not only you find the crime and the high taxes and the homelessness and things like that, it's corruption. But these are hotbeds of corruption.
Yeah, sadly. A lot of people, I mentioned that the Governor Kemp will not be there, but several others have been there, including Carrie Lake, speaking of voter integrity. That's been a very hot button issue, especially for her. And our good friends Don and Donna, who reside in the beautiful Peach State, are there at the GOP convention, and they got a chance to catch up with Carrie Lake, who was there. And we want to play some of that interview for you. Take a look. All right, apparently we're having some technical issues with that audio. We, of course, will try to bring that interview to you a little bit later. In the meantime, though, we do have Donna and Donna who are standing by live there. Again, President slated to speak at 2:30 Eastern Time. Looking forward to that. Looking forward to hearing more from Kari Lake, but this is really interesting. As you two probably know better than us, you live in the Peach State, but this state has just been plagued with one issue after another, but especially when it comes to the issue of voter integrity. Tell our viewers what they can expect today again at this GOP convention. Good to see you.
Hey, good to see you. Well, we really can't see you, so we're pretending that we're seeing you. You two look absolutely beautiful. Now, what's going on in the state of Georgia? This is disappointing from somebody, myself, who actually grew up here in the state of Georgia. It's dysfunctional. The leadership is not, they're not leaders. There is enormous corruption in this state. And as we sit here and listen to what's going on in here today, Donna and I have said a number of times, we're glad we're no longer delegates. We were delegates back in, what was it,
2016. And they actually
2020.
tried, 2020.
Yeah.
They tried to actually override the vote because they didn't want to put Donald Trump in there. And
in 16,
it was
you're
2016.
right. Yeah.
I'm sorry, it was 2016. They're starting to do rules. They're trying to put rules in that would say these delegates could vote the way they want, irregardless of the vote. That obviously isn't going to fly. One good thing is 70% of the new delegates are MAGA. And this is what we're seeing now. We're seeing the old school Georgia Republican Party fighting with MAGA. And they actually said, just before we came on the air, you can see this vast room here. They said anybody who disagrees with what we just did basically stand up. And 3/4 of the room stood up. And they're ignoring it.
Wow.
So this is a
we
struggle.
thought DJT was walking in. They all stood up.
Yeah. This is a struggle that's going on between the old-time GOP and the MAGA Republicans that are taking over. And they're fighting. And a lot of it has to do with the great work that all the folks here on RAV do consistently to try to make everybody wake up the sleeping giant, quite honestly. And we've got so many warriors at RAV that are fighting. And they're taking action, which is a good thing. But it's a struggle. And as far as the election integrity goes, I'm not seeing it. I'm just not seeing it, unfortunately.
No. Zero.
Yeah, well, in fact, they're
Kari
accusing
Lake
Trump of election interference.
Yeah. I mean, you guys are on the
whatever
front
they
line.
accuse
it's
you
incredible.
of doing is what they are doing. You know? That's the problem. Whatever they accuse us of doing is what's really they're doing.
It sounds like Georgia's kind of a microcosm of what we are dealing with nationally. I mean, obviously, we've got those old dog Republicans, like we call them old dog Democrats.
Right.
Old dog Republicans, establishment Republicans who have done things the same way for a long time. It's going to take a lot to break those bad habits. It sounds like Georgia's the same thing, just on a state level.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You can't tell the difference between the two.
And it's all the states that are questionable. Wisconsin, Minnesota, Michigan, Georgia, certainly Arizona. And it's not even just in Arizona, with Maricopa County being bigger than 32 other states. I mean, you can tell that the Democrats for decades have set their sights on these certain areas. And essentially by doing what they're doing, I'm going to come right out and say it. Everybody knows they're cheating. They're basically overthrowing the Electoral College in just those few areas. And that's really the biggest problem. Trump's got a huge row to hoe, Electoral College-wise, if he's going to take 2024, despite the popular vote.
Well, they've still got the ballots here. What do they have, 4 months to throw them away, to destroy them?
We spoke with voter GA Garland Favorito on our show about a month ago, and he said, well, they got the okay to take some of these ballots. I can't even remember. It's just, one thing after the other. But the bottom line is 4 months the ballots were unprotected, and they easily could have just been destroyed. And he still has no idea where those ballots are. We spoke to him here, and he has no idea where they are. So it's a farce. It really is a farce. I hate to say it.
Issue.
And
but
something's got to be done.
We're in here.
We're coming up. We got about a couple less than a couple minutes before we have to go to commercial break. And I just got wind that we do have that Carrie Lake interview. We're going to play that, though, I believe, after the break. So I want to make sure that we do that and talk about voter integrity, since that's what we're talking about right now. Curious what the president's going to be saying in regards to that. And obviously, this will be his first time publicly speaking in front of a crowd since this indictment came down by Jack Smith. Again, the president is scheduled to appear in a Miami federal courtroom Tuesday at 3 o'clock Eastern Time, facing possibly, another indictment in Georgia, one in New York. So it'll be interesting to see what impact this will have and what he has to say, and also what Carrie Lake has to say, because I know Carrie Lake has said time and time and time again, we can put forth the best candidates, but if we don't fix our elections, what difference does it make? So Donna, I want you to stay where you are. I want to hear more about what is going on there on the ground. Good to hear that 3/4 of that room, stood up in support and want to see change. Now, will we see it? Well, that's another question. You can always join in on the conversation for those of you that are tuning in by joining us on Getter and sharing your voice. Again, we are going to continue our coverage here at the Young Women's Leadership Summit here in beautiful Dallas, Texas. Again, the president's slated to speak here, in about 15 minutes in Columbus, Georgia. We're going to bring you live coverage of that. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back. Continuing our live
coverage. This is too much fun to be work.
Right? It's too much fun. I can't believe we actually get paid to do this for a living. Not that we're giving you any ideas, Zen Jr. We still need to be paid. Right. But Young Women's Leadership Summit here, Turning Point event here in Dallas, Texas. And we're laughing because we need to have cameras on our crew members. There's this awesome music that you heard coming in, and they are just, every time they're like jamming around into it, they're feeling it, right? They're feeling it. So love it. Welcome back. So as promised, we were talking about Carrie Lake, who of course ran for governor in Arizona. And our lovely friends, the hosts of Cowboy Logic, Don and Donna, actually caught up with her. I said just a little bit ago, but it was actually last night. We clarified that. It was actually last night in Georgia. And, of course, they asked the big question, which is about Trump's indictment. Again, 37 counts, 40-plus pages. This is Jack Smith. This is someone who was appointed by Merrick Garland, espionage, you name it. Some pretty serious charges. He has an arraignment again scheduled in Miami, Florida at 3 o'clock Eastern time. But Carrie Lake, big proponent of Donald Trump. A lot of people have thought that she's possible good VP pick. She did do a tour in Iowa. I know she's from Iowa, but we all know why people go to Iowa. It's to test the waters. But Donna caught up with her, and here's what she had to say about Trump's latest indictment. Take a look.
Carrie, all I can say is, let's start out, they're not after Donald Trump. They're after us.
Isn't that the truth? They truly are. And they know that he's the man who's been standing in the gap between letting them truly take us over. And this is outrageous what they've done, this indictment. I'm just saddened that he has to deal with this. I talked to him on the phone shortly after the news of the indictment. He sounded great. You know, you would expect to call him and have him sound down, just tired of the onslaught. And I know he is tired of it, but he's strong and he's ready to fight these charges. He's an innocent man. And isn't it interesting, it came out the same day that we found out that there had been yet another payout to Joe Biden. Another one by the communist regime in China. And we know that Joe Biden is sitting there in the White House taking payouts, doing the bidding for our adversaries, not doing the work of we the people. And I want to see President Trump win. He's way ahead in the polls. I think what they're doing here is they're trying to stop that momentum he has and definitely interfere in our elections. Once again, they have never stopped interfering in the elections when it comes to President Trump.
No, that's true.
They're not going to stop at anything. And what we've been talking about for the past few weeks on our show is that they will stop at nothing. The end game must be that they cannot let him occupy that Oval Office. And I'm curious as to what you think. How far would they go? Because every time they go someplace, we go, they can't go any further. They can't do anything dumber. They can't do anything more out of control or rabid. What do you think where are they going to go from this?
I cringe to find out. I really do, and that's why we have to fight. And we have to. They're fighting us in the law with lawfare, and we got to fight them right back with lawfare. And you know that costs money. And I encourage people to donate to President Trump because this costs money. They're trying to drain his coffers as he's running for office. He's going to have to fight this in the legal system. And at the end of the day, I know he will be found innocent. He's innocent. But unfortunately, it drags through. And it gives these people in the fake news a story to talk about. Another indictment. They're constantly talking about what President Trump is doing. And what they're trying to do is they're trying to reach people out there and they go, oh, I'm just tired of it. Do not succumb to that mindset, because when you say that I'm tired of it, you're basically saying we're going to let the deep state, we're going to let Joe Biden, we're going to let this administrative state that has taken over our country win. And I'm not willing to let them win. I will stand up and fight every day. I wake up every day and I go, let's go.
Well, if people like you and DJT are not giving up, it does give us hope. It gives us inspiration.
Real quick, to me, we're here at the Georgia GOP convention. I was even surprised he would come here, considering this indictment that just happened, a day or so ago. Fill us in on what you're doing, because I know you got to get going, because you're a fighter too.
Well, he's here because the Georgia GOP is strong. They're America first. I got invited last minute to speak last night as the keynote speaker when Mike Pence backed out, and we had a great speech, a bunch of really amazing patriotic Georgians, which is great. I hope people still have a lot of hope. I still see our greatest days ahead of us. I really do. I'm not just saying that. The mere fact that God placed us here at this moment in history, and I think we can all agree, everybody out there can agree, this is a pivotal moment in not just American history, but human history. And the fact that God would place us, each individual out there, whether you're sitting on your couch, you're in the kitchen, wherever you're listening to this, he placed you here at this incredibly pivotal moment in history. Not to sit there and wallow and say, this is just too difficult. Everything that you've got, you need to use to try to take this country back. And I think that we all have been given God-given talents. Use those now, and let's work together, come together, and fight to take our country back.
I'll say it. Action, action, action.
I love it.
Hey,
I love
30
it.
seconds to some fans of yours, major fans, the Jan 6ers that are incarcerated.
Oh,
they
I want
love you.
to.
They
I want
love
to
you.
tell them. When I heard Mike Pence say he wouldn't pardon them, there are people who should be behind bars because of January 6th, but not the people who are behind bars right now. And I think we all know, as we see the video and see what was happening and how the trap was set, those people behind setting that trap are the ones we should be looking at and who should be prosecuted. So I hope that they wake up every day, and I know they're in some of the worst conditions possible, knowing that a whole country is praying for them. And, I know people who were there January 6th. They said it was a beautiful day, an amazing day, and a lot of patriotism. People were upset about the election. And then they were pulled into this trap, and as more video comes out, we're seeing what really happened, and I believe the truth will eventually come out. All of it.
Harry Lake, you're a fighter. Thank you so much for joining us
God
on Real
bless you.
America's
Thank you,
Voice.
Bull. I
Hat tip
appreciate
to
it.
you,
Thank
man.
you so much.
And the truth shall set us free. I think Carrie Lake is right on the money there about the truth will come out, and that's exactly what you've been doing on your show with John Solomon, Just the News, No Noise, talking about January 6th, showing video that hasn't been shared with real Americans.
Yeah.
And getting the truth out there, showing that the Democrats, like Nancy Pelosi, when they did those committee hearings, manipulated that video.
Yeah. Yeah, there were a lot of dirty tricks that were played by that January 6th committee. And what's the quote? There are three things that will always and eventually come out: the sun, the moon, and the truth.
Love it.
And, John and I have a very interesting dynamic. Prior to John and I co-hosting together, I think that some people probably would have referred to me as a firebrand and, sometimes just very vocal about my opinions. And I still am. But, John, on the other hand, he's a lifelong journalist. He is an old school shoe leather journalist who really just puts out the facts and lets people decide for themselves, as opposed to me who is typically a commentary type person.
But you admit it. You're not one of those people like certain people I won't mention that are on other outlets that pretend to be a journalist or a commentator.
Right.
You're true to who you are.
And John and I have kind of pulled each other towards the other. John, I think, especially as, having 30 years of journalism, 30 years of awards, 30 years of respect under his belt, I think that John has felt a little bit more at liberty on our show to be a little bit more transparent about how he feels. And also, at the same time, I have tried to move a little bit more towards that journalistic side of things. And John has been the perfect person with the perfect reporting to allow us to do that, because on his website, justthenews.com, and his reputation in the industry for just putting it out there.
Yeah, getting the truth out there. And Carrie Lake is also going to be speaking again. We're here live at the Young Women's Leadership Summit, again, Turning Point event here in Dallas, Texas. Carrie Lake is also going to be here as well, making the rounds. Again, sounds like someone that may be running for, I don't know, possibly vice president. We'll see. But someone who knows a great deal about Carrie Lake and January 6th, Dawn and Donna, again, host of Cowboy Logic, interviewed. That interview you just saw there with Carrie Lake. They join us live now in Columbus, Georgia, where we heard President Trump has arrived. Again, he is slated to speak in about 6 minutes from now, but these things usually run a little behind schedule. Great interview that you both did with Carrie Lake. Good to hear her thoughts on that. It was really, really good to hear that. What were some of your other takeaways? I know she mentioned Mike Pence. He was supposed to be there, the vice president, wasn't there. Mike Pence has come to the defense when it comes to this indictment to Trump. However, we saw with that kind of town hall that he did with CNN, he seems to kind of backpedal a little bit when it comes to, I don't know, voter integrity. But I'll let you guys be the judge of that. Just saying.
if I can get on a soapbox here for a minute, and then I'll throw that question to Donna to answer. I need to bring attention to something, ladies, that I know you two will agree with. All hosts on Real America's Voice will agree to this. And John Solomon and I talked about this last week in depth. And that is, now that John and Amanda have access to a lot of this footage, we're not going to see the kind of situation happen where nothing burgers end up going out over the air like they did with Tucker Carlson. No disrespect to Tucker, but the respect goes back to RAV and to John Solomon for his great work, because I tell you, there's a big difference, and Donna could attest to this, between Real America's Voice and the Fox News Channel.
I've seen them both.
And this is what it is. Real America's Voice does not have the second floor that Fox News Channel does. Our second floor at Real America's Voice has leaders, not bosses, leaders. And that's why John Solomon and Amanda are going to be able to do the job they need to do. And we're thrilled about it. And by the way, Amanda, the J6ers are extremely thrilled about it. These people have lit my phone up ever since you guys started covering this. We're doing everything we can to assist, but it all comes down to that second floor. RAV has leaders on the second floor.
And that gives the freedom to have journalists out there like you guys and like Real America's Voice, because the actual news gets out there. For 2 years, we've been gaslighted by the sham J6 committee. When they showed Donald Trump, when we all saw live him saying peacefully go to the Capitol, and they edited that out. And then you see all these videos that show the police actually attacking Jan 6ers. Like Carrie was saying, these people were peaceful. Many of them were singing the national anthem, saying prayers. Even the shaman, when he went into the building, I think in the Senate quarters, he was leading a prayer. They don't want to show that. And so what happens was, you've got people who live in the D.C. swamp for 2+ years now being told this is the way it was, including Mike Pence, who says now he would never, ever pardon the Jan 6ers when he hasn't even seen the rest of the story.
We've even found footage this week, ladies. We've found footage this week. It was brought to our attention by Kelly Meggs, one of the Oath Keepers, that's sitting in solitary. He's in the hole because they want to punish him. The jail wants to punish him.
The jail is doing this.
We found footage that he showed us or talked about that the prosecution actually blacked out during his trial. We found the footage, and it's very easy to find. They just didn't want to find it, and they wouldn't let it be seen.
They wouldn't allow it.
It's amazing what's going on, but I am so excited that we've got real investigative journalists that are now going to expose this, and real leaders at the top of our network that are going to allow it to happen. Now, I'm going to get off my soapbox, and we'll get back to politics.
Well, as we wait Donald Trump here at the Georgia GOP convention, what we've been noticing is how frustrating it is. Now, 70% of the convention now has been taken over by MAGA. These are 70% of new people that are getting involved that are mostly MAGA, and that is great news.
But that second floor is not listening yet.
The second.
I don't know if you can see it, but back there by the big flag, there's a big table that has chairs up there, and that's where the brass sit.
Yeah.
And that's what's pissing these people off. They're not listening.
They actually said, if you disagree, stand up, and 3/4 of the room stood up. So the whole bottom line is election integrity. If you don't have the paper ballots, you don't have anything. The ERIC system is still intact here in Georgia. We've worked with...
That's a joke.
Yeah, we've worked with Jovan Hutton Pulitzer. He's been on our show many, many times. He can actually tell us, and has said that he could prove, he was given the chance, that Herschel Walker actually won on the first ballot. So these elections are being switched around. It's hidden. The Democrats have had decades to hide this, and that is the problem. If the Secretary of States aren't cleaning voter rolls, if you have dead people voting for decades, we saw it from the 60s with President Kennedy, and it's just worse today because it's snowballed and they're getting away with it. They're cheating.
Amanda just a chance to respond to what you had to say, Don, about Just the News and Amanda and John Solomon getting the truth out there when it comes to these videos. And I know what you're saying about Tucker Carlson. You mean him the utmost respect, but it's good to see that McCarthy has handed over the raw footage that we can see full transparency. And that you guys are doing that. I want to give you a chance to respond to that, and then I want to also talk about obviously what we anticipate the president to say again, because he is scheduled to speak again, a little behind schedule, but in Columbus, Georgia. But go ahead.
First of all, thank you, and we are really trying to do the work to find not what fits our narrative, but just to put the truth out there. And it just so happens that the truth lines right up with what we have been saying all along. And I'm looking across from Dr. Gina Loudon, and she and I were there in Washington on January 6th. I was in the studio that day because one of the people at the top of our network said, Amanda, you're too small to go to the Capitol, so please stay put. But I wasn't actually there. But I remember Dr. Gina and I having a conversation that night, and we were pointing out the fact that so many people, not so many, but a good number of people there on the ground that night just didn't fit the mold. They didn't fit. That was when I was in, or just after I had spent that entire campaign season of 2020 on the road covering Trump rallies. I covered probably 36 Trump rallies. I was around literally millions of Trump supporters at all of those rallies, not millions at one, but all of them added up. I never saw violence. I never did. The only time I ever saw anything come close was when you had Antifa and opposition show up. And there still wasn't really violence because Trump supporters knew that they had to be beyond reproach because they knew if anything went down, they would be the ones who were smeared. So Gina and I knew that night, we said the story that they are trying to tell us just isn't true. And the reason that I am so grateful that John Solomon has this footage and that we are putting it out on our show is because John Solomon is of the utmost integrity. And for those of you out there who have a lot of professional and political respect for him, let me tell you that's just who he is. Yeah. And he's also an incredibly decent and genuine and kind and truthful person. And you know what? The narrative that I hear from the left, one of the videos, for instance, the video that we put out, I think this was last Monday that we showed, where Nancy Pelosi and the January 6th committee had added riot audio over the footage.
Manipulating the footage. And if we were in a court of law, now Congress is not a court of law, so it's not technically tampering with evidence and you could disbar an attorney and throw someone in jail, but it's deceptive. And I heard a lot of mainstream media saying, it's just audio, what does it matter? Okay, well then why? No, wait.
Why, if it doesn't matter, Miranda, why did we graduate from silent film to film with sound? Why aren't we still in the silent film era? If audio is that unimportant to a story, then why aren't we still there?
No, I can tell you right now, and I don't want to get too much on the soapbox with this, but no, I've shared this story with Dr. Gina, my co-host. When I was in journalism school, you were not allowed to do that. It was manipulating video. It was against ethics.
Yes.
You would never add sound.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you, I had professors that were so strict that even if we said, hey, I want to get footage of Amanda doing something, some of them thought it was wrong for me to even say, hey, Amanda, can I just get video of you working on something so when I introduce you for a story?
Yeah.
They were against that.
Yeah.
Any kind of staging.
Yeah.
What they did by manipulating the sound and only showing certain scenes, not to mention hiring a Hollywood producer for these hearings.
Multiple. And you highlight something that's really important, and your background is journalism. There are not a ton of laws that govern journalism. Obviously, with respect to the FCC, yes, there are laws that govern media, but with respect to journalism, it's a lot of rules, it's standards, it's ethical standards that journalists are supposed to hold themselves to. And John's one of those people, and I'll give you an example. If John won't let anyone who is any part of his reporting, even if it's second, third, fourth, fifth peripheral tier of someone who's in a story, even if it's someone who just knows someone who knows someone who knows someone who knows someone who is the subject of something that he is investigating with his enterprise journalism, he won't go to a meal with them. He won't let them buy him dinner.
Yeah.
Even if it's that far
because he doesn't want
outside,
to be butt out.
because it is a rule that he placed on himself when he started his career as a journalist, and he holds to it.
Yeah.
And I happen to know because I've been there.
Yeah, no, I love it. And that used to be standard, and it's so sad. And Donna, you know this because you've been in this field a long time too. It's so sad when I see what has happened to our industry, and that it's no longer independent, that they're no longer working as a watchdog for the American people and holding the government accountable, that they're now basically working alongside the government, and they've become an asset for the Democratic Party, not an asset for the American people, regardless of what letter is behind their name.
Yeah.
Very sad to see that. I'll let you react to that, but also I want both of you to share with us what people there on the ground are telling you about this indictment and what they are hoping to hear from President Trump today.
Well, I think he's standing strong, and that's what we really do need. And it's to his credit that he would show up today, given this indictment, that the same person who's indicting him was overturned in the Supreme Court 9-0, because he's overzealous. And that's what, hopefully, unfortunately, though, Trump's going to be dragged through this. And again, like I said to Carrie, they're not after him. They're after us. If they can do it to Donald Trump, they can do it to the Jan 6ers. The Jan 6ers know they were on the tip of the spear 2.5 years ago when all this started. The problem really is how much corruption has seethed into the D.C. swamp, seethed into our judicial system. And guys, you're talking about journalism. We see it everywhere. We see it in education. We see it in journalism. We see it
right here.
Yeah, right here.
All we got to do is look to the left or the right. We see it.
Yeah, unfortunately.
There's something important about Donald Trump and the way he's going to be dealing with all of these assaults. He understands that the people that are in this room feed off of his strength. He knows that by him showing strength, by him persevering, it gives the people behind us the strength to stay behind him. That's the vibe we're getting out of this room. Now, once you move up onto that podium up there, up on that stage, we see a whole different thing. And that's what we were talking about in the first segment. That the people that are in this room are feeding off of Donald Trump's strength and perseverance.
And to think what the bigger picture is that if they can go after Donald Trump, they're shutting him down from campaigning for the next year. I mean, look at how much strength he gets when he does these rallies. I mean, there's tens of thousands of people at these rallies. There were over 1 million people, some estimate, on January 6th, when he said to peacefully protest. And again, the videos that will be coming out, which we've really seen for over 2 years now, pretty much, shows that there were Antifa, there were BLM there.
We just interviewed a guy 2 weeks ago that said that there were over thousands there.
And he was
250 with him.
Yeah, he was a Jan 6 Antifa, admitted Antifa. Since 2006. Couldn't tell us who paid for him, couldn't tell us who bought his garb. Wouldn't.
It's like the Supreme Court justice that can't determine the gender of a woman. She can, obviously, and so could have he.
But he admitted he saw 250 Antifa agitators there, and he said, given that number, that number is probably more like 1,000. That will be coming out shortly too. But they had to arrest him because he was so violent. And
hey,
the Jan 6ers
I want to address how much time
we
got, ladies. We got time. I can address something with Amanda.
Absolutely. Yes, please do.
Okay. Amanda, you're absolutely correct. The J6 committee was fraudulently delivering information to the American people regarding the events and the individuals of J6. The media has done exactly the same thing. They've been parroting this false narrative that was coming out of that J6 committee.
And so was Mike Pence.
But here's where else it's very false, and it's very distorted, and it's very limited and selected. and that's inside these courtrooms. Some of these defendants are not allowed. You're talking about the audio files that are being replaced. They're not allowed to play the audio files, and the audio files would exonerate them. The prosecution and these courts in D.C. is taking the most latitude I think I've ever seen in the legal system in my life. And I'm not as old as Donna.
And again, I'll hit him later. And again, the bigger picture is because the judges, the juries, the jury
they're
pools,
all going to the Little League games together.
Well, they go to Little League games together. They actually feel like they were victims because they've been gaslighted for 2 years. It's impossible to have, it's almost 100% conviction rate. I think somebody finally got off last week because some of this video finally was allowed. But before that, it was 100% conviction rate and the stiffest of penalties. The double standard is crazy. And the fact that they believe the garbage in the swamp when you have hundreds of Trump rallies before that and a few after that were totally fine. Gee, one of these things is not like the other.
It's the safest place on earth.
It is.
Let me just add to that, because it's not even just what has happened with the January 6th committee and the dichotomy between that committee's reporting and investigating and what Republicans are doing. You guys are right there in Georgia. Congressman Barry Loudermilk is a fighter for the people who are locked up, and he is a fighter for the truth. And let me tell you guys, this is another reason you should watch our show every night at 6 p.m. Eastern, Monday through Friday. On Wednesday night, we had Congressman Barry Loudermilk on the show, and what we revealed, this is just crazy. And it's amazing to me that this stuff is not out there and not more in the news. Congressman Barry Loudermilk requested materials from Metro PD. So they work in conjunction. They are a separate police department from Capitol Police, but they work in conjunction with them, and they were there present on that day, both uniformed officers and plainclothes officers. This is another thing that has been revealed. From the material that Congressman Barry Loudermilk has been able to get from Metro PD, and these were materials that they were given from the January 6th committee after the post-incident reports. This is unbelievable. So the footage that January 6th committee was using didn't have any audio. Now, Congressman Barry Loudermilk was concerned that there were plainclothes officers on duty that day at the Capitol who were a part of Metro PD, who were Metro PD officers. Barry Loudermilk got the audio that matched up with the body cam footage of one of the plainclothes officers that was there at the Capitol, someone who was climbing the scaffolding with protesters, a plainclothes police officer on that day who was on duty inciting. He was saying, go, 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 come on, let's go. He was helping people up the scaffolding, helping people proceed into the Capitol. Tell me that that person should not be held accountable. Tell me that Metro PD should not be held accountable. Tell me that those people are the ones who deserve to be losing their livelihood and having to spend millions of dollars on legal counsel and rotting behind jail 2 years later trying to appeal to the American people to please help them.
Yeah. Well, Don and Donna, good questions, all good questions. Again, I want to give you credit again because your show, arguably more so than any show on this network, has brought more attention to the January 6ers, and rightfully so. And I know you're in contact with them on a daily basis. You've helped get them on other shows here on our network. You have been relentless to make sure that the truth gets out. And I would argue to say because of your work and because of the work of John Solomon, that's exactly what we're doing.
Yeah.
We're just glad we're not on the island alone anymore, you two. Thank you.
Can't wait to see what you guys come up with in the next couple of weeks on Real America's Voice and just the news, no noise.
Thank you so much, Don and Donna. We are going to be going to what again? I'm sorry?
Lila Rose.
Lila Rose is what we're going to go to. Lila Rose took to the stage here again. We're here at the Young Women's Leadership Summit, a Turning Point USA event. A lot of great speeches. We just heard from Dr. Gina Loudon not that long ago. Probably one of my faves. Maybe I'm biased.
Definitely my fave.
But let's take a listen to this speaker. Take a look.
Have you noticed that one of the favorite tactics of an insincere opponent is to belittle, to demean you, to make you feel small, to do everything in their power to make you feel small? The casual cruelty of saying that what you have chosen to say or do is meaningless because of its perceived scale. Maybe you've experienced this on social media when you stood up for your beliefs, or maybe among your peers when you voiced an unpopular truth. There are a lot of brave women in the room today. I just want to celebrate that for a moment. Celebrate all of you. And the fact that you are here today, you've been here at this event, means that you care about what is happening in the world and that you have a determination to do something good and honorable to make this world better. But we see the tactic of belittlement play out at different levels every day. In the most important conversations about God and our eternal future, size is often used to demean the truthful and the faithful. G.K. Chesterton, the famous Christian theologian and 20th century philosopher, reminds us that our entire beautiful earth is merely a small star, a speck in a giant galaxy. Some use this fact to deny the existence of God and to say that humanity, that we are completely insignificant, just a tiny piece of the universe with no bearing on the past or the future. But Chesterton disagreed with this assessment. He says, "I do not believe in dwelling upon the distances that are supposed to dwarf the world. I think there is something vulgar in trying to rebuke spirit by size." In our everyday interactions as women, the media and elites overtly or subtly demean choices that we may make in their effort to bring down the family and to elevate careerism at all costs. Women who choose to make their vocation centered on a husband, on children, on a household, are accused of never working a day in their lives. We are told that it's wasting our potential and not pursuing our dreams. We are accused of not having anything to really contribute to the real world. These are pernicious lies. Saying that spending our life raising a family is a waste of time is like saying that because the universe is so vast, there is no God. And if there were one, he would not care about humanity. What makes having a personal relationship with the creator of the universe so special is that he is a God of a vast kingdom, unimaginably large, but that he thinks that we, humans, people, his children, having a relationship with us, are the most important things in the entire universe. When we choose to prioritize family and children, community and love, meaning, we are not doing something small. We are doing something unimaginably big. Our world is vast. Our options are many. So our challenge is this. We must decide what's most important to us, each of us, and then make that our priority. This sounds like easy enough advice, but the hard part is making something a priority necessarily means saying no to other things. Because ladies, this may sound unpopular in today's world, but having it all isn't possible. Of course it's not possible. We understand that in every other context in our lives. You have to choose what courses to take in school. You can't take them all. You have to choose what to eat off the menu for lunch. You can't order and eat it all, or you might, but you will feel sick. You must choose who to be in a romantic relationship with. And ultimately, if you do marry, you have to choose one man. You can try, it's great. You can try, if two guys are interested in you, to date them at the same time, but that will lead to heartbreak in the end for everyone. You can't have it all. You have to choose. Am I saying then that you cannot have a family and a career? Of course not. I'm a living evidence that family and career can complement each other. I'm not saying that if you have a career, you can't have a family, or if you have a family, you can't have a career. What I am saying is this: if you want to have a family, get married, raise children, you will have to say no to some other things. That means being intentional with how you organize your life and making the decision preemptively as a guiding principle that your first priority will always win out. So how can we practically set up our lives to accomplish this? Let's look at 3 ideas: community, beauty, and progeny. First, build community. None of us can flourish alone. We need each other. Find women around you, older, the same age, younger, who you can truly trust. Women who share your values. Cultivate counselors and mentors, women who have lived a life that you admire and who can give you advice towards your own goals. Put effort into yourself so you're ready to discern the right man to be your life partner, the right man to be.
Just one of the many amazing speakers that you can hear from here at the Young Women's Leadership Summit here in beautiful Dallas, Texas. Again, this is day 2 of the event. We have a lot of news that we're covering here, though, while we're here. We've got teams all over the country, including Don and Donna, who we just spoke with. They are out in Columbus, Georgia, where President Trump is going to be speaking. They're any moment now going to the stage. We obviously have to always take a moment and thank our sponsors, and one of our wonderful sponsors is Birch Gold. Congress, once again, as you know, allowed itself to be pushed into appeasing the administration and raising the debt ceiling for, I don't know, the 79th time, paving the way for continued reckless spending, right? That's all the Democrats have been about, and this has angered a lot of you, and rightfully so. But now is a good time, as you know, to invest in gold. If you want to learn more about investing in gold, Birch Gold can help you convert an existing IRA or a 401k into a gold one. You don't have to pay a penny out of pocket. The information's absolutely free. They are experts in their field, and the number to call is simply 989898. Again, just text the word America to 989898. There on your screen, you can see President Trump there greeting the crowd there in Columbus, Georgia. He is at the GOP convention. Let's go ahead and take a listen to what President Trump has to say.
Thank you very much. And you have a record crowd here today, so that's a building that's not exactly brand new, it looks like. But the crowd is record, and that's a long time, and thank you very much. And to the fire marshals and fire department and police and everybody else involved. A lot of people outside that couldn't get in. I want to thank everybody. And also to Chairman Schaefer for the tremendous leadership over the past 4 years. And thank you to the great state of Georgia. We love Georgia. We love Georgia. Great place. Great place. Keep America great again, he just said. It's a great state. We're also thrilled to be joined by the NRCC chairman, Congressman Richard Hudson. Where's Richard? He's around here someplace. He is fantastic. Hello, Richard. Oh, there he is. We're going to his state in a couple of minutes, you know. We're going to be here, and we're going to North Carolina, and that'll be great. But Richard, congratulations on a great job. In addition, today I'm honored to receive the endorsements of some really incredible people, patriots, I would call them, Georgia patriots, including Representatives Mike Collins. Where's Mike? Where's Mike? Thank you, Mike. Great person. Thank you very much. And also Andrew Clyde and Marjorie Taylor Greene. Thank you for those endorsements. Thank you very much for those endorsements, and we love you people. That's a great group of patriots. And speaking of patriots, and I met his father. I love his father, too. His father was really the man that gave him those genes, according to the world, but I think the mother probably had an even bigger impact. Burt Jones, Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones. And comes from an incredible family, but Bert's done a fantastic job. And he's going places. I've been saying that for a long time, and so far I've been right. He's doing very popular and doing a great job as Lieutenant Governor, Public Service Commissioner. The first person in this state to endorse me, Bubba McDonald. Bubba. Where's Bubba? There he is. Thank you, Bubba. And I like your jacket, Bubba. I also want to thank very much. He's always been there, a real powerful, strong person and a man who loves your state and loves our country. State Senator Brandon Beach. Thank you, Brandon. Thank you, Brandon. He's a great guy. For 7 years, we've been engaged in an epic struggle to rescue our country from the sinister forces within who hate it. They hate our country and who want to destroy it. Can be no other reason. These forces are far stronger than Russia, China, North Korea, and Iran, all put together. Think of that. From within is worse than from without. Because the right leader in America, if you have that leader, you're going to have no problems with those countries. We had no problems. We got it all straightened out. They understood. Would have never, ever had the problem with Russia, Ukraine. China right now is looking like they're going to do something, and they would have never even talked about it. Right now, however, they're putting us in the most dangerous position in the history of our country, and that's to a large extent because of the kind of weaponry we're talking about. Together, we stand up to the globalists, we stand up to Marxists, we stand up to the rhinos. You know, the rhinos are pretty bad. Because with the rhinos, you don't exactly know where they're coming from. The others you know, but with the rhinos, sometimes you find out. And we got to stand up to the rhinos. Communists and environmental extremists. You know, you have environmental extremists, too. We stand up to the open borders fanatics, the radical left Democrats, their lawless partisan prosecutors, the prosecutors. Every time I fly over a blue state, I get a subpoena. We want him before the grand jury. And we stand up to the fake news media, which is seriously bad. And on November 5th, 2024, we're going to stand up to the corrupt political establishment. We're going to evict a totally corrupt president, Joe Biden, from the White House. And we're going to finish the job that we started, the most successful presidency. Thank you. And I think, as everybody in this absolutely packed House knows, I've put everything on the line, and I will never yield. I never yield. I will never be deterred. I will never stop fighting for you. I didn't need this. I had a great life. People said, would you do it again? The answer is yes, because we're going to make America great again. We had it there. And then bad things happened. Bad things happened with an election, right? Bad things happened. But we're going to make it great like never before. I really believe that. With your vote, we will take back our country from these fascists and thugs, and we will absolutely make America great again. From the beginning, our America First agenda has been an existential threat to the rotten political class that gets rich and powerful at your expense, erasing our borders, cheating on elections, exporting our jobs, and squandering our blood and treasure on endless foreign wars. We were out of all our wars. Everybody said when I got elected, remember, oh, his personality, you're going to have wars, you're going to be fighting the whole world. And it just worked out. Actually, it was my personality that didn't want to make people fight. It was sort of reverse. First time in 70 years that this has happened. We started no wars. We finished some. We defeated the ISIS caliphate 100% and many other things. We rebuilt our military. Of course, they gave a lot of it away, didn't they, huh? They gave a lot of our military away to Afghanistan, if you can even believe it. Afghanistan is now one of the largest exporters of military arms. They sell the things that we gave to them. $85 billion. We lost 13 soldiers, many very horrifically wounded, and we left many Americans behind. They moved out the military first. No, it was supposed to be the opposite. You move out the military last. They've launched one hoax and witch hunt after another to try and stop our movement and thwart the will of the American people. Every time not even believable. Witch hunt, scam, hoax. It's called election interference, and they're doing the best they can with it. Because who the hell would vote for them with the policies that they have of open borders and no voter ID? As the Durham report, which just came out, proved, they spied on my campaign. Think of it. Can you imagine if it was the other way around? They spied on my campaign and we caught them. They forged false evidence to get illegal surveillance warrants. The FBI offered $1 million for a fictitious dossier written by a foreign spy to try to frame me for treason. Now they're trying to do it again. These people don't stop, and they're bad, and we have to get rid of them. We have to get rid of them fast. They put our country through hell, and they knew it was all a lie the entire time. They knew it was a lie. Remember, it's not me they're going after. It's somebody else, and that person will not be able to withstand the fire. If it's not me, it'll be somebody else. They're not going to withstand that fire, because that fire doesn't stop just with me. That fire is going to go on against any conservative, any Republican, anybody other than them, because they want the power, but they actually want to destroy our country. I believe that, because there could be no other reason. But I know them all, and they, in many cases, even admit it. They come up, they say, how do you take it? We take it and we fight back like nobody's ever fought before. Think of it. Think of it. We had Russia, right? Total fake. All came out now fake. It was all made up by Hillary Clinton. The dossier was by Clinton and others, the Democratic Party, DNC. So we had Russia, Ukraine. The no collusion Mueller witch hunt. They found after 2.5 years there was no collusion. Impeachment hoax number 1, perfect phone call. Impeachment hoax number 2, the illegal censorship of the Hunter Biden laptop from hell. Remember the laptop from hell? Remember that? When the 51 intelligence officials falsely said that it was Russian disinformation. Everybody knew that wasn't true. They knew it wasn't true. That's become a big scandal. That was another form of cheating on the election. A lot of the great pollsters, we have a couple of them here tonight, they said that you look at what they said about it. 17-point difference. It's incredible. But the 51 intelligence agents lied. Now the Marxist left is once again using the same corrupt DOJ and the same corrupt FBI and the Attorney General and the local district attorneys to interfere in our elections at a level that our country and few countries have ever seen before. They're cheating, they're crooked, they're corrupt. These criminals cannot be rewarded. They must be defeated. You have to defeat them. Have to defeat them. Because in the end, they're not coming after me. They're coming after you, and I'm just standing in their way. Here I am. I'm standing in their way, and I always will be. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The ridiculous and baseless indictment of me by the Biden administration's weaponized Department of Injustice will go down as among the most horrific abuses of power in the history of our country. Many people have said that. Democrats have even said it. This vicious persecution is a travesty of justice. You're watching Joe Biden. Joe, think of it. Biden is trying to jail his leading political opponent, an opponent that's beating him by a lot in the polls, just like they do in Stalinist Russia or communist China. No different. Our country's gone very bad, and think of it, in 3 years. 3 years ago, we were energy independent, we had no inflation, we had low taxes, we had low interest rates, we had the greatest economy in history. Think of it. And I could stand up here all day long and just talk about all of the great success we had. And now we have everything's the opposite. Inflation's killing our country. Energy is ridiculous and ridiculously high. We're getting energy from Venezuela. Nobody can even believe it. I never thought such a thing could happen to America. As far as the joke of an indictment, it's a horrible thing. It's a horrible thing for this country. I mean, the only good thing about it is it's driven my poll numbers way up. Can you believe that? Way up. Now it's driven up way up, and somebody said the fundraising is through the roof. That's less important. But I will tell you, it's really driven us right through the sky. We're really winning big. We're winning by we're beating the hell out of the Republicans, and we're beating the hell out of Joe Biden. That's why they're doing it. If I wasn't, let me tell you, if I wasn't, there'd be no witch hunt. There'd be no indictment. If I was losing, we're winning by a lot against the Democrats. If I were losing, they're the party of disinformation. They say, we want to run against Trump. We want to run so badly against Trump. We won the first time, and then we did better the second time than we did the first time. We won by many millions of more votes. Much better. Not even close. We got the most votes ever in the history of our country. And today we're more popular than we were in 2020. We're going to get numbers that are absolutely incredible. Federal law enforcement should never have been involved in this matter, but they got involved. And we just can't let that happen. They got involved with Twitter. They got involved with Facebook. The pollsters say it made maybe a 17-point difference. And then they say, I lost. We didn't lose. We won by a lot. But they say I lost by 20,000 votes. 20,000 votes. We'd come here for rallies. We'd come to other states for rallies. But we'd come into Georgia for a rally. We'd have 40, 50,000 people. They'd come in for a rally, they'd have 8, they couldn't fill up the circles. And then you hear, he clipped you at the end, just clipped you. Didn't happen. We won Alabama in a record number. We won South Carolina in a record number. Those people that run it, the professionals, say it's not possible to win Alabama in a record, South Carolina in a record, and lose Georgia just by a tiny little bit, So you got to watch that. You got to watch it. We're all going to be watching it. As president, all of my documents fell under what is known as the Presidential Records Act, which is not at all a criminal act. Everything. It's all judged by the Presidential Records Act. In this whole fake indictment, they don't even once mention the Presidential Records Act, which is really the ruling act, which this case falls under 100%, because they want to use something called the Espionage Act. Doesn't that sound terrible? Oh, espionage. We got a box. I got a box. The Espionage. The Espionage Act of 1917. I think it was put in there about World War I. Boxes. And by the way, Biden's got 1,850 boxes. He's got boxes in Chinatown, D.C. He's got boxes all over the place. He doesn't know what the hell to do with them. And he's fighting them on the boxes. He doesn't want to give the boxes. And then they say, Trump is obstructioning. He's obstructing. No, it's a sad day for the country. You know, I said, last night I said that our country has tears because of what's happening. We have fake elections. We have no borders. We have inflation. We have everything. It's just going wrong. There's never been anything like it in the history of our country. We've never done like this. And the division is so bad because what they do is so bad. And our people are angry, and they just keep doing it. And sometimes you need strength. You have to have strength, more than just normal strength. And we have to get it changed because we're not going to have a country left. Remember, I used to campaign, and I'd say that we're going to end up being Venezuela on steroids. And that's exactly what's happening to our country. Our country is going to hell. I was going to change the name of our campaign to Keep America Great. Now, that's not as good as MAGA. MAGA's MAGA, right? MAGA. And Keep America Great is CAG. I don't think CAG is never going to compete with MAGA. But we couldn't say Keep America Great because our country is not great. We're laughed at all over the world. We're no longer respected. 3 years ago, we were respected like our country has never been respected before. They also don't mention the defining lawsuit that was brought against Bill Clinton, and it was lost by the government, the famous Sox case that says he can keep his documents. They don't mention that. These are minor details, and that's the ruling law. When I left office and was moving to Florida, boxes were openly sitting on the White House sidewalk. Everybody was taking pictures of them. This isn't somebody smuggling boxes out. Pictures of them, you've all seen it, sitting with people from GSA and other people waiting to put them on a truck. But they were literally sitting outside of the White House waiting for a truck to come. Then the truck come. It was there for a long time, and they put it in, and they brought it down to Florida. And they make it sound like it's a big, if that's a spy operation or if that's something bad, we did a very poor job, I will tell you. First thing you learn is don't put them on the sidewalk in front of the White House. As a former president, we were negotiating with the National Archives and Records Administration, just as every other president has done. And the next thing I knew, Mar-a-Lago was raided by gun-toting FBI agents. We were negotiating. And again, meanwhile, Biden has troves of classified documents from his time as vice president, which is much tougher, actually. It's actually a much tougher standard. And even as a senator, and the senators are not allowed to bring classified documents. And I heard a senator named Dick Durbin. You ever hear of him? Happens to be a Democrat. He was beside himself. He couldn't believe that Biden took classified documents as a senator. It's a no-no, a real no-no. Can't do it. I was amazed that I saw him. I'm sure he changed his tune, you know, when he got the hell beat out of him when he went back into his beautiful marble-clad office. Many of Biden's documents were in Chinatown, and many of them were in places that you don't want to have documents. But I hear how wonderful he did. Think of it, 1,850 boxes he had. Mine is peanuts. But you saw mine because they were on that sidewalk. And they paid over $1 million a year, and they're still, you know, he was paid by China, really, because China makes a big payment to the area where he has the vast preponderance of documents, and he makes about $1 million a year paid by China And these documents were strewn all over the place. And then he has documents strewn on his garage floor where he has the now famous Corvette. You know where that's stored, his beautiful Corvette. There was no security there. They had a garage door that you could cut it with a scissor. They didn't have Secret Service. I have Secret Service all over Mar-a-Lago. And Mar-a-Lago is strong and powerful. It was actually built by Marjorie Merriweather Post and E.F. Hutton. Remember, when E.F. Hutton speaks, people listen. Well, one of the greatest ads ever, but they built it, and it was built as the Southern White House, actually. Then Jimmy Carter gave it up. He said it was too expensive to be borne by. And I said, thank you very much. We have to get that. Thank you, Jimmy. Thank you very much. But that was actually built as the Southern White House, so it's very powerful. But we have great people. Secret Service is all over the place, and that's the way we like it. But unlike me, who had absolute declassification authority as president, Biden didn't have any authority, and he had no right to possess those documents, none whatsoever. Yet nothing happened to Crooked Joe, with all that many times what we have. And there was an article recently that all presidents take documents out. They bring them out, all of them, virtually every one of them in fairly modern times. If you look at Hillary Clinton, set up an illegal private server in her basement specifically to break public disclosure laws, and that would expose her and her family's finances. She stored vast quantities of classified and sensitive information, some of it leaking into Anthony Weiner. You remember him? Computer? Anthony Weiner, that was a real beauty. But much of it went into Anthony Weiner's computer. That's probably the last, I'm not sure. I think I'd rather have it on Hunter Biden's computer than Anthony Weiner's computer. And when caught, Hillary deleted and acid washed 33,000 emails in defiance of a congressional subpoena. She already had the subpoena. And her aides smashed and destroyed iPhones with a hammer. Yet the FBI and DOJ protected her. They did absolutely nothing in Hillary's case. The FBI and DOJ largely did not issue subpoenas. They did not use a grand jury. They did not execute search warrants. And Comey declared that there was no problem. He said no reasonable prosecutor would ever bring a case like that. She knocked out 33,000 emails. And Hillary wasn't indicted. She should have been. But she wasn't indicted. She was protected by the Democrats. Biden was not indicted, and what he's done is terrible. They like to say, well, what Trump did. I mean, actually, I was impressed. It looked so orderly and nice. Somehow somebody turned over one of the boxes. Did you see that? I said, I wonder who did that. Did the FBI do that? Because they also did something where they put documents all over the floors and they took pictures. And they tried to pretend like I did it, and then they had to apologize they did it. Remember that famous picture? But the box that was turned over, it had newspapers, it had pictures, it had clippings, it had all sorts of things. Nobody saw the documents there. Only Donald Trump is indicted, and they take one charge and they turn it into 36 charges. You saw that. Everybody was amazed. Lawyers on television, they're not usually the best lawyers, but some are very good. They're saying we've never seen anything like it. They took one charge and they made it 36 different times. And we have a thug who's in charge. This is a political hit job. Republicans are treated far differently at the Justice Department than Democrats. These are the same people who caused the Lois Lerner catastrophe. That's this deranged Jack. You know who I'm talking about. Jack Smith. What do you think his name used to be? I don't know. Does anybody ever? Jack Smith. Sounds so innocent. He's deranged. But he's the one that caused the Lois Lerner catastrophe with the IRS. One of the worst things to happen in this country in many years, going after evangelicals and Christians and great Americans of faith. And they had to pay up, and they had to pay up dearly for it when they got caught. And this is the same guy, deranged Jack Smith, And I watched him yesterday go up and talk. He talked for about 2.5 minutes. He was shaking. He was so scared. He didn't want to be there. Because ultimately, these are cowards. They're cowards. And he's a big Trump hater. Openly, he's a Trump hater. And his wife is even more of a Trump hater. I wish her a lot of luck, but he's a bad Trump hater and she's a Trump hater. And you shouldn't put people like that in. And you know, the people looking at Biden, he's a very nice man. They looked at Mike Pence. He had classified documents, no problem. They looked at Biden. He has so many classified documents, they don't know what to do, and he's trying to prevent them from seeing it. That's obstruction. But we didn't do any obstruction. This is a sick nest of people that needs to be cleaned out immediately. Get them out. We now have two standards of justice in our country. The Democrat communists want to jail their opponents while they protect the murderers who prowl our cities day and night, and other brazen criminals. I mean, what's happening to your beautiful Atlanta is so horrible, so horrible. People are afraid to walk outside. And no criminal is more protected than crooked Joe Biden. You know, I retired the word crooked from Hillary, because Hillary doesn't matter anymore. And we're using it on Biden, because in history there's never been a president so corrupt. And thing after thing, Jamie Comer, Jim Jordan, the things that those committees are finding are incredible, and nobody wants to do anything about it. They say we've caught them here, 5 million here, 5 million there, 2 million here. Getting paid massive amounts of money to be on the board of an energy company and admitting he knows nothing about energy. It's really very sad. It's no coincidence they indicted me the very same day that it was revealed that the FBI hid explosive evidence that Joe Biden took a $5 million illegal bribe from Ukraine. Right now, we don't have any ammunition. Ukraine has our ammunition, all of it, just about. Think of it, I rebuilt our military. We had so much ammunition. We were stuffed to the gills, as the expression goes, with ammunition. And now we have very little ammunition to protect ourselves. And then you see that he's getting large amounts of money from Ukraine. And then you wonder, why are we doing this? And by the way, that war, I'd have it negotiated and end. It's a horrible thing. In 24 hours between Zelensky and Putin. 24 hours. Everyone says, oh, you don't mean that. No, I'd have that thing done in 24 hours. Right as they're closing on Hunter and Joe Biden, they're closing in right now. They say, let's do this. Let's go after Trump. That'll take a lot of the publicity away. We're too hot. That's what they did. Next, Hunter will probably be charged with some very minor offense so that the FBI and DOJ can pretend that they're fair. They want to pretend they're fair. We got Hunter for jaywalking. While they ignore the bribery, money laundering, and other massive crimes implicating crooked Joe Biden. Right here in Georgia, you have a lunatic Marxist district attorney of Atlanta who they say is coming after me over a perfect phone call. In fact, this call was even more perfect than the call I made to President Zelensky of Ukraine. This one is actually more perfect, where I'm complaining about the results of the election because I thought the results were ridiculous, and so do many other people in this room. And if you look at the numbers and if you look at the sheets, which sadly judges don't want to do and a lot of people don't want to do, but when you look at it, you look at truth to vote, when you look at other things with the stuffing of the ballot boxes, when you look at some of the data that came out in this election, 2020, but elsewhere, We have a long way to go in Georgia. They tell you you don't, but you do. You have a very, very long way to go. I had every right to complain that the election in Georgia was, in my opinion, rigged, that the election in Georgia was a disaster. I mean, you had a recent election where Jody Hice, congressman, very popular congressman, ran, and he was leading in virtually every poll. Where's Jody? Oh, Jody, stand up. Look at Jody. Whoa. Wow. But Jody's a better person than me because I really complain like hell. Jody says, well, we'll get him next time. But you know what, Jody? That was a bad, bad deal because you were leading in, was it every single poll? And leading by a lot. And the only question was whether or not you were going to get 50% or 49%. 50%, there'd be no runoff. 49%, there's a runoff. And not only didn't he get 50%, and the other person that you're running against, Brad, was very low in the polls. And those polls, and we have some of the pollsters here, by the way, they still can't believe it. But Jody ended up with the number. What was your final number, Jody? Yeah, around 37%. And the other gentleman got 51%, right? 51, no runoff. And then David Perdue was not losing by much. He was losing in the polls, but he wasn't losing by much. And on election day, he was wiped out. He lost by numbers that nobody ever thought possible. Very, very unfair. Look, we have to have honest elections. We just have to, or you don't have a country. You don't have a state. You don't have a country. You don't have anything. Remember, there was a so-called water main break that never happened. Remember the water main break? Think of that. The water main break. We got a break. Let's get in there. But that'll be coming up later as time goes by. Remember the tape? Then you have True the Vote. Found that Georgia was one of the most egregious states in the nation. Thousands and thousands and thousands of tapes showing a thing called good old-fashioned, right? Ballot stuffing. Good old-fashioned ballot stuffing. In Atlanta, people are afraid to walk to their local grocery store for a loaf of bread for fear of being assaulted or murdered. And yet, your local district attorney, Fannie Willis, is spending all of her energy, all of her money, all of her time trying to get Trump. Let's get Trump. Yeah. You know, you're setting, per capita, Atlanta is about the most dangerous city in the country. Can you believe it? And people are leaving in droves. I loved Atlanta, but they're leaving in droves because it's too unsafe. And they spend all their money trying to, everything. They spend the number of lawyers. They got murderers that don't even get talked about. They have murderers that nobody even cares about. The numbers are astronomical. Beaten up. It's horrible. And they want to go into a phone call. By the way, you know, one thing interesting about the phone call, it was perfect. I have a right to complain about the election. Would Marjorie Taylor Greene? Where is Marjorie? Where's Marjorie? Marjorie Taylor Greene is here. She would say, hello, Marjorie. She's a warrior. Oh, there she is. Oh, look at her. How beautiful. Oh, thank you, Barry. You want to say something?
I would love to.
Come on, say something, Mark.
I want to let you all know, and this is something that you know, this is something that I know. President Trump is beating Joe Biden poll after poll after poll. He's up 7 points today. And if he were to run against Kamala Harris, he's up 11 points, which is funny. All right, Georgia, let's get the job done in 24. Let's get President Trump across the line. Let's get him back in the White House for 4 more years.
Thank you. I just wish she was a little bit more aggressive. No, she's great. She loves the country. She loves this state. She loves her district. She's incredible. And she wins her district by incredible numbers. In the past 3 years, and remember one thing, you know, when we talk about this phone call, it was perfect. It was perfect. I was complaining about the vote. Jody's heard it 10 times. But, you know, when you talk about the phone call, I had many lawyers for the state and others on the other side. Right, Bruce? I had many lawyers on the other side listening, and I had lawyers on my side. There were many people on the call. Now, I'm supposed to be a very smart person. Number one, I wouldn't do it anyway, but I sure as hell wouldn't do it with, like, many people on the line. But here's what happened. So this only came up much later. We talked, they talked, we talked. I talked about how I thought the election was rigged, how I thought it was terrible and everything else. Brad Raffensperger was on the line, and a whole team of lawyers. Here's the main, look, think of this. The call was perfect. But none of those lawyers, they were state lawyers, big ones, the biggest ones. They didn't say, sir, what you said is inappropriate. Sir, you must immediately take that back, sir. We cannot go any further with this call unless you take it back. What you said is horrible. We want to indict you for what you said, sir. It was just, no, we just talked. In fact, we agreed to talk the next day because they knew I was not happy about an election that was rigged. And you know, when you had a couple of months later the 2 senators going up, a lot of our supporters said, we're not going to vote because they didn't feel good about what happened. They knew. They saw all those red hats and all those bandanas and all that stuff that was going in with Make America Great Again, America First. They've never seen anything like it, and they were lost by a whisker. But remember this, on the call, I say it now, nobody complained. It was a long time afterwards. Nobody said, oh, that was... And if they were going to complain, they have to complain against me. They have to say, why did you say that, sir? Why did you say that? You know, they're so virginous. They're such babies. I'm sorry. They couldn't stand. No. If they heard something wrong, they would have had an obligation to tell me on the phone. Nobody said that. You listen to the tape. We just continued a conversation. There was nothing that was said wrong. I was complaining about an election that I think was rigged. And the day that you're not allowed to complain to the proper authority, and the day that you're not allowed to complain an election, then we are indeed communist China. But just remember that for the reporters and the fake news. You got a lot of fake news back there, a lot of people back there, a lot of people outside. But for the fake news back there, nobody complained about the call. Nobody said, oh, this is a terrible thing. What you said, sir, breaks my heart to hear this, sir. It breaks my heart. No, these are professionals. They're very good, actually, at what they do for a lot of other reasons, perhaps. But these are professionals. These are lawyers. These were people that would have spoken up. Even my people would have spoken up. Sir, I'm sorry, you're not allowed to say that, or you shouldn't say that. Nobody spoke up. There were many lawyers on the line and many people. It's just ridiculous what's going on. In the meantime, Atlanta has the highest per capita rate of crime, as I told you, the highest, just about the worst in the entire nation for people getting murdered. And those people go free. But they're looking for Trump because of a perfect phone call. You have 71%, if you think of it, 71% right now, increase from last year. 71% increase in homicides in Atlanta. And it now ranks among the highest murder rates anywhere in the nation. And all they want to do is persecute Republicans and a person named Trump, who did a great job as president, I have to say. But it's very much like the Attorney General of New York and the District Attorney of Manhattan. And everybody, all these legal pundits, a lot of them are really good, and they're saying what a ridiculous indictment that was. That was the craziest indictment they've ever seen. There's no crime. In fact, they said if he lost, he gets no jail. Think of this. This is what they're doing, and they're going to spend $200 million on prosecuting a crime where there's no crime. There was no crime, nothing done there either. But they just want to get Donald Trump. The Attorney General of New York, Letitia James, she campaigned, I will get Trump. We're going to get him. She doesn't even know me. Never met her. Never met the young lady. We're going to get her. He said Peekaboo James. No, that's not nice, Bruce. No, but think of it. She campaigned, we are going to get Donald Trump. If I win, we're going to get him. She knew nothing about me. I have a great company. I built an unbelievable company. That's their problem. We built a company that's really valuable. But private, you don't talk about it. And unbelievable company. But they're going to get Donald Trump. Paid millions and millions and millions of dollars in taxes in New York. And they're going to get me. No, these are sick people. These are sick people. Our law enforcement has become weaponized at a level never seen before. The stakes of this election could not be more stark. Either we have a deep state or we have a democracy. We're going to have one or the other. And we're right at the tipping point. Right now, we're way leaning toward deep state, but deep state isn't strong enough. It's really a communist country, a Marxist country. Deep state's not strong enough. Deep state now is a nice term compared to what we're doing. Either we have a failed country or we have a free and successful country. And either they win or we win. It's very simple. They win or we win. Now, when I look at Atlanta, when I see what happened to Atlanta over a very short period of time, and then, you have these people looking at this junk. But when I look at what happened to Atlanta in terms of safety, this was a great city at one point, and now people are fleeing Atlanta. And they're fleeing New York, and they're fleeing Chicago, and they're fleeing Los Angeles. They're fleeing Democrat-run cities, essentially. San Francisco, one of the greatest cities in the world, and now it's seriously troubled. At the end of the day, either the communists win and destroy America, or we destroy the communists, because that's what they are. They may go by a different name. Fascists, Marxists. Never forget what the demented persecution of our movement is all about. It's a demented persecution. Our enemies are desperate to stop us because they know that we are the only ones who are going to be able to stop them. We stopped them. We had them stopped cold. Then they cheated like a bunch of dogs on the election. I promise you this, and I say it all the time, we had a great 2016, but we did much better in 2020. I say it again and again, because the fake news doesn't want to report that. They never want to report it. What happened in 2020? I said, well, I got millions more votes. Well, I never thought of it that way, sir. Let's get to another question. If you put me back in the White House, their reign will be over and America will be a free nation again. Thank you. I stand before you today as the only candidate who has what it takes to smash this corrupt system. This is a corrupt system. I mean, they go after me. Nobody's ever been gone after like me. I've had that from everybody. Sir, this has never happened to anybody. Now, they'll do it to other people if somebody else is doing what I'm doing, but the other people are going to fold. You know who they are. They're going to fold very quickly. We don't fold. We don't fold our tent and go home. And again, we want to drain the swamp. And I'm the only one that's going to do it. Nobody else is going to do it. We know the competition. We know it. Anyone else will be absolutely ripped to shreds. These are sick, sick, sinister people. It's no wonder the swamp is getting truly desperate as they see us leading big poll after big poll after big poll. In this week's morning consult poll just came out. We lead the field by 34 points, with Trump at 56, DeSanctimonious at 22, Pence at 7, Haley at 3. In the Clarity campaign poll, I don't know that poll, but I love it. It's a big deal, actually. A lot of people they interview. We're up by 56 points. Trump is at 69. DeSanctimonious is at 13. Pence is at 6. But Pence has gone down since his last, sadly, because he's a nice person. He's trying to get nasty, though, so we may have to fight a different way. All of a sudden, you notice that? All of a sudden, you get a little bit nasty, Mike. In the Emerson poll of Iowa, we love Iowa. Look, we got $28 billion for the farmers from China. Think of it. China gave us $28 billion because they abused our farmers throughout the country. I got them to pay $28 billion for the farmers. And I said, there's no way we're losing Iowa. I don't want to sound too confident, because strange things happen in politics, like you endorse people and then they run against you 2 days later. Strange things happen. You endorse people, you get them elected. You get people that had no chance, they're dead. Their career is over. You get involved, you endorse them, you do other things, you get them up, they win the election in a landslide. And then they say, we're looking forward to running against Trump. Oh, that's nice. Now they're not looking so forward to it anymore. But in the Emerson poll of Iowa, we're leading by 42 points, with Trump at 62%. And we're leading crooked Joe Biden, most crooked president in the history of our country, by a lot. In the recent Fabrizio swing state poll of Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, we're at almost 50%. We're leading Biden by 5. In the ABC Washington Post poll, I'm up by 7 points over Biden. And a new poll from Democracy Institute shows I'm the only candidate who beats Crooked Joe. That's hard to believe, because frankly, who the hell wouldn't beat him? The country's going to hell. You know, they have an automatic constituency, the Democrats. It's not that easy. But DeSantis loses to him by a lot. With each passing day, more Americans are joining our patriotic movement. Together, we have achieved more than any person ever thought possible. And this was from 2016. When I announced in 2015, everyone said, oh, what, he has no experience. And they were right about that, actually. The hell did I know? I said, where the hell is China? And then I proceeded to take more money out of China's hide than any president in this. But we delivered the largest tax cuts and regulatory cuts in history, more so than the Reagan tax cuts, which were great. We built the greatest economy in the history of the world. We achieved energy independence, soon to be energy dominance, for the first time in 64 years. And gas prices were at $1.87 a gallon. We actually had them lower than that for a little while, but I had to get them up. We were going to lose the oil companies. They were going so low, they were getting killed. But now they want to give you all electric cars. Isn't that wonderful? So you feel, does anybody want to drive for an hour and then wait 4 hours to get a recharge? We'll end that. First day in office, I'll be ending all of that. You want an electric car, that's great. But if you want other types of vehicles where you can actually drive for a long period of time, that's good too. You're going to be able to have your choice. And if you want a gas stove or an electric stove, you're going to have your choice. And if you want to have a dishwasher that actually lets water come out, you know, I did that. The people came to see me, wonderful people, Whirlpool, and some people, from Ohio. I love Ohio. We want Ohio so big. Those people are great in Ohio. Very much like you, actually. Great people. And they said, sir, China And South Korea are dumping washing machines, they're dumping dryers, they're dumping everything. They're killing us. We're going to probably go out of business. I met with the chairman of the company and I said, wow, that's not good. And I put a big fat tariff of 50% on all of that stuff. And now they're one of the most thriving companies in the country. They were going to go out. That's one of the reasons they like me in Ohio. But we saved it. They were doing it. They were selling machines that weren't as good, but they were selling machines for so little that it was very unfair. And I think they were doing it on purpose to drive them out. You know what they do? They drive them out of business, then they quadruple the price, and you have to buy their product because you have no choice. I mean, I can't believe they get away with this stuff, but we don't get away with it with us. We created the most secure border in U.S. history, built hundreds of miles of border wall, hundreds and hundreds of miles. Got Mexico to give us 28,000 soldiers free of charge. Said to the president, I really like the president of Mexico a lot. He's great. He's a socialist, but you can't have everything. But we got along great. But I said to Mexico, you have to give us 28,000 soldiers on the border because you're letting a lot of people in. They looked at me like, is this guy crazy? They said, no, we won't do that. One of their representatives, top person, good man. The State Department laughed when I said it. A woman was wonderful. She said, you know, I've been trying to get things like that for 25 years, sir. It's not doable. I said, you want to bet? Bet you anything you want. It's doable. It's going to be easy. It'll take me minutes. It's not doable. So I met with him, came in. I said, we need 28,000 soldiers. We want to have a policy of remain in Mexico. We don't want them to come. They're going to remain in Mexico until they get approved. We did all sorts of policies having to do with Title 42. You're sick, you can't come into our country, everything. But I said, you're going to have to do it. He said, no, sir, we're not going to be doing that. I said, here's what I'm doing. I'm putting a 25% tariff on everything that's sold in Mexico that comes into our country on Monday morning. It was Friday. And I'm signing it before your very eyes. Here, I'm going to sign it. Would you watch? Goes into effect on Monday morning. This was on a Friday. He said, may I be excused for just a minute? I'd like to make a phone call. I wonder who he called. He called my friend, who is really a good person, by the way, and loves this country. And he came back into the room within 5 minutes and he said, sir, it would be our honor to give you 28,000 soldiers free of charge. And we had the safest border in the history of our country, by far. And that means drugs and human trafficking, which is mostly in women, I hate to say. Human trafficking, you know, you think of it as an ancient crime. It's not. The internet's made it bigger than it's ever been. But we stopped. We put that to a level that hasn't been seen in decades. And drugs were down. Now they're 11 times more than coming in just 3. 11 times more! They're pouring in fentanyl. And we terminated another thing called catch and release. We catch them in our country and then we release them in our country. What a great policy, catch and release. We ended that. Think of it, catch and release. So Democrat, you catch them in the United States. They could be the worst criminals you've ever seen. And we release them in the United States. I said, what the hell kind of a policy is that? So that ended also. We did a great job, but just as I promised, I ended the disaster known as NAFTA, the worst trade deal ever made, and replaced it with the USMCA, the best trade deal perhaps ever made, and a massive victory for our farmers and for your Georgia farmers and your manufacturers, USMCA. You know how I know it's great? Because they want to renegotiate the deal. Mexico and Canada, they want to renegotiate the deal. They're trying to renegotiate it with the Biden administration. And I just say to those in the Biden administration, all of whom are listening right now, by the way, don't do it. Don't do it. They took advantage of us for years and years. Now we have a deal where, frankly, it's a much better deal for us than it is for them. Don't renegotiate the deal. It's great, though. What we did is great. Isn't it nice where they want to renegotiate a deal for a change? Because these countries always rip us off. I used to look at some of the deals that were made. They were so bad. I said, do these people like our country that are making these horrible deals? I stood up to China like no administration has ever done before. And I made people aware that China was ripping us off. Nobody knew that. They said, oh, China is so wonderful. Bringing hundreds of billions of dollars pouring into the treasury from China with taxes and tariffs, when no other president had ever gotten 10 cents not 10 cents from China. Working with our Secretary of Agriculture, Sonny Perdue, from your state, good man. We negotiated more than 50 trade agreements to boost exports by billions and billions of dollars for the American farmer. We appointed nearly 300 federal judges and 3 great Supreme Court justices. Gotten some great rulings. Oh, they would go crazy every time they saw me appointing a Supreme Court judge. I fully rebuilt the U.S. military. We had more ammunition than at any time, and as I said before, now we have almost none. I imposed a powerful travel ban to keep radical Islamic terrorists and radical jihadists the hell out of our country. It took a lot of heat. They said, no, let them come in. Oh, really? Why do you want them to come in? Why do you want them to come in? Let them come in. Why? Tell me, please tell me why. And if you just take a look at those 4 years, how did we do on that front? We did great. We accomplished all of this and more in just that short period of time. And just imagine what we can accomplish in the next 4 years. We can make our country greater than ever before. We have some big obstacles. One of the biggest obstacles, I think, is that we will have, I believe, 15 million people in our country from prisons and mental institutions and everything. You know, we got some rough ones, some real rough ones. We got to get them out. We will do it. We got to get them out. Here's just some of the bold agenda I'll put into effect when we become the 47th President of the United States. Before I even arrive at the Oval Office, shortly after I win the presidency, I will have the horrible war between Russia and Ukraine settled, and we'll do it quickly. We'll do it quickly. Know them both very well. We'll get it done fast. Would have never happened if I was president, by the way. All those people that are dead would be alive today. All those cities that are burned and shot to the ground, missiles going into every building, knocking the hell out of them. And then they say 2 people were hurt. No, many, many people were killed. The numbers are far worse than you hear about. You see them knock out like 12 missiles go into buildings collapsing all over the place, and they say 2 people were injured. No. Hundreds and even thousands of people were killed in those attacks individually. And hundreds of thousands of people are being killed. I'll get it done very quickly. Before I ever get to office, you need the power of the Oval Office to be able to do it. You need that. But I'll get it done very quickly if it's still going on, which is hard to believe it could continue. It's a horrible, horrible, disgusting war. I'm the only candidate who can make this promise. I will prevent World War III. I will prevent it. And now people believe it, too. And without me, it will happen. And this won't be a conventional war with army tanks going back and forth, shooting each other. This will be nuclear war. This will be obliteration, perhaps obliteration of the entire world. I will prevent it. Nobody else can say that. I know all the players. I deal with them, and I dealt with them very successfully. And they respected your president, and they respected your country. And now they don't have any respect for your president or your country. To stop the Marxist prosecutors who release rapists and murderers while persecuting conservatives, I will direct a completely overhauled, and this is so important, a completely overhauled DOJ to investigate every radical DA in America for their illegal, racist, and reverse enforcement of the law. I will immediately cancel every open borders policy of the Biden administration. You can come into our country, but you have to come in legally. Under Biden, other countries are emptying out their prisons, insane asylums, and mental institutions, and dumping everyone right here in the good old USA. Following the Eisenhower model, people don't realize, but Dwight Eisenhower was very, very tough on this issue, the toughest. Very, very tough. You don't think of him as being that way, but he was very tough on this issue. We will use all necessary state, local, federal, and military resources to carry out the largest domestic deportation operation in American history. When you look at the crime statistics and you see the crime, tremendous amounts of crime are pouring into our country, but we'll get the bad ones out very fast. You know, we'll be working with the local police. They know every bad one. And we're going to give the police back the respect and honor that they deserve. I will ask every state and federal agency to identify every known or suspected gang member in America, and every one of them that is here illegally will be picked up and will be sent back to the country from which they came. And to further deter illegal immigration, I will sign a day one executive order. We're going to do an executive order day one, so important, ending automatic citizenship for children of illegal aliens. Under the Biden administration, illegal aliens are treated better than our vets, okay? Not going to happen. And because we're so open-armed and stupid, please come. They come. If you said you can't come, they won't come. That's why I was very successful. I said, no, we're not going to allow you to come in. And we really had it stopped. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. I was talking to Brandon Judd, head of Border Patrol, and Tom Homan, an absolute classic, Tom Homan. You see Tom, Central Casting. But these guys are total pros, and we were talking recently, and they can't believe what's happened, but we can clog it up in about 2 weeks and really almost complete the job. Because we want people to come into our country, but we want them to come in legally. We want to know who they are, where they're from, what problems do they bring? Are they murderers? We'd rather not have you, sir. I'm sorry, you murdered 4 people. If you don't mind, we'd rather not have you. To save our economy from Joe Biden's inflation catastrophe and economic disaster, I will deliver tax cuts, energy price cuts, and interest rates cuts, the likes of which you have never seen before, except in the Trump administration, actually. We will pass the Trump Reciprocal Trade Act, which means if a foreign country charges tariffs or taxes on our products, we will charge their products at the exact same rate. It's called an eye for an eye. Now, some of these politicians, India is very high on tariffs, and China is unbelievably high. Brazil is high. A lot of them are high. And I go to some of the politicians. We had a senator from a great state in Pennsylvania who no longer ran because I wouldn't give him the endorsement. This guy fought me all the time. I said, let me ask you something. Toomey. I said, let me ask you, Toomey, let me ask you this question. If China's charging us 150% tariff and we're selling the same product and we charge them nothing, would it be okay if we charged them 150? No, sir, that's not free trade. Okay, how about they charge us 150? How about we charge them 100%? No, sir. How about 50? How about 10? No, sir, no, sir, no, sir. I said, how stupid is this? Or is he representing them in some way? And all I say is reciprocal trade. If they charge us, we charge them. Now, what will happen, a lot of them will just drop it. And if they don't, that's okay too, because we'll charge them the same thing. We'll take in billions and billions and hundreds of billions of dollars. Reciprocal trade. I spoke to a couple of senators, and then it's not their thing. Business is not their thing. And I said, I described the reciprocal trade. They said, okay, let me get this straight. So they charge us, right? Yeah. And they charge us, and then we charge them the same thing, right? If they don't take it off. Yeah, that's right. You got my vote. Pretty simple, isn't it? It'll make a difference like you wouldn't believe. And it'll also bring back a lot of money into our country and a lot of jobs back into our country, but we'll also probably be putting a border tax. You know, these countries come in to raid our country. They steal our country. They're stealing it. If you look at Germany with their cars, they don't take our cars, we take their cars. And I did a lot of changes, but we have to do something because they don't take our cars. I asked Angela Merkel, Angela, how many Chevrolets do you have in the middle of Berlin? Why, I believe nothing. I said, you're right, you have nothing. How many Mercedes-Benzes and BMWs do we have? It's like you can't even see without seeing them all over our highways. They're very good cars. But you know what? They've got to be fair. And they're not fair because they think we're stupid. That's the only reason. They think we're so stupid. Our leaders have been stupid for so many years. We're giving away our country. We have $36 trillion in debt. We can wipe out that debt by being smart and also by being energy dominant. We will make so much money. We make so much money and sell it to countries that don't have liquid gold under their feet. We have more liquid gold. I call it liquid gold because that's what it's better than gold. We have more liquid gold under our feet than any other country in the world. Nobody knows that. I did something called Anwar in Alaska, probably the biggest find ever. I think it's bigger than Saudi Arabia, but it's at least similar, but could be bigger. The first day in office, by the way, Reagan tried to get it, he couldn't get it done. Other presidents tried to get it, they couldn't get it done. The first day in office, they terminated it. This was going to make Alaska into something like nobody's ever seen before. But the biggest beneficiary would have been the United States of America. We would have been selling that oil to Japan, to China, all over the world we would have been selling it. And but we will get that back and we'll do things. But nobody could get it approved. A friend of mine called, he said, I can't believe you got N-word. Ronald Reagan could not do it. I will revoke China's most favored nation trade status. Can you believe it? They get a most favored. Because they say we're a growing country. We're a developing nation, they call it. We are a developing nation, so we need a big advantage over the United. Well, we're a developing nation also, if you think. We're developing in the wrong way. We're going in the wrong way. That's how we're developing. We're going to turn it around. I will gain total independence from China, and we'll work with China. We'll have a great relationship. I had a great relationship with President Xi until COVID hit our shores, and that was just too much. We actually made an incredible trade deal with China. I don't even talk about it because COVID was so bad. What came out of Wuhan, the Wuhan labs, and I said that right from the beginning. I never changed. Just like I was right about Live Golf. Was I right about Live Golf? I was right. I said, you better make a deal. You guys, the golfers, you better make a deal. I was right. I called that one exactly right, didn't I? Because if they merge, if you don't make a deal, you're not going to get anything. And a lot of guys got left out in the cold. But I called this one, much more importantly, I called this one. And I'll hold the Chinese Communist Party accountable for unleashing the China virus upon the world. And unlike my competitor, who I got elected, by the way, Ron DeSanctimonious, who voted to gut Medicare and voted to gut Social Security 3 times and to raise the retirement age to 70. That's a big increase. I will always protect Medicare and Social Security for our great nation. You know, it's one thing about a politician. They can lie during a campaign, but, you know, when a guy wanted to decapitate Medicare and Social Security, and you earned those things, you know, you earned them for a long time, you've earned them. But when a guy wants to do it, and then they run and they say, no, we don't want to do it, we're only kidding, no, we don't want to do it, they always go back to doing it. I see that with politicians. It's sort of like when somebody's a never-Trumper, and then we win and they come and they just absolutely kiss my ass. Please, give me a phone. Please, sir, please. I love you very much. I love you. So we give them a shot. They always end up being a never-Trumper. I don't know. When they're bad, they're bad. But the truth is with politicians, I did know politicians long before I actually officially ran for office because I dealt with a lot of politicians. But when a politician has an idea to hurt Social Security, make the age 70, hurt Medicare, 100%. They go back to it after the election, 100%. So you can't vote for Ron DeSanctimonious because he voted 3 times to destroy. He also wants to put a national sales tax of 23% on all of our citizens. And you don't want that. That's very bad for people that don't have a lot of money. You're going to be paying the same sales tax as rich people? I don't think that's going to work too well. But he wanted to do that, and he fought hard to do it because he's a disciple of Paul Ryan, and Paul Ryan is a disaster. You don't want any disciples of Paul Ryan. I will immediately sign a new executive order to cut federal funding for any school pushing critical race theory, transgender insanity, and other inappropriate racial, sexual, or political content on our children. And likewise, I will immediately take care of this. I will keep men out of women's sports. And who believes I even have to say this? Can you imagine having to say this? Where did this country go? Where did our minds go? They got blown up by drugs or something. I will sign a law prohibiting child sexual mutilation in all 50 states. Now, can you believe it? Sexual mutilation. And one of the big things, I hate to even say because it's so ridiculous. Can you imagine saying this 10, 15 years ago? I will give you back your parental rights. Parental rights. Who wouldn't have parental rights? Can you believe you have to even say this? I will give you back your parental rights. If they could have gone back 15 years and somebody heard that statement being made, they say, no, that's crazy to make a statement like that. Of course, to have parental rights. You can have your parental rights back. In addition, I will not give 1 penny to any school that has a vaccine mandate or mask mandate from kindergarten through college. And as I announced this week, to continue my long record of standing up to Big Pharma, I will establish a special presidential commission to investigate what is causing the decades-long increase in childhood diseases, autoimmune disorders, autism, obesity, infertility, and other chronic health problems. Where is it all coming from? Where is it all coming from? We started a big program, but they ended it very quickly. Where is it all coming from? To uphold our Second Amendment, I'll ask Congress to put a bill on my desk delivering national concealed carry reciprocity. And I will protect innocent life just as I did for 4 strong years. 4 strong years. Bring back free speech in America. That's what we have to do. We're going to bring back free speech. Right now, we're a country that doesn't know what's happening. We're a country that hasn't been given free speech. And when you watch the cover-up of the fake news media of crimes that are being had, where Biden steals money and they don't want to have it. This would have been the biggest story 20, 25 years ago, maybe much closer than that. The things that they're revealing and are being revealed would have been front-page news. Everybody would have wanted a fake Pulitzer Prize because a Pulitzer Prize deal is fake. How about this? I'm suing the Pulitzer Foundation because they gave the Pulitzer Prize to reporters for their accurate and magnificent and beautiful reporting on Russia, Russia, Russia. They were exactly wrong. It was a hoax. So therefore, they should give back the Pulitzer Prizes. So let's see how that one turns out. They got a tough one there. They gave out the Pulitzer Prize to people that wrote about Russia, Russia, for their wonderful reporting. They were exactly wrong on their reporting. So we'll see how that turns out. Finally, to restore pride in our history and confidence in our future, I will lead a massive year-long salute to America to celebrate the 250th anniversary of July 4th, 1776. July 4th, 1776. Big, big time. Thank you. Thank you. That's nice to hear that. Some people like to use other dates. If you don't mind, I'm going to stick with that one. Is that okay? This is what we must do to restore our country to greatness. The USA is a mess. Our economy is crashing. Inflation is out of control. China, Russia, Iran, North Korea have formed together, and they're a menacing and destructive coalition in force. Our currency is crashing and will soon no longer be the world standard. That's like losing a war. It'll be the greatest defeat for our country in 200 years if that happens. People don't know how big that is. But it won't happen with me, not even a chance. Just like Russia would never have happened with Ukraine, and China would not even be having a thought about raiding Taiwan. Some Democrats said last week, well, how do we know? And this wonderful announcer, this wonderful pundit said, well, he was there 4 years. We never heard anything about it. They never talked about it. I talked to Putin. I talked to President Xi, President Putin. I said, we're not going to do it. They never even brought it up. Now, as soon as I leave, they've got bombers flying over Taiwan. Ukraine is one of the worst things anyone's ever seen. It's just a mess. What a shame, what a shame, what a shame. All those lives are lost. If you took the worst 5 presidents in the history of the United States and added them up, they would not have done near the destruction to our country as Joe Biden and the Biden administration have done. They wouldn't. What they've done to our country. We are a failing nation. We are a nation in decline. And now these radical left lunatics want to interfere with our elections by using law enforcement. We're not going to let it happen. It's totally corrupt, and we can't let it happen. This is the final battle. This is the most important election we've ever had. With you at my side, we will demolish the communists, the fascists, the Marxists, the deep state, whatever you want to call them. We will expel the warmongers from our government. Let's start a war every week. Let's start a war. We don't want wars. We can't afford wars, and we don't want death. We want to keep people living, whether it's here or other countries. We don't want to kill people for no reason. We will drive out the globalists. We will cast out the communists. We will throw off the sick political class that hates our country and wants to destroy our country. We will rout the fake news media. They don't want to talk about anything. If the Democrats do something bad, they will not write it. You know, you can't have a scandal if the fake news won't talk about it. They don't want to talk about it. The job that they're doing in Congress is so amazing. Jamie and Jim and all of the people together. But the news doesn't want to pick it up. These are the biggest scandals ever in the history of our country, where a president of the United States is being paid off. And to try and deflect that, he said, let's try and arrest a president that served before him and had an unbelievable success record, a record like really very few presidents, if any, have ever had over a 4-year period. Think of it. And then we get 12 to 14 million more votes than we got the first time. And they were saying that if you get the same 63 million votes, sir, you can't lose. The pollsters are right there, sitting right there. You can't lose, sir. Well, we got millions and millions of more votes. And they say we lost, but we didn't lose. You know that. And they use COVID to cheat. They use COVID to cheat. Mail-in ballots, by the way, will always be dishonest. Jimmy Carter, very nice man, he had a commission, and his commission said the one thing, please, please never use mail-in ballots. Your elections will be fraudulent. France went to paper ballots. Same-day voting, voter ID. They had 36 million people voting recently. By 10 o'clock in the evening, the election was over. You had a winner, you had a loser, and that was the end of it. And they used to do mail-in ballots, but they ended it because it was so corrupt. It's going to be corrupt, whether it's I would never say this about our mailmen because we love our mailmen, but whether it's the mailmen or all the many people that touch those ballots, they find them in rivers, they find them in streams, they find them all over the place. Many people got many ballots. You all know the stories. Everyone knows, and the Democrats know it's no good. But France ended it. Many other countries ended it. In Canada, they do a different system. They have paper ballots. So we have to think about that because, again, you don't have borders. You don't have fair elections. You don't have a country. You don't have a country. We'll expose the rhinos. We'll defeat Joe Biden, and we will liberate America from these villains once and for all. The silent majority is rising, and under our leadership, the forgotten men and women will never be forgotten again. They're never going to be forgotten again. We said that in 2016. And you know, in 2016, the border was a big issue, and I did such a good job that in 2020, we couldn't mention the border because nobody thought about the border because we had such a good border. Can you believe it? I used to talk about the border, the border, the border. Everybody would fall asleep because we had the strongest border, the most secure border that we've ever had in the history of our country. And now it's worse than it's ever been. This makes 2016, when I took over, look like child's play. And we're not going to let it happen. We're not going to let millions of people come into our country that shouldn't be here. With your help, your love, and your prayers, we will make America great again. And I just want to thank the great people of Georgia. You've been an incredible state for me and so many friends. And I want to see you live and enjoy your state. We don't want to see people murdered many a day. We don't want to see it. We want strength. We want to pay great respect to our police. We want to cherish our police and our firemen and all the people that make it safe, not destroy their lives if they happen to do something that perhaps, because they make mistakes, and there's always some bad ones, no matter what you do. But we cannot let our country go to hell. These cities are worse than war zones. We have to let the police do the job that they know how to do, and they know how to do it brilliantly. But we have to cherish them. We have to make them heroes again. We have to make them heroes again. So for Atlanta and from all of these cities all over the country that are rotting away and becoming cesspools of murder, we're going to do something that's going to be very strong. And we're going to stop the crime wave, because this crime wave will not let our country exist. You can't lose these great cities, these great, powerful, beautiful cities with gorgeous buildings and all of the things. And right down on the sidewalk, everybody's being murdered and beat up and mugged. We're not going to let it happen. Thank you very much, everybody. It's a great honor to be here. Thank you. Thank you.
You just heard President Trump there speaking in Columbus, Georgia. There, almost, I would say about 2 hours there, delivering a speech to the GOP convention there. Don and Donna have been standing by with Cowboy Logic, listening to the entire thing. We spoke with them earlier prior to President Trump taking to the stage, and I want to welcome them back. Don, Donna, I don't think, for this being his first speech since the indictment came came down again, 37 counts. He has an arraignment set for Tuesday at 3 o'clock in the afternoon in Miami, Florida. A lot of people, anticipating what he may say. We were thinking that I was thinking he may be a little more reserved, but he wasn't. I mean, and he went after DeSantis, especially right towards the end of it, pretty darn hard, wouldn't you say? What was your reaction to that speech?
Well, earlier when we spoke with you all, you asked us what the demeanor of the people in this room was, and I think that the president ended up proving our point in which we assessed that they feed off of his strength and his perseverance. No doubt about it, this guy can take hits after hits. You throw anything you want to at this man, and he doesn't even wobble. He doesn't buckle a knee. He stands strong, and he comes right back out. He's the ultimate boxer.
I often talk to people who are on the other side, a few of them anyhow, that are open-minded, and say, have you ever really watched one of his speeches? Have you ever really listened to what he said and what he is saying and what points he's trying to get across? And first of all, most of them haven't. And second of all, if you do watch this, you got to sit here and think, how can you be against this compared to what Joe Biden is doing and what this administration is doing, and the fact that Donald Trump is standing in the way of all this takeover, really, that this country is going through? He's standing in the breach. Just like I said to Carrie Lake at the beginning of our interview, Trump pretty much started his speech with, they're not after me, they're after you. I'm just standing in the way, and that really is the case. And I guess he would be a little more reserved given what's happened on Tuesday, but the fact that he even showed up surprises me, given the fact that he's going to be arraigned on Tuesday. And then his birthday, which is Flag Day, is the following Wednesday. Of course, we're going to have a big birthday celebration for him as well. But
you said something, though, standing in the breach.
Yeah, that's what he's doing. He really
Donald Trump has been standing in the gap. He's definitely standing in the gap. And the thing is, I liken him to and the demeanor of this room, the people in this room. We're here to cover that. Donald Trump is much like a general that actually spends time on the battlefield.
Yeah. He's been there and done that.
All of these privates and corporals and sergeants and lieutenants and captains and majors, all of them, while they may be we're all battle weary. Mm-hmm. We've been dealing with this for years. But he somehow, every time, ends up, because he's the one taking the big shots.
He is.
He's not sitting behind a desk letting everybody else get hit. He's taking those shots. So none of us, whether it's us in the media that are conservative media, or any of these, 4,000 people in here, 3,500 people?
No, it was bigger than that, I think. The fire department,
bigly.
I think,
it was bigly.
bigly.
At any rate, all of these people here are feeding off of this man's strength. And as long as he stays strong, they're staying behind him.
It was certainly filled to capacity. And what really, he went over the usual things. The perfectly good phone call. He's impeached for this, he's impeached for that. And it's so obvious what Joe Biden is doing and how it's overlooked by the powers that be. But the one thing that we've said on our show quite a bit, and he did touch on it, is elections. And without election integrity, we don't have a country. And I've always said on our show that France does three things better than the United States.
Fries.
Well, besides that. Wine, loser pays with legal system, and paper ballots. And France has gone to paper ballots and can have them counted by late that evening. Why do we need machines? Why do we need, certainly we don't need the software in those machines to switch things over, which we all know.
Clearly we don't need Eric. Nobody works there.
No, we don't need Eric. Nobody works there, but unfortunately the Eric system is still here in Georgia. But that's what we really need to do, or else we don't have a country.
Don and Donna, thank you so much again for giving us and sharing your analysis there in Columbia, Georgia, where President Trump just spoke. to the GOP convention there. It's going to be a busy day for President Trump. Not only did this indictment come down, but he has 2 scheduled speeches, one you just heard in Georgia that ran almost 2 hours. He's then going to be headed to North Carolina, where we have our very own host of Law and Border, Ben Berkwam, down there on the ground. That speech is slated to take place around 8 o'clock Eastern time, and of course we're going to bring you live coverage of that. Meantime, though, we're just bringing you live coverage everywhere. That's how we roll here at Real America's Voice, and we're here in Dallas, Texas, at the Young Women's Leadership Summit taking place. We're on day 2 of that, and a phenomenal guest speaker is now on the stage, Ray Lynn, and we want to be sure and bring that to you live. Let's go ahead and take a listen.
But I grew up in a very Christian home, unapologetically love the Lord. My dad's a hardworking man. He's owned his own tire shop since he was 24. And at a very young age, I loved going to church, obviously. I played in the church band. I actually played drums. I know you can't believe it, but I did it in church band. And I just felt this calling at a young age to country music. I love country music. Do we have any country music fans too? A few country music, obviously. Woo! Go country music. But the reason why I just fell in love with this genre at such a young age was the storytelling and the realness. And even though I came from a family that unapologetically loved the Lord and instilled values in me, I still went through things. My parents got a divorce at 3 years old, and I have 7 brothers and sisters. My mom had 4 kids in her first marriage, and my dad had 3 in his. And I think it's been a very interesting path to have to navigate. And but the reason why I loved country music was the storytelling and the fact of, life didn't have to look perfect. And as I started in the industry, I was on The Voice at, oh my gosh, I was like 17. I know, it was fun. Team Blake all the way. He's awesome. He's the best. If you would have told me at 12 years old when I was wearing Gwen Stefani Harajuku shoes that she would have been at my wedding, I would have told you that you were crazy. Okay? She was so beautiful. But anyways, I was on Team Blake at 16. And then after the show, I moved straight to Nashville. And moving to Nashville was a little bit of a whirlwind for me. I was in my little bubble in Baytown. I had my girlfriends that I've known since 10 and 11. They're still my really good friends. Hey, make friends, and when you find friends that believe the same way that you do, you keep them and you hold them tight. Never let them go. Some of my girlfriends that I've had, one of my best friends, she lives in Nashville now, and she's just such a blessing to me, but she's been with me through every step of the way. All that being said, I moved to Nashville. Very different. Very different. I instantly was like, oh, wait, everybody's so competitive here. I don't like being competitive. I'm not competitive. Everybody can win, okay? There's enough room for everybody. And everybody was just kind of, first of all, there's a lot of sweet people in Nashville, a lot of good people. But it took a second to find my footing. And, I was 18, living on my own in a big city, and moved from having my family all around me where my whole life was church. My whole life was just songwriting and church. And so then I moved to a city by myself, and everything's about me. What do you want? What do you need? All those things. And I kind of became a little like, oh, I don't know really what I want. I don't know what I want to say yet. And it's hard to figure out what you want to say as a songwriter and an artist at 18 years old. I hadn't really been through much. I had been through some stuff, but not a lot. And anyways, but I started songwriting and asking the Lord. One thing that I still pray today is I always say, God, I pray that you open doors that you want open, but you would shut the doors that need to be shut. And I remember, like, in some times in my life, somebody would just leave my life, and I was like, wait, what happened to that girlfriend? Like, why isn't she my friend anymore? And then I was like, oh, wait, I can't pray that and then wonder why she's not in my life anymore. Maybe it's because she's toxic. But hey, get rid of toxic people. But, things like that would just kind of happen. But I got signed right after The Voice, signed a big old record deal. First thing I did with my money was buy a big old red F-150. And I still have that F-150 too. I love that truck. Drive it till the wheels fall off. But, you know, I've always dreamed of singing country music, being a mom, being a wife. I've always wanted all of it. But I was told that I couldn't have all of it. When I met my husband, I met him at 18, madly in love. I mean, he's very hot, in my opinion. But he also loves Jesus, and he's an awesome dude, and all the things. But when I met him, I was like, this is my husband. And then we ended up getting married when I was 21. And I remember I was going to tell my label that I was wanting to get married, and they were like, oh, don't do that. Like, you know, you're going to ruin your career. You need to stay young. You know, you're young, you're hot. You need to be single. You need to be available. And I'm like, I don't want to be available. What's wrong with loving one person? What's wrong with wanting to be a wife? I don't understand that. And I remember, actually, I believed that lie for maybe 2 days. I was like, damn it, like, should I do that? I don't know. And then I was like, no, I am going to marry this man, and I'm going to show them that you can find a husband at a young age, at 21, and you can make it last. And so we ended up getting married at 21. We've been married for almost 8 years. And thank you. And then, but it's so funny because at the time, and I remember telling you this on the phone, we were talking, at the time I didn't realize how boss that was. To actually say at 21 years old, tell a big old record executive, no, I'm actually going to get married, and this is my life, this is not your life to live, it's mine. And I took charge, and I mean, when I think back on that now, it actually kind of makes me laugh. And so, you know, I've done so many cool things. I had a #1 record on Billboard, and only a few females have done that, like Shania Twain, Winona Judd, so many awesome, Taylor Swift, I think. But it's definitely been a whirlwind. But I think as I look at my life now, and I think about the purpose that God has put in my heart, of course it is to be on stage. I love being on stage. I love my fans. I love writing music. But I also love being a mom, and I love being a wife, and I love my family. And when I was thinking about the life that I wanted, and when I was praying about when I first moved to Nashville, I mean, I was super lonely. And when I first met Josh, and I was dealing with, like, do I want to get married young? Is this the right choice? The first thought in my head was, I don't want to wake up 30 years from now with a bunch of awards and accolades and be lonely and have no legacy. And of course, music, you know, it's going to be great. I mean, I hope people listen to my music forever. But the legacy that I'm going to leave is the person that I am, and the wife that I am, and what I instill in my daughter Daisy. It's not all these other things. I mean, we use those as a platform. We can use this as a tool, but that can't be your identity. And I kind of was wrapped up in a little bit of it. But then as I've gotten older, and especially having a daughter, I mean, I've heard you talk about this. When you become a mom, I became a mama bear when I became a mom. I am just, what we're fighting for is so much greater. And I want my daughter to know that there was never a choice. She's always my first choice. My husband's always my first choice. But I want her to see her mom on stage living her dream and know that I can do that too. My mom is doing it, and she's on stage living her dream, but she's also right here with me every step of the way. And she came at America Fest. I brought her out during Raising Me a Country Girl. Who was at America Fest, this last America Fest? She was so cute. When my husband took her off stage, she started crying. I was like, give her back to me, give her my baby. But yeah, it's been fun.
I love it. And so you've touched on a lot of topics that I want to talk about. One being toxic people that God removes from your life. I feel like when he's taking you to a different level of where he needs you to be, he'll silently or sometimes loudly remove people from your life. I know a lot of girls here that are trying to get into the entertainment industry or are wanting to be in the entertainment industry, whether in politics, music, fashion, and they're running into this wall of, okay, Hollywood's this direction, but my ethics and my morals and values are this direction. Can you share with them how you were able to find the freedom in being unapologetically yourself and saying from the beginning to your record label and everyone else, this is who I am and this is what I stand for? How was that process, and how would you encourage girls who want to get in the entertainment industry to be able to live that out?
Well, first, I'll admit it's not always easy. On Instagram and what you'll see, I mean, everything looks so bright. That's a highlight reel, y'all. Do not think that everybody's life is great, because we all got stuff that we're going through. But I would say the main thing with navigating that is, first of all, being super prayerful. I've had to lean on Jesus a lot in the last couple of years, or actually my whole career, last 10 years. But navigating, I think for me, my flesh always wants to come out. Like when somebody's rude to me, and I know it's because of something that I believe in or me believing differently than them, I'm very spicy, y'all. My Texas comes out and I want to start kind of getting a little crazy. But I have to remember that I have to show the love of God. And sometimes when I'm talking to somebody and they're being extremely rude to me, or, being extremely toxic, you have to realize that that's actually the enemy speaking out in them. It's not truly them. And it's something that they're going through, and you can't make it your problem. But I just show everybody love. I truly do. And just because you can't, what was this one saying I heard? It was like, you don't have to limit your love, but you can limit your access. And just because you love somebody, it doesn't mean you have to let them into your day-to-day in your world. And that's one thing that I had to learn, because I do truly love everybody. I could get along with that wall right there and figure out something to talk to it about, like genuinely. But just because I'm that way and I love everybody, it doesn't mean that I have to let them into my day-to-day, into my world, into my marriage, into my friendships. You really have to pinpoint who your circle is and keep that around you, because your circle of people need to truly believe the same way that you do and understand the goals that you have in your life. So when you get a little off track, they can be honest with you. And I have those friends of like, hey, Ray, I know you didn't mean to say it like this when you said this, but this is how it came across. And you have to have those people that put you in check. But yeah, you don't have to limit your love. I would just say limit your access. And that's one thing that I've learned is throughout these, years of being in this career is I can have a conversation with somebody. I can even be friendly, do an interview, do whatever, but that doesn't mean I have to change what I believe, and be somebody that I'm not. Because I felt like for a while I was in hiding, that everybody would be talking about things that I truly didn't agree with, and I would just be in the back, just smiling and being myself, and I felt extremely uncomfortable. And then I was like, you know what? I don't want to sit here anymore. I don't want to be in these rooms anymore. I don't feel seen, and I don't feel like this is right. And I removed myself out of those situations, and I'm so much happier. It's because you think that you can handle it. And I'm not saying that I can't handle being in a room with people that don't agree with me. I can. But at the end of the day, it doesn't do anything for my spirit, and it doesn't do anything for the woman that I want to be. And especially now that I'm a mom, like I wouldn't want her around that either.
Totally. So there's a lot of married women here. There's also a lot of single women here. What is some advice that you can give to the women that are praying for their future husband, because you got married very young against all the odds? You were the rebel. And so what advice can you give from the standpoint of knowing that he truly is the one, and it's not just your flesh and your desire, but you actually know that God has prepared this man for you, vice versa? What was it for you with your husband that you knew at such a young age that he was the one for you, rather than being detoured and wasting time with the person you're dating?
Well, I grew up in church, like I said, and I was the ultimate church girly. But I was like, Jesus, I really want to find somebody that loves the Lord, but I also want to, hang out with somebody that listens to a little bit of secular music, okay, and country music, and that's not like absolutely weird, you know, and I was like praying for that perfect person, right? And really, I made a list. I made a straight, detailed list. I think that everybody should do that. And I said I wanted tall, I wanted big family, preferably an athlete, and there was a few things on there that maybe he wasn't, but anyways, I made like, but all those things he was. But I made like a list, and, you know, when I just met, and I dated some duds, y'all. Woo-wee! I dated them, and I wrote about them too. You can listen to them in old songs. I did. But, you know, every single person that you date, they were in your life for a reason, whether to tell you what you don't want, or you can say, you know what, I like this about this guy, but, you know, this is one thing that I don't like. But one thing for me when I'm talking to, like, especially I have a few single friends, you know, you have to be equally yoked. You have to have the same values. Yes, absolutely. You have to have the same values. You have to have the same goals in life. You can't, you know, your husband be on this page and you be on this page. Like when it comes to fundamental, the way you want to run your family, how many kids you want to have, like all those are things you have to talk about beforehand. And I feel like a lot of girls this day and age are just like, oh, well, we'll just let him get saved later. Or, oh, you know, you might believe in this way of God and I believe in this way of God, but we can let our kid choose. I mean, that's just, first of all, how is a child supposed to choose what direction to go? We're supposed to lead our children and show them. And I've never agreed with that. But when I see my relationship with Josh and being married for 8 years, the thing that has kept us together is the fact that we both unapologetically love Jesus. And there's times where I'm so irritated. There's times where I'm like, why isn't he understanding what I'm trying to say? And, you know, and I can talk, you know, till I'm blue in the face, but I will go and I'm just praying. I'm like, God, please show Josh what I'm trying to say. And it always happens. And it might be one day, it might be a week, but he always reveals to Josh what I'm trying to say, and then we end up having an incredible conversation. And that's the importance of believing the same thing and believing in God, because there's some times where, I mean, we're human. We're not going to be able to do what God can do in your relationship, and that's okay. But speaking about finding your person, it's everybody's time is different. My sister, you know, found the love of her life at a much older age. And I met my husband at 18. We got married at 21. But don't ever put a time limit just because, I mean, it's hard because I wanted a family. I wanted to be married. I mean, my best friend wants that. She wants to be married, wants a family. But I was like, don't want it too much where you settle for the wrong thing. Because once you get married, you know, that's a choice that you make for life. And it's not just a decision that you should take lightly. And so take the time to find somebody and go to the right places. I mean, I met Josh at church. You know, I met him at church. My hair was in a greasy ponytail. I was wearing a poncho and bootcut jeans. I looked like hell that day, y'all. And I was so embarrassed. He was looking over there. He was so cute. And I was like, I'm not going up to him like this. He's so cute. And I look crazy. And I walked up to him, and it was funny because all the girls that he dated tried too hard. And he thought it was cool that I didn't try. And so sometimes not trying too hard works. But also, we got to be a lady too. But my main thing is, you know, write down the things that you want in a man and pray over it every single day. You know, pray that, because God will bring you that person, and it might, but don't let somebody else's timeline be your timeline, because all of us are different in what God's going to do. So it's my 2 cents.
So go ahead, Claude. So when you go on tour,
yeah,
or when you're on stage singing, and then you have that hat on of, I'm Raylan on stage singing country music star XYZ. Then when you go home and you have Daisy in your arms, your mama, and then at night, once you put Daisy to bed, you're back. You're always the wife, but now you're alone.
Yeah.
So how do you go about changing the different hats without being so consumed in one, like being on stage, and then having such little time for the others? Like, how do you balance that, all the different hats?
That's a really good question. I'm still learning. I think we're all still learning. But I would say the main thing is the people that I have around me. They let me wear those different hats. And my husband. I mean, when I get off stage, I mean, it's so funny. I can be on, and this happens every single time, I can be on stage and there's thousands and thousands of people there. And I still can find him in the crowd. He goes, "How do you do that?" I said, "It's my God sense, dude. There you are." And it's like, it's so funny. And when I'm on stage and when I see Josh in the crowd, it hits me in a different way now, because I truly feel like the Lord has blessed me with the best of both worlds. And I was talking about this with somebody, I think it was you. It's truly special when you're also looking for a partner, finding a partner that champions your destiny and is not jealous of you and is not envious of you and you him, but y'all are a team. And everything that you do is a team. And so when I see my husband in the crowd and I'm on stage doing what I love to do and doing what the Lord's called me to do and using my gift, I see my team in the room. And yes, there's a bunch of fans and I'm so grateful for everybody in the room, but I think about, I wouldn't be able to do all of this if I didn't have him. And if he wasn't that champion behind closed doors, because there's been so many times where I've wanted to be like, peace out, I want to go live on a farm and have 5,000 kids and do nothing, you know, but, and just raise babies. But no, he has been somebody that's always been passionate about wanting me to do this. And so, but when I'm on stage, I just feel so alive, and I feel just the songs. I mean, you know, like, what's wrong with that? Just writing about what's true to me. And, when I get off stage, when you see your daughter on, you know, right on the side stage, the Raylan hat is thrown off. I'm like, I'm back into mommy land. You know, even though I'm a mom anytime and a wife anytime, it's, you know, I can easily take that off because she is my world, and vice versa with my husband. Like, when I come home, I love getting back from the road, throwing my stuff in the wash, but then, you know, making him dinner and spending time with him and, you know, checking on him, because that's what life's about. I mean, if your home life is not in order, when you go out, you're not going to be able to, you know, be what God has called me to be. And so, yeah, I mean, it's been pretty easy for me, but it is hard to navigate sometimes, because when you are in the limelight, everything's about you. And when you're a wife, you know, and everything's about him and my daughter. So it's been interesting to navigate, because I always want to make sure he feels just as important as this feels. You know what I mean? Because he is number one, and so is Daisy. But
so we both came, I understand, I can resonate with your story of childhood, because my parents were divorced really young. And we both came from mothers who worked. Mm-hmm. And I think seeing that growing up was really important for us to see. Very special, because I think, similar to you, our moms had the order correct from the standpoint of, we came first. Work was work, but they didn't bleed work into the house, and vice versa. Like, we always came first. What was something that your mom taught you? Doesn't have to be at a young age, but what was something that your mom taught you that you will carry in your heart forever, that you want to instill in Daisy, but you always want her to see? Whether that's when you're working, whether that's when you're at home, like, what is something, or maybe a few things, that your mom has placed into your heart that you want to have passed on as a legacy, if you will?
Yeah. Well, I can say that, you know, she taught me that you can, I mean, my mom was a single mom, and seeing her work super hard for all of us kids, I mean, you can honestly do it all. And she is definitely a superhero in her own right. But she loved us really well. I mean, I think And so did my dad. I grew up, in a divorced home, but both of my parents were so hardworking, and they did the best that they can. I think it's super important to give your parents a lot of grace too. When you get older, when you become a parent, you're like, man, I was really hard on them in that situation. But my mom and my dad are extremely good people. They both love the Lord, did the best that they can. And what they instilled in me is, at a very, very young age, I always just wanted to be a go-getter. We talked about this. You were living here and living there and all the places. And so I got up and just started going. I was like, I got my first job at 11 years old, working for my dad, answering phones, making tire sheets and all this stuff because he sells tires, and separating receipts and all the things. Like, I wanted to work. I wanted to do what my parents did. And I think that there is just such value in that, because now I look at my life and I'm 29 and I see what the Lord's blessed me with. And it was because they instilled in me at a young age to stick up for what I believe in, be unapologetically yourself. I remember my mom let me cut my hair. I had this crazy bob with hot pink highlights, and everybody made fun of me at school. And I remember leaving, and she was like, honey, I'm so sorry that people made fun of you. I was like, well, they're just not cool, okay? And she said at that time, she was like, I knew that you were tough. And I was like, heck yeah. But, they really did teach me to, always be strong. I was always the kid that was, playing in the dirt in my sundress, good old country girl. And so that's really the things that I want to instill in Daisy. And me and Joshua talked about that. I wrote it in a song called Raising Me a Country Girl, but I really do want her to be fearless, be unapologetic, but I want her to be sweet, and I want her to be a lady. I want her to be a good friend, and I want her to see a mom and dad that love her more than anything, but that choose, we're always going to do whatever we need to do to make her life the best thing it can be. And so, yeah, I'm
100% in agreement with you. So with the few minutes that we have remaining, what are some things that you would say to, here you're on a conference high. Once you leave, then you go back into your day-to-day. Conference high will slowly start to dwindle. What is something that you can share with these women that they can take with them and hold in their heart as they're going back and battling against everything that they're up against, and just dealing with the spiritual warfare that it's at hand? Just some encouragement and some words of wisdom that you can leave them with.
Yeah. My biggest thing is just know that you are set apart. There's only one of you. There's nobody like you. Don't try to be Erica. Don't try to be me. You be you. Your sphere of influence is only yours. I think I've heard you say that, and it's so true. God has called you for such a time as this. And I know that me and you probably feel the same way, but when I first had Daisy, I was just thinking, I was like, God, how am I going to leave her in this world? There's so much craziness happening. And I was just remembering that scripture of just she is created for such a time as this. And each and every single one of you are created for such a time as this. And you are all going to do incredible things. And don't limit your love for people. Truly love people the way that God would love people. But don't feel like that you can't have a backbone, because we need women to have backbones. We do. And we need women to be good moms and to be good wives, because the next generation, our next generation relies on you guys. And so that would just be my words of advice is, first of all, stay prayerful, and know that when you do come up against somebody that is just truly evil, that's at the end of the day, when somebody treats you with disrespect, it's evil. Just know that. Don't make that about yourself. That happens to me all the time. Trust me. And I always just start praying in that moment, and then I walk away and you got to have a strong backbone. But just, know that you're called for such a time as this, and you're truly loved, and bring that out into the world and be a light.
So what's next? I know we're out of time, but feel free to share with them what's next, how to follow you, and where they can stay in touch.
Well, I'm going on the road this fall, so come out and see me and my whole family. It'll be fun. Me and my husband and my daughter will be out there. I have a new record coming out this fall. We released this new song, What's Wrong With That? Because I don't think there's anything wrong with being treated like a lady. You know, I got the idea for that song because there was all these songs about, listen, I'm all about being independent. I know that there's all my independent girls, I can pay my own tab, I can pump my own gas, but I was like, I love it when Josh opens my door, okay? I love when he's mowing the grass and I don't have to get all sweaty, okay? Like all those things. So, I have some new music coming out. I'm getting back on the road, and just come follow me on Raylan, follow me whatever, and I would just love to meet you, see you on the road. I do this because of you guys, and your support means the world to me. Love you guys.
God bless you guys. Thank you.
Wasn't that just music to your ears? Yes, pun completely intended there. I love Raylan. She is a firecracker. She's a pistol, if you will, and I love it, and she speaks the truth. I want to take a moment now and thank again our sponsor, Birch Gold, and these times, probably more than any time in recent history, I think, except if you go back to maybe Jimmy Carter days. People are scared, and rightfully so, when government spending is out of control and you're looking for ways to protect your hard-earned savings. So one of the best ways to do that is to invest in gold. You know that. And Birch Gold, these are the people to go to. You can find out information for free. Doesn't cost you a penny. All you have to do is text the word America to this number, 989898, and they're going to send you a free information kit. Again, text the word America to 989898, and you'll get a free information kit from Birch Gold. They're going to teach you how you can turn a IRA into a gold IRA and keep your hard-earned savings and protect it. Birch Gold, thank you so much for, again, sponsoring our coverage. Again, President Trump, who spoke in Columbus, Georgia, earlier today, almost a 2-hour speech there, but he's not done yet. He's got another one planned at the GOP headquarters in North Carolina. We're, of course, going to bring you live coverage that is taking place in Greensboro. Our very own Ben Berkwam is standing by live for that. That's coming up a little bit later at 8 o'clock. But in the meantime, we're going to continue our live coverage of the Young Women's Leadership Summit here in beautiful Dallas, Texas. Lauren Boebert taken to the stage. Highly anticipated speaker tonight, and rightfully so. Let's go ahead and give it up for her as the audience is giving it up for her right now.
To be with you all. There is an absolute fight that we are all engaged in for freedom, for our country, for our children, for our children's children, because hey, I'm a Gigi now. I want to encourage you ladies. There's a lot of wonderful people here who are influencers, who speak into the lives of others, but the most influence you can ever have in your life is with your children. With the future children that you will have, you are able to speak life into them. Speak a beautiful future of success and honor into them. That is what you are called for. That is the influence you are created to have. You all have wonderful people around you. And it's easy to get caught up in everything that's going wrong and all the negativity. But don't give glory to that. Give glory to the life that you want to see, to the accomplishments that are set out for each and every one of you. We live in the greatest nation that this world has ever known. And it's great because we are free, because of the men and women who have given so much, even their all, to make sure that you and I are free. I want to encourage you not to lose heart, not to grow weary. Always do good and look to others to see what you can do to better their lives. Right now, we have an enemy, and people on the left hate what we stand for simply because it opposes their radical agenda. Their radical agenda that wants to take that freedom away from you, that wants to literally take life away before it has a chance to thrive. The left vilifies truth. In fact, they have traded the truth for a lie. We see this each and every day. And that's why here, in this time, we see such a massive moral decay. They trade the truth of gender, saying that men can be women and men can get pregnant, and we need feminine products in females' bathrooms. That's trading the truth for a lie. And it's the truth that makes us free. They want to attack our children and sexualize our children. Look at the news that just came out about Instagram and their algorithms. You know, maybe if the FBI wasn't worried about their political opponents, we can actually get this under control. The sexualization of our children must stop. But this is what happens when you live in a woke culture. Wokeism is destroying everything that we love. And it's why we have to do everything that we can to stand against all that is woke. How many of you, when you were children, looked up to your parents and said, I can't wait to get a job and have hours of sensitivity training? How many of you looked at mom and said, Mom, I'm going to be hired because of the color of my skin? This is trading the truth for a lie. And wokeness, wokeism, it has infected the corporate world. Now, this is a young women's conference, so we don't have a lot of men here who would be seen with lipstick and dresses anyway, but if they were seen that way, I would assume they were serving Bud Light. Bud Light has lost $27 billion because America has taken a stand against their wokeism. Target, again, going after our children and the sexualization of our children with tuck-friendly swimsuits for tots. Ladies, I have one question for Target. What the tuck? Tens of billions of dollars have been lost in market value because Americans took a stand and said, we are not going to tolerate this. But the wokeness does not end in the corporate world. No, ladies, your federal government has gone woke. And I'm proud to be elected and represent hundreds of thousands of Americans, maybe millions. Y'all can't vote for me, but when I'm in DC, I vote for you. And I'm bound to determine to end and defund every program and agency that has gone woke in the federal government. They go after members of Congress and seize their personal cell phones while they vacation with their families. I just read in the news today that I'm on the Pentagon's terrorist list because of a tweet. Thank you. They go after their political opponents. They go after President Trump for the very things that they are guilty of, to silence him, but more importantly, to silence you. To end this movement that they know is progressing into taking our country back from those who seek to destroy it. Now, I was just in a skiff yesterday, 2 days ago, and in that skiff were documents that I read by the FBI, drafted by the FBI, not by Republicans, not by Democrats, by the FBI. In fact, it's one of their most trusted sources who provided this document. A source so respected and reliable that they will only allow members of the Oversight Committee to view this document because they fear for his safety. Now, this document is not classified. It is a document that each and every one of you should be able to read word for word. In this document, it shows what a banana republic we are living in right now. Because the resident in the White House is caught red-handed with a $5 million bribery scheme with the Ukrainian oligarch. A $5 million bribery scheme laid out, quotes, saying that they're using Hunter Biden for his dad. Quotes saying, we know he's not smart. We put him on our board. We know he's stupid. Their words, not mine. But it's okay because his dad will take care of it. The then Vice President of the United States of America. And this information was kept from you. And when you caught wind of it and asked questions about it, you were called radical, you were called extreme, you were called conspiracy theorists. Well, now that document sits in Washington, D.C., and I am calling today on Director Christopher Wray to release that document for every one of you to view, or we will hold him in contempt of Congress. I didn't leave my 4 boys and my grandson to play games. I am there to get the job done, to speak for the American people, to take a stand for you. I'm not there to make friends with those in the uniparty who like to sell you out $4 trillion at a time. The beginning of this year, some of my buddies and I took a stand in this Congress. We said, we don't like this imperial speakership. We don't like the Pelosi-era politics, where members of Congress are silenced, where they are restricted from representing their constituents. So we made changes, fundamental, historic changes to the way Congress operates. It took 4 days during that speaker's race to come to an agreement, and things were going pretty well, unified, in tandem with one another, walking out this vision. But it only took 6 months for that vision to grow dim. Because as soon as we had the opportunity to actually do something real for you, they sold you out. Wrote a blank check to Trader Joe, and even voluntarily extended the debt ceiling by an extra year. Now, they were saying that our country was on the verge of default, that Janet Yellen somehow had this magical date of when we were going to default, a date that she changed multiple times. And so everybody is screaming that the sky was falling and we have to do something. I'm a proud member of the House Freedom Caucus, the conservative conscience of the Republican Party. And we sat in meetings for hours, and we said, how can we modestly raise the debt? Something none of us wanted to do, something none of us have ever voted to do. We said, how can we modestly raise this, but at the same time make real regulatory reforms, reforms with policy, and save the country money? Now I'm a business owner. I know that you have to balance your budget, something that the federal government is completely foreign to. They think that they can just demand more from you and hire 87,000 IRS agents to come and collect it when it's due. So we got together and we drafted what turned into the Limit, Save, Grow Act, saving American taxpayers $4.8 trillion. In that, we defunded the 87,000 IRS agents. In that bill that we passed as the House by doing our job, we also took back Joe Biden's student loan bailout, because I don't think you need to pay for woke college degrees. In that, we were able to make a lot of fiscal reforms, clawing back COVID-19 money because, praise the Lord, COVID is over. But rather than the Senate doing their job, everybody started shouting that this was a crisis and we had to do something. And the Uniparty got together behind closed doors where just a couple of people made a deal to sell you out. Now we have this vote, and I was very frustrated because one of the things that we agreed to change Congress was that members would be able to amend legislation on the House floor. And some of that gets a little wonky, I understand. But typically legislation is amended in committees, and by the time it gets to the House floor, it's ready to go. And we said, no, not everyone serves on every committee, so we want to go to the floor and have a voice on every piece of legislation that comes forward. An opportunity to improve this legislation. Well, we were told that they were closing this bill for that opportunity, and we were not allowed to make amendments. We see that it's raising the debt for maybe $6 trillion, that it's uncapped. We're reading this legislation, and we see that this debt ceiling increase doesn't defund the 87,000 IRS agents like the Uniparty is claiming, just $1.4 billion of the $80 billion that they have to spend. So hey, maybe we'll get 85,000 IRS agents instead of 87. We saw the lies that were rolling out with this. We fought hard to inform you and tried to stop this legislation from being passed and signed into law, because we see that it will get us much closer to a default. And that is something that is very dangerous for our country and for your future. They passed the bill, and we said, you know, the good, hardworking Americans that we represent cannot afford another $4 trillion mistake. We are tired of messaging bills that we praise and we pass the House and we know when it goes to the Senate, it's dead on arrival. We had the RAINS Act in the Limit, Save, Grow, and they abandoned it, kicked it to the curb when it came time to actually do something with it. And then the very next week, after passing that debt ceiling bill, they said, we're going to vote on the RAINS Act. This is real regulatory reform that we need. But it's dead on arrival in the Senate. They said, I'm done with the failure theater. And so did several other of my friends. And so we had a procedural vote where we actually took the floor of the House of Representatives hostage, and now we control the floor. The Uniparty and House leadership failed to hold the line to save our country, to get us into a stable fiscal position. So now we are holding the floor. We aren't going to put up with their bully tactics. Members were threatened because they voted against this garbage bill. And they said, well, now your bill won't come to the floor. Representative Andrew Clyde out of Georgia had the pistol brace bill that was coming to the floor. Now, you know that the ATF abused their separation of powers and implemented a regulation that will make tens of millions of Americans felons simply by having an accessory on their firearm. This is something that was created for disabled vets, and that's who they're going to attack? Disabled veterans who have served our country? And then we saw the Uniparty take that bill that would protect Americans' Second Amendment rights and use it as a bargaining chip and a bully pulpit to say you will never defy us again. And that's why in the upcoming days, maybe weeks, you will see that we are not giving control of the House floor back to leadership who threatens the Second Amendment rights of Americans and who further puts you in debt because it makes them feel good while they soak in the swamp. Ladies, I want to encourage you. I need you. I need you involved. I can't do this on my own. I was 33 years old, a mom of four, a restaurant owner, and I saw our country crumbling. And I said, what can I do to be a part of the solution? What can I put my hand to? What can I speak to encourage someone to get up and save our country? Ladies, I'm asking you to join me today and never give up in this fight because God has put you here on purpose, with a purpose. I need your voice. I need your hand in our country, in our businesses, in our schools, in your children's lives that you'll someday have. I need you to love this country with all of your heart and always know that she is worth fighting for. We serve a glorious and merciful God, and everything that pertains to life and godliness has already been given to you. You have gifts and talents that are put on the inside of you that are made for today. It's not an accident that you are here in this time. So I'm calling on you to be bold, to be brave, to take a stand, to never be silenced, because ladies, if you are silent, we lose by default. That is why they want to censor you so badly, because they know there is power and value in your voice. And they know when you speak up and take a stand, America will continue to stand. Ladies, God bless you. I love you. Jesus is Lord.
On Inauguration Day, the 4 years ahead
seems like an eternity.
It's not.
And there you just heard from one of the biggest, probably one of the most anticipated guest speakers here at the Young Women's Leadership Summit here in Dallas, Texas. Of course, that was Representative Lauren Boebert of Colorado. Very outspoken, very critical of what's been going on in D.C., and of course, a staunch President Trump supporter. She's been doing a lot of press briefings, actually, with Matt Gaetz of Florida there, but speaking her truth and encouraging others to share their voice, something that we always encourage you to do here on this network. Speaking of which, let us know what you think about some of the speeches that have been going on, and of course, President Trump's speech that you heard from earlier today in Columbia, Georgia. Again, we had Don and Don out there with Cowboy Logic bringing us live coverage of that. President Trump not done yet. He has another speech scheduled in Greensboro, North Carolina. That is slated to begin at around 8 o'clock Eastern time, when we have our very own Ben Bergquam live on the ground. We're going to be going to that in a few hours, but we still have plenty more coverage happening here and the Lone Star State. So don't go anywhere. Again, you're watching Real America's Voice, and we're going to be right back with more live continuing team coverage. Leadership Summit here, Turning Point USA event in Dallas, Texas, and the star-studded lineup continues here. Again, you just heard from Congresswoman Lauren Boebert taking to the stage, but now we want to focus on Texas. On the stage right now, we have Congresswoman Beth Van Dyne. Let's go ahead and take a listen to hear what she has to say.
Cornell University, Northeast, very liberal school, even back then. And I found that I had to fight with my professors all the time. And some of them even had some differences of opinion on principles, on values, and on morals, and they held my grades to account as a result of it. I actually wrote an honors dissertation based on women being strong and leaders and not being victims. And I had a woman on my dissertation board who disagreed and wanted me to change it. And as a direct result, and I knew it was going to happen, as a direct result, I ended up graduating magna cum laude instead of summa cum laude because of that one woman's vote. And you know what? It would not change my mind today. Stand up for yourself. Stand your ground. Don't give in, even if it affects your grade. But be true to yourself and stick with the facts. Be better prepared, have fortitude, and respectfully point out hypocrisy. What I also learned from my experience at Cornell was to always be prepared and have the fortitude to defend my position. Even when you are speaking plain truth and talking about obvious reality, be prepared and also don't be afraid to call out people for their ridiculous hypocrisy. While I was on the board of the U.S. Conference of Mayors, we would do a lot of resolutions. And if you think about it, from the largest cities, who are mayors of the largest cities? Democrats, overwhelmingly. It's like 80-20 in the larger cities. And one of the resolutions that they passed had to do with, this was almost 10 years ago, had to do with men being allowed in the women's restroom and women being allowed in the men's restroom. And I was called, uber right-wing because I didn't want men in my restroom. The amazing thing was, after this massive debate about it, we broke for lunch. And what do you typically do after a long meeting? Before lunch, you go to the bathroom. Well, there's a line outside the women's room. Guess what's not in the men's room? So I walked in with 7 of my male colleagues. And I just stood over the urinal waiting for them to finish, and none of them would even start. They just looked at me like, "What are you doing in here?" And I said, "Oh, you have a problem now? Welcome to my world." It's also to be so important. Don't fear standing by yourself. We live in a crazy society. We have people all around that will tell you, this is what you need to do, this is what you need to think. And you know it's wrong. I mean, you know it is wrong. And so when there's madness all around you, don't feel like you've got to fit into it. Don't feel like you have to put up with it. Because I'm telling you right now, when you call out truth, your courage means more than you can ever know. When I was on the city council in Irving, I was a local elected official on city council for 6 years. I was mayor for 6 years. But when I was on the city council, I got there not because I had a huge following, not because I had money behind me, but I got there for a very purposeful reason. I thought we needed more representation. I got irritated at a council member who was my council member. I ran. I got outspent 8-1, and I won. And I went there with a mission to vote my conscience and do the best for my city. And what I found was so many people, you don't think about it because it's not in D.C., but even in local elections, state elections, there exists a swamp. I didn't fall into it. There were many votes that I had dealing with corruption, dealing with trying to increase our debt, dealing with projects that were pet projects that had no right to ever be part of a budget that were being paid for by taxpayer dollars. And I would be that one no vote. And one member of the city council asked me one time, he said, you know, it must be easy voting no. And I said, really? Why don't you try it? Stand your own ground. When we had a report in the city of Irving, and this is years ago, none of you probably remember it, but we had a group of 4 imams that created a Sharia law court. And they went on TV, local TV, and they bragged about it. And I stood up against it. Because what was happening was they were claiming that the city created the Sharia law court. And I said, no, that's not what happened. But if that is what's happening, we're not recognizing it because it's not American laws. And we'll fight against it. I cannot tell you how much backlash I got on that. Council members were angry, members of our city were angry, but it was the right thing to do. And it was amazing because the media made it out as if this imam was an absolute hero, he was a martyr. They put him on the front page of D magazine and in this dark outfit with a dark background, and it looked like a halo over his head. And therefore, if he's the angel, I'm the demon. And I fought it, and years later, it turned out that the hero imam had actually been grooming at least one girl for years, including during the time of the Sharia court fight. And he started when she was only 13 years old. He took advantage of her at the most vulnerable time until she was 18. He was sued by the girl's parents. He was ordered to pay $2 million in damages. And he was run out of the mosque. And good riddance, right? Good riddance. I'm glad that he's gone. But do you think that the media ever came back and apologized and said, well, maybe you were right to stand up to this guy? Do you think they ever came back and actually wrote about what happened? Nope. And of course they didn't. But still, don't be afraid to stand alone because it matters in more ways than you will ever know. Another thing that I think is really important, that sometimes we get really excited about being in a group of women and we want to back each other and we want to empower each other. And I cannot encourage that more. Look, I was the only woman that Irving has ever had as mayor. I found out I was the second only Republican woman to be elected to the state of to the U.S. Congress from the state of Texas. And I'm also the only Texas Republican woman, the only Texas Congress member to ever serve on the Ways and Means Committee. But that doesn't mean that men are the enemy. They can be allies. They can be thoughtful. They can help us just as we can help them. And I'll give you an example. I was coming back from a conference in New York, and they had given away a bunch of books. And I got stuck on the tarmac of a plane for like 3 hours. And one of the books they gave away was That's What She Said. It was about working in business with women. And so I picked it up begrudgingly. I'm like, oh, this is going to be another male-bashing book. And what I found was, while I wanted to not like it, some of the stories in it were so compelling, it made me stop and think. One of the stories talked about a law firm. And they found that young male associates were getting more of the cases than their female young associates. And so everybody just assumed, oh, it might be sexist. It's just a misogynistic culture. No. What had happened was when the partners, who were majority male, got together and they decided, okay, I'm going to grab this guy for drinks after work, I'm going to grab this person, and we're going to go play golf or what have you. They wanted to respect the young female associates and not put them in a bad position. So they ended up going out with the young male associates, and then when they got into the boardroom and they were talking about, okay, who are you going to bring on these cases with you, they didn't know the female associates. It wasn't because they were trying not to, it was because out of respect. We need to stop that. We need to openly understand that we are all on this planet together, and we need to be able to be partners. Because sometimes men can be some of your strongest allies. But it does not mean that we cannot absolutely be joyful of women in who we are, what we are able to achieve, and what we can do. And not just in life. But I'll tell you, I do want to mention this. Because I think when we live in a society right now that is telling men, oh no, it's okay, you're really women. When it's telling women, no, your careers are so much more important than your family. Don't let having kids get you out of your career. When we hear boys being told, oh no, it's okay, change your gender. Go ahead and compete with women in sports. When we hear girls being told, maybe you're really not a girl. When we hear society in general being told, don't procreate because it's bad for the planet. You start getting all of these thoughts about family life and about having kids. When we have a government society that incentivizes the breakup of families, that's wrong. I'm going to tell you right now, I have had great jobs in the private sector. I've had amazing opportunities to work in volunteer positions. And I have had amazing opportunities, awesome opportunities to serve in the public sector. But the most important, the most satisfying, the most fulfilling job that I have ever had, hands down, is as a mom. I have two kids. I have a son and a daughter, and I praise God every single day for bringing them into my life and blessing this world with them. And I think every one of you should think about that. I love the fact that we have women in this group. You are strong, you have voices, and you have so much more influence than you can possibly know. But I do want to thank you again for this honor, for speak with you, share just a few of my stories. You are more capable than many leaders I have ever met. We have a youth council that gets together in my district. There's about 50 of us. And I tell them when they come and we have like them prepping bills, we have them doing the opposite discussions and debates. And I tell them, I wish members of Congress were more like you. You come and you're professional, you are prepared, and you want to learn. So oftentimes you think when you get older it's going to get better. I can tell you right now, if you don't continue to work on it, it will get worse. But have courage, be thoroughly prepared, never back down, and you will be a guiding light for so many others. And may God bless you and your paths forward. I know I left 5 minutes. No, don't shut the music off yet. I left 5 minutes because I want Q&A. I want to hear what you guys want to talk about. So if you guys have questions, step up, let me know. Okay, somebody? Yeah?
So she is the best member we have in Congress, just hands down. I had the pleasure of knowing her, so I can personally say you're amazing. And I remember a story that you shared in the Youth Council about how Congress members would come in, just share their 2-minute testimony, come out, and not listen to the other side. And I feel like a lot of that is what we see in the United States and why we're so divided, because we're not listening to people.
Yeah.
So what is a piece of advice that you could share with us that we can implement now to when we're in a position like yours, we actually listen to listen and not listen to respond?
Be happy warriors. And thank you for that question. Thank you for coming. And she's awesome. She is a rock star. Be true to yourself, but also be very happy. Be very professional. Understand that everybody has a different perspective depending on their experience, depending on where they came from, depending on their family, depending on their friends and stories that they've heard. Be willing to listen. Be willing to listen, but listening for understanding is not listening as acceptance. And it's okay to hold your own values and not to allow those to be altered, but it's not okay just to be nasty and spiteful. One of the things that we do in our youth councils, we have all the kids come up with a bill that they're really passionate about, right? And so you guys will do, okay, you did yours on abortion. We had somebody else that did theirs on freedom of the Second Amendment. We had somebody else that did it on national security. Somebody else that did it on border security. And then the next time, I told them to switch it. I said, whatever you fought for this time in your bill, I want you to flip for something exactly opposite. I want you to research it, I want you to be prepared, and I want you to defend it. Because when you do those things, you get into the understanding the entire case. Because a lot of things are not as black and white as we think they are. And listening to more sides and getting more experience is really important no matter what side of the aisle, no matter what side of the position that you're on. Good question.
Okay, I'm sorry. Hello, my name is Krishana, and I do live here in this district. So I am a Christian conservative counselor, and this is a huge step for me to even say anything. So I treat kids, but I'm also a veteran. So all I wanted to do was to serve my country, but after I was done, because I was medically separated because I injured my back, was to make the world a better place, but I felt compelled to treat kids. So now we have this pervasive gender ideology permeated through our textbooks and everything else. Continuing education is now in the counseling sector. And we have, not going to believe this, but play therapy now has with gender affirming care beginning at the age of 3. So as a therapist, it's very difficult. So how do I continue in my belief system and doing what I do and still wanting to help people whenever what I can do is getting smaller and smaller?
No, God love you. First of all, thank you for your service. Thank you for your service. Many times when I walked, especially last year, in the first year that I served, I walked onto the floor of the House, and it's really hard when you're right there, and you know what the right thing to do, and you know how it's going to end up. It didn't mean that I ran off the floor, even though I knew I was going to lose a vote. Stay in the fight. Be there. Be the voice of reason. And help as many people as you can possibly help, because we don't have enough people doing that today. But thank you. God love you.
This will be the last question.
Oh. Hi, this is really out of my comfort zone, literally. I'm a vice president, starting a chapter in Broward College, in Broward.
Yay, all right.
Yes. So I'm someone that's trying to, basically, like I said, get out of my comfort zone and be a voice for those who've been in a foster care system, toxic foster care systems. Just like how you guys talk about, it's like we're fighting against evil.
Yeah.
How can we, step up about mental health? Because sometimes the world try to tell us what we see and what we hear is not what we know. How can we stand up and be more boldly about that?
What I have said is, don't allow anybody to define who we are. Because if the rest of the world, I've done a lot of traveling over the last couple of years to foreign countries, meeting with foreign ministers, prime ministers, you name it. How they're defining us right now is based on what you're reading in the media. It's not who we are. It's not at all who we are. And that's why I tell you, when you are in colleges, when you are at work, speak the truth. Know who you are. Feel confident in your value, and don't back down. Make sure you're a strong voice, a professional voice, and you've got a coherent message. Because the craziness that is surrounding us right now, at some point in time, is going to catch up with them. I feel it's 2024. It's going to happen. But we need every one of you fighting that good fight. We have enough to fight for. We have the best. Anytime you start feeling down, understand you're in this country. The best in the absolute world can always get better, and it will with you as our future. Thank you guys so much.
And there you just just heard from Congresswoman Beth Van Dyne of the Lone Star State there, doing a little Q&A there with some of the audience members. I also want to welcome in my partner in crime, Dr. Gina Loudon.
We haven't done anything too criminal yet.
I shouldn't say that. I should, really. I say she's one of my members of my angel squad is really what I call you. So I shouldn't really call you partner in crime because you really are on the angel squad. You missed it because you were on the stage. And so we were watching your speech, and I can tell you, this woman hasn't been able to walk 2 feet without someone stopping her to talk about her speech. And I actually had a woman that came up, and Ryan knows this, Ryan, on our crew members, was asking, do you know when Dr. Gina Loudon's going to be doing a meet and greet? Because I really want to talk to her. Her speech moved me so much. I miscarried, and she talked about that, and you enabled her to open up.
Well, it's amazing. I'll tell you, I heard her story. I've heard so many stories of people who were kicked out of their universities because of their political views. And I don't mean like radical political views. Literally, one gentleman we're going to have on here in just a moment was kicked out of his job as president of the school, supported by Democrats, by the way, for posting on the 4th of July, right? Happy 4th of July. Thank God for our founding fathers. Something like that. It was literally that mundane. It's unbelievable. I heard from another woman. She studied nursing in school. She was going to go on to be an attorney in the medical field, which I think is fantastic. And she was a firecracker too. And they are withholding her nursing degree from her so that she cannot go to law school. These stories go on and on. And these are just people that just came up to me after the speech and shared their stories. So I am so inspired by this audience, Miranda. I can't even tell you.
How can you not be?
Yeah.
I can see it. You're fired up.
I'm fired up.
You shouldn't be because you've been going nonstop.
I spoke here 3 years ago, and I found this audience to be the most inspiring. I don't know what it is. You know, I always think about that scripture that says, you know, and God and a rose of woman, you know, and sometimes when our culture has emasculated men to the degree that it has and has pushed them out of the public arena.
Where you have liberal women going on TikTok saying, I can't find a normal masculine guy.
You're so right. You're so right. Then God does call a woman, and that's exactly where we are in our culture in some instances. And, you know, a lot of these women, honestly, Miranda, they don't want to be called to do what they're doing. They want to be home, raising their babies, being a wife, supporting their household. They wish they could go back and be in that lifestyle. A lot of these women, when I talk to them, like me, that's what I wish I could be doing. But the problem is, if I just think I'm going to raise up my own little army, right, to go out there and fight, guess what? There's going to be nothing to fight for if I don't fight now. That was the moment. That was the light bulb moment. I remember having it in my minivan back when I was raising my kids. If I didn't fight, and it was almost that still small voice that you sometimes hear in a God call, that said, if you don't fight, guess what? There's going to be nothing for your little army you think you're raising to fight for.
Yeah, it's so true. And then you even, like you said, that women here want that. We heard that from Raylan, the country star. She said there were people that were saying, oh, you have all the time in the world, focus on your career, focus on your career, focus on your career. And I can tell you, as a woman who literally has done that, you do wake up someday and you wish that I should have put family first.
You know, it's God's design. It's God's design. And God designed us the way He did for a reason. And that's why all of the evil and all of the demonic, I believe all of the demonic forces out there right now are doing everything they can to undermine every Christian woman and every Christian tenet in our culture right now. And I part of my speech that I didn't get to this morning was talking about the dark side of transgenderism. That's part of this whole thing that is being exacted on our culture. And God bless these young women who are here. And don't you wish that we could have been in this generation where they're here and they have each other and they have this foundation to build from, right? And they have this movement behind them that's 11 years old and counting and doing all these great things. I am so encouraged from being here. And of course, Miranda, I just have to say, in your behalf, I'm so blessed to have a friend like you, because this is very unusual. We talked about this. We were just off camera talking about how some women are very competitive with one another, and it's just not pretty, even in Congress, even in media.
Right.
We don't have that.
We won't mention any names.
No, but we don't have that, and certainly our beautiful Amanda Head doesn't have that. And how amazing is that? And to be at this event and to see these women supporting
each other.
Yes. Beautiful.
I love that. I love that.
And in a godly way.
Yeah, you're so right. I mean, you missed it again, because while you were on the stage, Amanda and I were talking about how we came to know you, and how you have really been like an angel in our lives and been so supportive of us. It's true, though. So thank you. It's my honor.
Thank you both. I love you both. And literally two of my best friends. I know. I'm going to cry too. So we have to go to break, because we're not supposed to cry on air. That gets a little embarrassing.
Yeah. So we will be back. We're going to have continuing live coverage again at the Young Women's Leadership Summit here in beautiful Dallas, Texas. You don't want to miss it. We'll be right back. To jeers, to cheers. We're having a great time here at the Young Women's Leadership Summit here in Dallas, Texas. And we have a surprise guest with us, a couple of surprise guests.
Yeah.
Dr. Gina Loudon with us here again. And look who I have to the left of me. The only Grant Stenchfield is here. We have a microphone. Go ahead, Eric. You can just give it to him.
You never know who's going to walk up on this
surprise
set.
guest.
That's right.
Of course, you know him as the host of Stenchfield Tonight, that airs 7 o'clock Eastern Time, Monday through Friday. And we are in your home state. It's so good to see you.
25 minutes down the road from me.
Yeah. So
welcome to Texas, as we say here.
Oh my gosh, everyone here is so nice. It's almost weird.
Yes.
She was like last night. She's like, I just figured out why everyone's so nice here.
I was kind of freaking out at dinner, I'm not going to lie, because like the wait staff, everyone was so nice. I'm like, why are they being so nice to us? Because we had a kind of a high profile person at our table, and I was like, do they know who he is? Because we really didn't want to be in that situation.
Is it Ed Henry?
Anyway, what happened was we figured out that it's just everyone is so nice in Texas. But I want to also introduce this guy who's so gingerly waiting here for the introduction. He was one of the people that approached me after my speech today, and we began talking, and amazing. Stephen Giorno is his name, and And he has taken, the stuff we talk about on our shows every day.
Yeah.
The heat that we say, these are personal testimonials that really happen to people. Tell them just a little bit. You were elected president. Tell us just the shortest version.
Absolutely. Well, thank you very much for you both for all that you're doing, for having me. I really appreciate it. In 2020, I served as a student body president at Belmont University in Nashville, Tennessee. And on the 4th of July in 2020, I said I was proud to be an American, and I posted a picture of myself in front of the White House. Nothing else.
Proud to be an American.
Proud to be an American. And I thanked those who had served, veterans, those who had lost their lives for us, so that we could be free.
Right?
Well, within 24 hours, there's a change.org petition to impeach me. There were death threats made. I could not be on campus. When I was on campus, I had to have campus security with me. There was a girl who was in my classes who admitted in a group text to putting, quote, gross stuff in my sweet teas.
What year was this? When was it?
2020.
2020.
2020.
And I take it you probably weren't wearing a mask.
Of course not.
Of course not, so that made it double trouble.
And I was proudly wearing my Trump 2020 jacket for everyone to see, and they were not very happy of it. And I would not endorse the BLM organization. My cousin was a police officer in the city of Chicago who lost his life serving.
I'm so sorry for your loss.
Thank you. And I will never support a group like that ever. And I will always stand up for what I think is right. And when I think something's wrong, I will say it's wrong. The BLM organization is a scam. It has been taking people's money and has been funding mansions in Malibu rather than helping people. And I think it is up to people like us to call it out and to tell our friends to be calling it out.
Did they get you out of office?
Of course not.
Good.
They just made a big stink about it on social media, change.org petition. And that was just about it.
Yeah.
So.
And then, but the story kind of goes on because they really didn't let up the school that used to be controlled by the Southern Baptist Convention, by the way, which has sort of a special, I didn't even get to this with you, but it has sort of a special place with me because I was actually an instructor at Missouri Baptist University. And they went woke. And I said, I can't teach what you're telling me to teach in this textbook. Can I get my own textbook? Nope. You have to teach this or you are fired. And I left. I had to give up that job but you had a similar experience going forward. Tell them what happened next.
I did. Well, it was very unfortunate. The school was just very difficult to work with, first and foremost. They wanted me to not really be difficult, to push it under the rug because they had a lot of events coming up. They hosted a presidential debate, and they wanted this to kind of go away. They wanted me to stop speaking out on what I felt was right, and I refused to do that. When we were allowed to host student government meetings again, I made sure that everyone knew that our position, it is not a political job. Being student body president, you should not have to conform to the political pressures. You should do what's best for students. Lowering tuition, if someone has a problem in one of their classes, making sure that that's addressed. It should not be a pedestal for people to stand up there and talk about their political beliefs. And that is something we've got to fix in our education system. We've got to get back to teaching rather than telling people what to think.
And one more thing, and then I'll let you guys loose on him because I know you have questions, but tell him what happened to the girl that put the gross stuff, which I still don't know what that means, but he's being very polite, in your drink.
Yeah, I know.
What happened to her? Was she disciplined by the school?
No, in fact, she was accepted to that school's law school.
Wow.
She put what in your drink?
She said her exact quote was gross stuff. Now, I'm not sure what.
Gross stuff. Nobody wants gross stuff in your drink.
That's the last
thing I want in my drink is gross stuff.
Sweet tea and sugar and ice. That's all I wanted. So.
Spoken like a Southerner.
Yeah.
So, lawyer, maybe she's going to the same school as Sunny Hostin, right? That's kind of our joke because Sunny Hostin, as you know, is on The View and she's an attorney and graduated from Notre Dame. And one of our favorite moments that we keep bringing up over and over again is the time when Sunny actually just discovered that there are 3 branches of government.
Yeah.
So we're very proud of that.
There you go. Impressive.
So I have to ask, I have a question for both of you, the elephant in the room. We're at a women's summit. Young Women's Summit. We have 2 gentlemen here. So I have to ask you, what brings you out here? Let's start with you.
Well, I have the privilege of serving as the Tennessee Young Republican Chair. Turning Point has been instrumental in making Tennessee one of the most conservative states. We have Senator Marsha Blackburn, who's one of the most conservative senators in the country. We have Senator Bill Hagerty. We have a supermajority Republican-controlled state. We stayed open for COVID. We've done a great job of balancing our budget every year. We have a constitutional amendment where we cannot leave, our state legislature cannot leave until the budget is balanced.
What a concept. Balancing
What
the
a
budget.
concept.
We don't need to do that anymore. What was it that Democratic leader said, that Finland or somebody doesn't do it, so I don't think we need to balance a budget?
Just don't
or
need to
have a
balance the budget
we just
anymore.
don't need to do that.
I have to tell you, I ran into a friend of his who actually works with him in Tennessee.
Yeah.
I'm so inspired by the things that they're doing in Tennessee. I actually made my son Bo go have a meeting with him, which I've never done that before. Totally set up a date, but in a very, very manly kind of a date. There is that in this culture. But this gentleman that he works with that I met that actually got permission to come backstage while I was in the green room today, he actually was on my husband's youth group going back, works with him today, helped my husband pass the ice cream bill. The most amazing, big full circle of my life. It's
ice
been
cream bill.
Remember that show, This Is Your Life, or am I totally dating myself?
No.
You remember that?
Yeah, or there was the Muppets too with Guy Smiley, and they would say, "This is your life. Do you remember?" But anyway, yeah.
Yeah. Crazy.
Okay. I was like, I don't remember that show, but I thought it was the ice cream bill, and I don't know why Biden immediately came to mind. So
it was pre-Biden.
I literally was talking about you last night with Amanda Head. I said, I wanted to reach out to Grant because we're in his home state, but
you said no.
No.
We took a vote.
You took a vote, and they said thumbs down.
Thumbs down. No, it's a women's summit. But what
That's
brings
the
you
perfect
here?
place for me to be.
Right? That's what Bo wants to know why I didn't give his number from the stage.
Right.
I didn't give anyone's number from the stage, just so we're clear on that.
Yeah.
No,
We have my permission to do it in the future.
Oh, okay.
Mine's on the bathroom wall, I think, in the ladies' room.
Is that yours? Oh, okay.
No, I'm teasing, obviously.
Yeah, but you're having a good time.
I'm having a great time. No, this is great because I love seeing young people get together. Obviously, that's what it's about. Young people getting together and moving the message forward, and especially dark times. I mean, I've been last week was a really rough week. And, it's nice to be around like-minded people. There's a lot of like-minded people in Texas, but it's nice to get in a large group of like-minded people, especially after really our country is under attack.
Yeah. No doubt about it.
What is your reaction, and I'll get both of you to react, what is your reaction to obviously the indictment, President Trump speaking, he spoke today earlier in Georgia, and then he's going to be going and speaking in North Carolina. I want to get your reaction from both of you real quickly. If we can, yes. Okay, so why don't we get your reaction to the biggest news right now?
Well, I think it was very tragic. My grandparents in 1956 escaped communism in Yugoslavia. They legally came to this country, to New York, then to Chicago. And I think it's a travesty of what's happening in this country. It reminds me of communism, Yugoslavia, Soviet Union, and I think we've really got to stand up on this. This is unbelievable that it's happening in the United States of America, and we need to make sure that we tell our friends, those who don't think politics matters to them, who stays out of it, who doesn't care, I think we need to look at them and say, this could be you one day.
Yeah.
And that day is coming very soon.
Yeah.
And we have to get those people who don't think it's important to be involved in politics. They have to be involved now. This is the moment to be involved.
How old are you?
23.
See, don't you love that? I feel so unaccomplished.
When I was 23,
I was definitely not like that at 23.
Amazing. I know. I love meeting these young people. But Grant, there's historic perspective in that I think you can shed some light on.
I mean, this has never happened before in our country. And so on your note, what I want everyone to do is become so empowered. You have to pull every bit of strength you have in your chest right now, and you say, this is it. No more walking around quietly. No more bowing to the man. I don't care if you're at your office and you don't like somebody else's politics. Now, I'm not telling to be rude, but there's no more backing down anymore, because it's our voices, and the louder we raise our voices, the less tolerant that freedom lovers will be when it comes to accepting this kind of thing. And so I think they just think we're going to roll over on this. I'm telling you right now, what I'm seeing is an awakening. That President Trump's poll numbers go through the roof every time they do something like this.
Right.
This is an awakening for the people. Boycotts never worked. Target now, the boycotts are working, right? There is a new day in America.
My mouth. You're exactly right. And Bud Light, it worked. That never worked. You and I have been fighting this a long time, Grant.
Yeah.
Those things never worked
Never
before.
worked.
What changed?
I think people are fed up. People are angry, and they see the political persecution. They see that you can have a neighbor who believes in something, mainly freedom, and they'll be persecuted because of it. There'll be the bias will come at them from their employers, from their colleges, from their fellow students. People are just done.
Yeah.
And so, I'm done too. And I'm it's really hard to hold it back.
Yeah.
But my grandfather always said this. He said, no matter what happens, always follow one golden rule. No matter what happens, never blow your cool. And so we can't blow our cool, but we've got to become laser focused.
Yeah. That's great wisdom from Grandpa there.
Yeah, Grandpa Minervini.
And I think you had said before in a recent speech, I think you quoted your grandmother, didn't you? Was it your grandmother or your
I
grandfather?
quote my grandparents all the time, and my great-grandparents. I have from a very small family, the only child of two only children, so my family's like 5 people. But yeah,
she's made up for it because she has 5 kids.
That's right. I definitely
and basically
made up for
animal
it.
zoo, and she just keeps adopting people.
People and pets.
I'm waiting to be adopted, actually.
Yes,
so
100% adopted.
Just being all a part of it.
Yeah.
It was so good to talk to both of you.
Yeah.
Thank you for inviting us on.
Inspiring story.
It's good to see you guys too.
It's been a while.
Again, welcome to Texas.
It was AmpFest, right?
Yeah.
The Turning Point in Arizona. So looking forward to that. Yeah.
All right.
So we'll have a good time.
You ladies have a great time.
We are.
It's nice to meet you too. You keep up the fight.
Yeah.
Okay, you got it.
Thank you. And that's really been the message that we've been hearing is, and I've noticed since just even the last few Turning Points events, that was a message coming out from Charlie Kirk, who obviously is the founder of Turning Point, is that you can't be silent anymore. You got to continue to share your voice, be loud, speak your truth.
Yeah.
Be boldly.
Speak the truth.
Speak the truth. Oh, I like it.
As I was really clear about that in my speech today, it's not your truth, because that's completely subjective. There's one truth. That's the truth we have to speak. And it has a capital T because it is God's truth.
Love that. Love that. We're going to continue our live coverage here. Again, at the Young Women's Leadership Summit here in beautiful Dallas, Texas. We're at the Gaylord, and it is a fun-filled event. Candace Owens is going to be taken to the stage here shortly. We'll, of course, bring that to you live. And again, you want to stay tuned a little bit later because President Trump is going to be speaking in Greensboro, North Carolina. We have Ben Bergquam on the ground there. Be interesting to hear what Trump has to say because he was fired up earlier today when he was in Georgia. 2-hour speech there, and he did not hold back. We're going to have a preview of that coming up a little bit later. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Back to Real America's Voice, our live continuing coverage here of the Young Women's Leadership Summit taking place in Dallas, Texas. This is day 2, and it has been a jam-packed day. Joining me once again, my Angel Squad partner, Dr. Gina Loudon.
It's good to have you, Miranda. It's really funny that you said, I announced you because I thought you were in the audience. And of course you were on set. I don't know why I didn't know that. I'm like, stand up, Miranda. Stand up.
We were laughing
like, I'm standing on set.
I did. I remember was looking at me and I looked at Amanda. I was like, I'm here. I'm
right here.
I'm standing. But I also want to welcome, and not standing, but sitting next to us, Hannah Faulkner. She is with Turning Point USA. And you recently did a speech, right? Basically about teens against gender mutilation. You
so I held a rally in Murfreesboro, Tennessee against the mutilation of our children that's happening.
I love when you say children because you just turned 16 and I'm looking at you like you're still a child yourself, but you guys are so wise beyond your years.
That's why she's the expert, though, because she's in that age group and she understands that this is really happening. You know, we played a clip from The View last week on our show, right, where they said, this is 1.5% of the population. Just leave these kids alone. Let them be gender transitioned. Why not?
Not at all. No. If you look at the statistics, after a child has a surgery or is put on these hormones, they're more suicidal and depressed than they were prior to these surgeries. And I always tell people, because we were called that we were having this rally out of hate, and we were an anti-trans rally, but not at all. Number one, because
you're concerned about those people being brainwashed and taking their lives. That's what Dr. Gina Loudon had been talking about years ago, before this was the epidemic that it's becoming quickly, sadly, but hopefully not, thanks to speeches like yours.
You cannot love without truth. That's hypocrisy. And we had this rally out of love and compassion, because you cannot change your sex. There's this lie out there that you can change your sex. And not only does it deny God's perfect design between male and female, but it is in deniance of science, nature, reality, and just plain common sense. So we had Chloe Cole. I don't know if you guys are familiar with her. She's a detransitioner. Her testimony is absolutely phenomenal. Being put on these hormones and blockers at 13, removing both of her healthy breasts at age 15. It's just sickening to see that this is even happening. And that's why she's taking a stand. Because she's tired of seeing kids' lives being ruined by the medical industry and the United States government supporting it, a state-sponsored religion.
Right. Yeah, well, she was on with her very own Drew Hernandez, Frontlines, and he did a several-part series with her, and still very young. And that takes a lot of courage, because you are labeled. Like, you hate people. And you're the reason why they're taking their lives, because you don't support gender affirmation surgery. But what you're saying and what Dr. Gina Loudon has been saying, she's written articles about this years ago.
2011, probably like right about when you were born, is when I started writing about this. And I have a book coming out on this year.
Yeah.
It's hard, though. I find myself struggling. So maybe you can help me.
Yeah.
I was talking to a group of young girls today about this exact topic. And I found myself not wanting to say certain things, like about the surgery where you remove the skin from the wrist to build the male appendage. And like, those are hard conversations for me to say in front of 13, 14, 15, 16-year-old girls. I don't want to talk about those things with them. How do you approach that part of what you're doing?
Yeah, I would say it's very difficult, especially as a newly 16-year-old talking about these issues.
Which, happy birthday, by the way.
Thank you so much.
2 days ago, sweet 16.
Thank you. It's very hard. It's very uncomfortable. I don't want to talk about these things. Nobody wants to talk about these graphic issues, but one of our founding fathers, John Adams, said, always stand on principle, even if you stand alone. So no matter what we're going through, no matter if we're the only person in our school or in our church standing for the truth, standing for our beliefs, and knowing what's right, it's okay. And so that's what I've just had to realize, is just to keep speaking the truth, and to know that you can't change your sex. It's impossible, no matter what the media or the medical industry tells us. So just continuing to stand on those principles.
So how did you, because I just think about when I was a teenager, and those years, especially preteen years. She's seen the pictures. I mean, I look like Justin Bieber before there was Justin Bieber. Seriously, not gonna lie. And one of these days, I promise you, I will share that picture, as much as it pains me. But I was, made fun of. I was kind of a misfit and everything, and you want to kind of go along with the crowd and do what everybody else is doing, because you want to fit in. right now that's kind of the trendy thing to do. We've talked about the number, even though they keep saying it's a small minority, that the number continues to climb and climb and climb because it's become trendy thing to do. But like we keep saying, this isn't like a tattoo. Like, hey, it's a pretty butterfly and it turned a pterodactyl when I got older and now I got to get it removed. This is life altering. There is no going back. So I find it so striking, someone your age, to be so bold, to be outspoken, to go against that mainstream media narrative, that you're not afraid. What inspired you to be like that?
I would say that it all starts in the home with the parents.
I was going to say, you are so homeschooled.
Thank you so much. Yes, I am.
Yes. As a homeschool mom, I know a homeschooler. And in fact, it is kids like you, not to interject, but it is kids like you that forced me to homeschool. I just looked at kids and I was like, those kids are exceptional. Kids like you, so mature beyond their years, so wise, so able to converse with adults. That's why I homeschooled. Tell us about what your parents did.
Yeah, so ever since I could remember, my family, my parents, my mom and dad would sit down, we'd watch the news, we'd pause it, we'd talk about this spiritual battle that we are in, this good versus evil battle that we are in. And of course, when you're like 8 years old watching Fox News, you're not necessarily interested. You're kind of bored. But when I was probably 9, I realized, you know what, this is not very fun. I would rather be watching something a little bit more entertaining, but this has to be beneficial to me in some way, shape, or form. And it was totally a God thing. Actually, a lady with Turning Point USA came to my homeschool tutorial when I was like 13 years old, and I ended up starting a Turning Point chapter, and then we hit the ground running and ended up having
then you started watching Real America's Voice, and you realized it was by far superior to Fox News.
Yes.
I knew that.
Yes.
Just want to throw that in there.
It really is exciting. And I think, how many people, though, have you met? Be honest. What's the percentage of people you meet that are your age that are as well informed on issues of the day as you are?
Unfortunately, very, very little. I mean, I've met a few girls here, and they're just absolutely incredible. But I'll actually give you guys a story. At my church, I'm involved with our high school ministry. It's in Tennessee, Nashville, Tennessee, World Outreach. And
love Nashville.
Yes, it's a great city. And these students, these high school students, invited me to this game night. I was like, oh, okay, like I'll try to see if I can come out. Well, they called me the next day and said, hey, Hannah, we just want to let you know that we actually were informed by another high school student that they didn't want to be there if you ended up showing up because they know your beliefs, they know what you stand on, and they don't want you to be talking about politics and religion while you're at this game night. And so I was like, you know what, that is so sad that they are just so brainwashed in a sense, so blinded that politics and religion surrounds everything. And the church has believed this lie for so long that politics and religion are separate. You cannot separate them because God put them together. I mean, the entire Old Testament is filled with politics and religion, but it's so sad just to see these kids so blinded and not seeing the light that these are the issues that are. No, it doesn't.
So when someone rejects you like that,
you just have to stand firm in your beliefs and just keep fighting. Yeah.
See, I love that. And she knows. She's like, see, homeschool. She picked up on it.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, you have been such a blessing. I cannot wait to see what you do with your life. I want you to give producer Jason your phone number because we want to stay in touch with you. When there are youth issues or something, we want to have you back on.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your stand. God bless you. All right, we are going to be back in a moment with more from Young Women's Leadership Summit right here in Dallas, Texas with Turning Point USA. Don't go anywhere because we'll be right back.
coming back. Again, we're continuing our live coverage here in Dallas, Texas of Turning Point USA, the Young Women's Leadership Conference. And I think that woman, Hannah, has quite the future ahead of her. She's only 16 years old.
Look out, world.
Right? That's
I mean,
how
I'm
I
impressed
always
with these
feel.
25-year-olds that are so much more ahead of the game than I was at that age. But she just turned 16. I could almost not believe it.
No, I mean, I feel behind and that's kind of sad.
Same.
When I talk to someone who's like 20 and I'm like, you've accomplished what? And they're like, yeah, I'm on my third book and I own several companies and, I got to go now. Where's my assistant? No, it's just, they're very humble, but they're very accomplished.
You know what should give us so much hope? Because we do see a lot of just smut out there and a lot of just young people doing crazy things, and you think that's what's real. Those kids, like this little girl, they are going to own the world. They are going to rule the world. Who could compete with that?
No, you're so right. You're so right.
Amazing.
Well, Candace Owens, who a lot of our audience loves her, just took to the stage here, the last speeches of the night here at Turning Point USA. So let's go ahead and take a listen.
Microwave, and this is literally, she goes to Costco, and she does really know how to cook top ramen. I'll give her that. It's very good. And that's about it. She knows how to boil noodles. And so she had asked me to show her how to make a meal for her husband. I kid you not. I went to the grocery store with her, purchased some potatoes. I said, let's start really simple. I grabbed some chicken, and she said, okay, now what do I do? I said, well, put it in the oven and see what happens. Put it in the oven and see. We don't have to get crazy. We don't need to be able to season it. I mean, just talking about being able to make chicken and potatoes at the age of 40, not being able to do that, that's really something, right? And I say this, and I'm looking at her, and I realize, how did we get here where there are so many women that don't know how to cook? And I realize that culture has been successful at making that a fashion statement. And it really began, I think, with my generation. I don't know how to cook. And it's almost like saying, well, why would I have time to learn to cook? Those are housewife tasks, right? I go to work every day. I'm climbing the social. I don't have time to learn how to do these wifely or these womanly things. It's not even something that women should have to know how to do. And they say this, and you're supposed to understand that they're an empowered woman, right? This is the idea that women should not know how to do tasks in the house. And I was actually watching, I covered this on my podcast. It was, I think, I'm going to say her name wrong. It's either Zendaya or Zendaya. Very beautiful actress, young lady. I'm not saying her name wrong because I'm meaning to. I just literally don't know how to say it. And she was on the cover of Italian Vogue. And they did this sit-down interview with her, and it's glamorous. She looks wonderful. As I said, she's very beautiful. And as part of the questions that she's answering, she says that she doesn't know how to cook. And she says this in this sort of fashion statement. I don't know how to cook. I once Googled a recipe, and it was really good. I put pesto on noodles, and it was actually really good. So I suggest women, if you don't know how to cook, that you Google. And I realized, this right here is the problem, is that we've turned this into something that's supposed to be cool. And one of my many rap battles that I've had with Cardi B, one that really stands out was this particular Twitter back forth that we were having when she was doing that thing where she has no idea what she's ever talking about, but she was talking anyways. And it was only because she had veered into politics, and you were going back and forth, and she got quite embarrassed about how little she knew about the country that she lived in. And so she found a video of me. I'm not kidding. One of her fans, they were all working overtime for her to find Candace in an embarrassing moment. She found a video of me that she shared. It was a video, actually, Genius Cardi, that I had shared on my own Instagram. So it wasn't obviously embarrassing to me, but she thought, aha, got you. And it was a video of me cooking for my husband. And she tweeted this, and she said, why don't you go make your husband a sandwich? And I was confused. I thought, did my husband call Cardi B and say he was hungry? This is very strange. Why am I learning this from, is he hungry? I'm going to go I'm happy to make him a sandwich, but how did you know he wanted one? And at that point, it occurred to me that, this is meant to be an insult. You caught me in the kitchen, feeding my family. I should be so ashamed. You found something that I shared on my own Instagram page, and I should be so ashamed. And I really had a chuckle at this. I really just thought, wow, where are we today when I am locked in a rap battle with Cardi B on Twitter and she drops a hard fact like I cook for my family and she thinks like, boom, got her, you know, like mic drop moment. Man, if she sticks around, I cook for my kids too. It gets real crazy. I cook for my friends. I am really out of control in the household. You should see me. But this is where we're at, and I talk about this and this shame, I guess, that we're supposed to feel if we enjoy household tasks, if I enjoy the reward of being able to come home from work and to be able to feed my children and my husband, that I should be feeling some sort of shame about that. And I think of how far we have gotten from our grandparents, how my grandparents lived. My grandmother was magic. She was one of those grandparents, and I'm sure you guys have them as well, where I would open the fridge and I would say, oh, Grandma, I'm so hungry, I'm starving. And the fridge was empty. I promise you, there was nothing in there I could eat. And my grandmother just needed egg and flour maybe, and she would just make an entire feast. And I would just think it was magic. Like there was nothing in there. And Grandma has just made so many meals. And I had this thought process of how far even I have fallen from my grandmother's generation. When I took up, and when moving to Tennessee 2 years ago, I really suddenly realized that it's weird that I don't know how to grow my food. Like that's even more extreme. Forget cooking, but I was thinking how weird it is that all of our grandparents knew how to grow their food, and we don't know how to do that. We kind of think, I've always thought that food grows in a grocery store, you know? Get the food from the grocery store. And suddenly I took on this task of learning how to grow food and how to garden. And I remember that first day, there is an older woman, she's about 80, she has about 17 grandchildren, and she helps us on the weekends with babysitting. And her name's Helen, and she just knows everything about everything, that wisdom that comes from a person that is 80 years old, nothing at all. I mean, it was just such a blessing to have her in our lives when we knew nobody in Tennessee. And I was with my first child. I knew nothing about parenting, and nothing ever scared her. She'd just look at the kid and tell you what's wrong. Oh, he's teething. He's got this going on. And I told her, you know, I'm going to start to garden. And I went to Home Depot. I was so proud of myself, and I purchased some seeds. And even that was like, oh my God, I'm buying seeds. I've never seen these like outside of oranges that I eat. I never thought that they could all be in a little pack and I could buy them, and I'm deciding what to buy. It was just this magical moment. I'm going to learn how to garden. And then I got to the little plot of dirt that I had set aside to do this task, and Helen was with me. And I was like, now what, you know? And she was probably thinking like I was thinking when my friend said she couldn't cook, and I said, put it in the oven and see what happens. She was probably thinking, well, Candace, drop them in the dirt and see what happens. And I did. I dropped them in the dirt, and what happened was I had this wonderful garden, and it was amazing, and it was overwhelming, and I was shocked at how quickly food grew and how much it produced, how much I had to keep up with it because it just kept growing and growing. And then I kept thinking about, my goodness, I can't believe I would normally spend this much at the grocery store, and now I have lettuce for months on end. I don't know what to do. I have too much lettuce. Do I sell the lettuce? Do I give it away? And it was just sort of this amazing thing, and I realized, wow, we have lost education just in one generation and 2 generations, and now we're losing even more education while at the same time believing that we are the most educated people in the world because we have degrees. What good is a degree if you don't know how to feed yourself, right? If you don't know how to literally feed yourself, it means nothing. And I know that this is sort of what Tucker is talking about, this sort of overarching topic of us just being lied to at full volume for years. And I think that it is especially women that have been lied to as of recent. It feels like there is a special target on women's back. We seem to be the purveyors of things that are bad, that are happening in this world right now. And I think about this especially when it comes to the topic of transgenderism. I was reading an article on the way over here, and I'm sure you saw it because this girl apparently went viral on TikTok. I'm not on TikTok, so I find out really late, like in the news, you know. And I think it was the University of Cincinnati, and she had a paper proposal. She was writing a proposal for a project, and she had an adjunct professor, and in her proposal, she wrote the term biological woman. She is a biological woman, so she wrote the word biological woman, and the teacher failed her, gave her a 0. and wrote back to her that this term is offensive, trans people exist, and any person in my class who uses this term biological woman will receive a 0 automatically. And fortunately, her video showing this 0 went viral on TikTok. Now the university has been contacted. This girl has taken this all the way to the top, and this professor is, crying and beside herself because, yeah. How scary to think that this is a professor, that this is a real professor that has the power to pass or to fail this young woman, and what she's essentially saying to this woman is that if you write an attribute about yourself that is real, I will fail you, right? I think I'm crazy. I couldn't imagine me writing like Black American and being failed. Like I am a Black American. Oh no, if you say Black American, it means that other Americans can't exist. It's like, no, you're literally saying that I have to pretend I don't exist to make something that literally doesn't exist, right, feel good about itself. That's crazy. How did we get here? Well, the truth is that we got here from women. The transgendered movement has been ushered in by women. I was explaining this to Charlie just now on his radio show. I said every ill that we are fighting right now in society has been brought forth by women. See, there's a thing about women and it's emotion. Right? It is emotion. We have emotions. And let me tell you something. You will realize when you become a mother, maybe you are a mother, that is a superpower. It's actually a beautiful thing. Shouldn't shirk away from the fact that we are more emotional. I read this article about Lance Bass. I read the article in EV Magazine. He's done this interview, and he was talking about how hard it was after he purchased a woman's womb for him and his gay husband, and they had tons of trouble getting pregnant because this woman just kept having miscarriages, and then finally they get these twin babies, and the twins didn't want to cuddle with him. He was really hurt by this because when his mother came over, when Lance Bass's mother came over, they would cuddle with her. Right? The kid knows that that's a woman. And when you become a mother, you will see this. My son right now, he is a terror. He is 2, and he has suddenly realized that he wants to go to war every day, that he wants to be a Spartan when he grows up. And his way of saying hi is to punch you in the leg. Okay? And I'm like, Mommy doesn't like to be punched. But this is why he loves my husband. He's gone through a phase now where he's like, oh, that's daddy. We can beat each other up, right? Hey, dad's home. Let's fight. And his dad wrestles with him. My husband will throw him on the couch and he's giggling and he's screaming and he's just having so much fun because daddy wants to fight and go to war too. Let that kid get the sniffles. Mommy. Oh, God. All he wants is his mommy. Daddy doesn't exist. It's all about the mommy. I don't want to say I like when he's sick, but boy, do I love how he makes me feel when he's sick. I'm like, doesn't need Spartans. Nope, he needs his mommy, He needs his mommy. Right? And my husband doesn't understand why, but my husband doesn't really know what to do when he's sick, and you really start to see this dynamic of why it is so crucial for children to have both a mother and a father, to have those influences in their lives. It is my biological predisposition to emotionality. It is my biological predisposition to nurture that makes my son know that he can get what he needs from me when he's sick, right? These are good things to have. It is good to be emotional. It is good to be nurturing. But when that good quality is hijacked, and it can be hijacked, great evil takes place. Great evil takes place. It is women that felt bad for men that felt like women on the inside. It was feminists that said, well, if that's how he feels, let's just be nice and call him by whatever pronoun he wants to be called. What's the big deal? He feels badly about how he looks, and this is what he wants. Let's just do that. And we didn't hold the line on this, and now what's happening? Oh, now it requires for us to be completely abolished, the abolition of woman, because of how he feels on the inside. Now they don't want you saying biological female in a paper because we didn't stand up to it. It's the same thing for men. Aggression is a wonderful quality for men to have. It is. It's a good quality. They will tell you different. It's not masculinity. Aggression is a good quality. It is what makes men defend their families. It is what makes men want to build empires. That aggression, when it is channeled correctly, is a good thing. Men shouldn't be walking around with their tail in between their legs. Healthy aggression, if you have not watched it and you have the stomach to, I implore you to watch the video of the police officers that stormed in during that Nashville elementary shooting that took place a couple of blocks from my house. The bravery in that video, they didn't think twice to take out this psychopath. They didn't think, they just stormed into danger. And I looked at that and I said that is that masculinity and that aggression when it is trained right. Men are heroes. They're absolutely heroes. But it too can be hijacked and they become monsters. It produces someone like Mussolini, someone like Hitler, someone like Stalin, right? When aggression is hijacked and is trained on the wrong thing, men can become horrible and backwards people. We are not facing a time where hijacked aggression is the problem. We are facing a time right now in this country where hijacked femininity is the problem, when hijacked emotion is the problem, when women having their emotions manipulated by the media has become a problem, right? And this is the genie that we have to put back into the bottle. Your emotions and your nurturing are meant for those relationships in your life that mean the most. It really is. And you will see it. You will become a tiger, when you will become a bear when you have children. And you will realize this, I have just unlocked the superpower that I didn't know I had. I will understand my purpose. Your vision will become so clear. The reason that you fight, the reason that you get up in the morning, the reason that you breathe will become so clear. You will never be more sure of yourself than when you realize that there's something inside of you that just knows what to do with a child. And you already experienced that. I did when I was nannying. You know, I just felt like I knew what to do when a child cried. And my husband, oh my God, when our baby cried, when he was too small, he was like, what's wrong? I'm like, have you tried feeding him? Feeding, food, hunger. These things are amazing, and these are the things that we have to recognize, is that we are fighting hyper femininity, hijacked femininity, and not the real thing. Not the real thing. It's not actually feminine what's going on. It's not natural for women to stay silent when children are being targeted. When we see things like tuck bathing suits in a Target, it is unnatural for women not to stand up and to defend with every life in us children. There is of course no society that can survive without strong men, like there is no society that can survive without dedicated women to fighting the ills in our society. And it is always a perfect yin and a perfect yang. We need nurturing women like we need aggression in men, properly trained, fighting the right target. And right now, the target is the government. The government knows exactly what it is doing. The government understands the threat of women when they find their purpose. Everything that they are doing is to dissuade you against your biological innate instincts. The government knows that to weaken a household, you must at first weaken the women, because the women are the CEOs of the household. So what have they done? What has the government done? It's gotten us out of the household first and foremost. It tells us to climb the corporate ladder, be like men, don't worry about your kids, we've got them. We've established the Department of Education. Don't worry about what your kids are learning. You go off to work. You go earn money like a man. And then it begins to make us fight for our own non-existence. Topics like transgenderism. It is absolutely backwards that any women would support that nonsense. It is absolutely backwards. To support transgenderism means you have to support the idea that there is no such thing as a woman, that you don't exist. How could somebody convince you to support an idea that you're not real? How did it happen? I'll tell you how it happened. America got really stupid. That's how it happens. Okay? We got really stupid because we have so much information, so much education, so many people pursuing degrees, convinced of their superiority, convinced of their knowledge when they know nothing. They're perfect slaves, convinced that you have made something of yourself when you can't even feed yourself. You're a dependent. That's the truth. I was a dependent when I didn't know how to cook. And every day I channel myself to defeat that former self. I wake up every day and I think, how can I be like my grandma? And that is the lesson that I want to leave you guys with. How can you be like your great grandmother was? You guys, I want to save time so that I can answer some of your questions, but for the love of God, honestly, oh, look at you. Wow. Whoa, it's a basket. Thank you guys so much for having me. I'll get to as many questions as I can. I'm going to go super quick. God bless you guys. I think I just literally saw someone jump over. That was amazing. That was like an athletic event.
Girl that I promised to go first here. She's going to come behind you.
I hope there's video of that. That was actually incredible. Okay, guys, to go super, super fast.
Get them back.
Keep your questions to like 15 seconds max. I really want to get to as many questions as I possibly
can. If everyone could scoot back, please, that would be amazing.
Hi, Candace. I'm from Oakland, California. Okay. And I've been going around talking with a lot of people, local businesses, stuff like that. And I tell them about the drag queen story hours, and a lot of them are against it, but they're scared to speak up for fear of losing their jobs or their businesses. And I was wondering if you had any advice for encouraging people to speak up and use their voice.
Yeah, I would ask them if they have any fear of losing their country.
I'm so glad.
That's probably what I would ask them. Because that's what's happening, and it feels like that's a way bigger deal than losing a job. And these were the concerns people had during COVID. I know it's wrong, I don't want the injection, but I'm afraid to lose my job. You know, you will look up one day and America will literally be a socialist country. It happens so much faster than you think. Look at what happened in Venezuela. You know, but it should be the richest country in the world based on their oil, but it's not, because of bad ideas, and that is the power of a bad idea. So I would ask them that question back. Thank you so much for your question.
Hi, Candace. My name is Camila, and this is my Aunt Michelle. We have traveled all the way from Honduras just to be here this weekend. We are so inspired. Our entire country is inspired what Turning Point does, what you do, what Charlie does, what all of you do. And we have noticed that the attack on marriage, life, and family is a global agenda. So the question we had for you was, do you think that raising awareness that this is a global agenda and that uniting nations should be beneficial for our fight?
I actually totally agree with you. It is a global agenda, and that's why we talk about globalists in general. And what they're after, obviously, is the subjugation of humanity, which is why I say it's literally enslavement. If you can't take care of yourself, you're a slave. You know, you're a dependent. And I think it's obvious that governments have gotten in lockstep on this agenda. They don't want people to be able to take care of themselves because it allows them to control the populace. And this really gets into, there's a chapter in my book where I talk about the recreation of slavery, like quite literally what happened in American slavery was ensuring that slaves weren't allowed to read, that they weren't educated. Today, Americans are convinced they're educated, and we've never been dumber. We actually, from an IQ perspective, have never been dumber. But we're giving out degrees like it's candy. And so, yeah, there is definitely, obviously, I think people think it's a big bite to think, how are we going to lock hands internationally when, especially in America, we can't even lock hands across the board in the United States of America. We're so divided on our opinions, and people that are fully awake to this and people that aren't. I do think it's good to start local. I think we make a better impact when you start small, learn something small, and then let it expand large. And I think what greater example of that than Turning Point USA, which this conference 5 years ago was a tiny little conference, and now it's huge, you know. Thank you so much for your question.
Hi, Candace. My name is Faith. My question is, what's your best advice to not let the noise of this world affect me and what I believe in?
That's always a difficult question for me because people are like, how do you deal with all the hate? And I don't. I am so committed to my real life. Spend as little time as possible on social media would be my first thing, is recognize the real world and what actually matters. And I am telling you, social media is poison to a young mind. It absolutely is. It just is. It destroys women's sense of self. It makes women tremendously insecure. It's why there are so many examples of women that are going under the knife, people that are dying, whether it is to be thin, whether it's to have a big butt, whether it's to have breasts. And it's because social media has distorted their minds. The Kardashian era has brought something truly evil with it. Dedicate yourself to your faith. In whatever capacity that is for you, I think that finding real truth, pursuing real truth, makes all of the lies even more apparent. And I think that as I've grown closer to God, I've never seen more clearly. Thank you so much.
Hi, Candace.
Hi.
My name is Lucy, and I'm a huge fan of yours. One of my dreams in life is to go to an Ivy League university. And my question to you is, do you have any advice about applying and going to college, as almost all of them now promote leftist ideologies and are emitting an increasingly smaller percentage of people that are white and or Asian?
I would say it's very difficult because I do not have a fond opinion of the university system, but I don't want to say that to make you think that your dreams aren't valid. I think probably what your dreams are what I thought the university experience would be, and what we all think the university experience would be, which is this super cultural, immersive experience where you get to experiment with ideas. And unfortunately, that is not the circumstance, especially on Ivy League campuses. Some of the worst ideas have come from Yale University. I'm from Connecticut. When you really trace where we got these Marxist principles from, it's the breeding ground, our college campuses. And there are so many people that can speak to you about that at Turning Point USA. It was obviously leading the charge. And so if your dream really is to go there, then I would say your dream should be to transform it. And the way that you can do that is by starting a Turning Point chapter, locking arms with other conservatives, and also doing what that young woman did at the University of Cincinnati. When a teacher tries to come at you with a fully Marxist principle that lacks any sensibility, you better go straight to the administration and raise hell. Thank you for your question.
Hi. Real quick, so I'm trying to be a nurse attorney because I want to combine healthcare and constitutional law. However, I was actually kicked out of my nursing school.
I'm sorry, can you speak a little bit louder? For some reason, I can't hear you.
Yeah. So I'm trying to be a nurse attorney because I want to combine healthcare and constitutional law, but I was actually kicked out of my nursing school at the beginning of my senior year because I did not think that I should be required to surrender my biometrics and surrender all my legal rights as a term for my education. And unless I sign an NDA and turn a blind eye to all of that, they are not going to give me my degree. So my question to you is, what advice do you have for the younger generation concerning protecting biometrics and state laws that aren't keeping up with technology? And what is your stance on all of that?
Yeah, there's definitely something there. And I think that maybe something that people in this room will be able to identify with more or be able to sympathize with more is the COVID vaccine, when they just sort of mandated that everyone has to get the COVID vaccine and able to go back to university. That's been going on for a very long time. I speak out against that, obviously, because I'm very known for not vaccinating my children and how they have tried to force you. Thank you. How they will try to force you to submit your body to the government, because that's what it is. Where are these biometrics going? Where are these COVID shots going? It makes them money, obviously, is by saying that your child can't go to school. And so what I would say, and what I always tell people, is try to make an imprint where you are. This year, I'm working with, in the fall, I'm going to be working with the Tennessee House of Republicans to pass a law against things like that, because they have made so many incursions. And that's the sort of things that you can do locally. locally, right, where you live, is you can say, how do you actually get a law passed? It's not something that people tend to think about when they're your age, but it can be incredibly important and it can secure your future. You should not have to do something that you're uncomfortable with to learn. To me, it's mind-boggling. People did not want to get the COVID vaccine and were told, well, you're a senior, you've got 1 year left. If you want to graduate, you've already spent all this money. You're going to have to roll up your sleeve and take a shot. That is so beyond crazy, so immoral, so backwards, and at its core, it's evil. So what I would say is make an impact where you can, familiarize yourself with your local Republicans, and see if you can actually get laws passed. And the answer usually is that you can. It's a lot easier than I think people think it is, but people don't think to do those things. So that would be my advice to you.
Hi, Candace. I'm a huge fan of you, and I'm from a Hispanic family, and I've noticed not many conservatives have a Hispanic platform, and I would want to start one, and I was wondering if you can give me advice, because many Hispanics blindly follow Democrats.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. My advice whenever people say to you, how do you get started, is first off, figure out what your talent is. Everybody has different fears and something that they're brilliant at. Some people are brilliant writers. Some people are brilliant communicators. Some people would rather never be on stage and maybe write a policy paper that can be handed to somebody so that they can get laws passed. Network like crazy, but also realize the power of being able to start your own channel on YouTube. That's literally where I come from. I started a YouTube channel one day and said, I have something that I want to say to Black America. Never in a million years could I have thought that it would have transformed my entire life. And networking, though, is the key component. You're here in a conference filled with tons of young women. Somebody here is going to be on this stage one day. So, it's true. It's just the truth. So keeping those contacts and just sort of keeping yourself in the pool of individuals that also want to impact a change. I really do need to start putting Spanish subtitles in all of my videos. I was thinking about that because one of my first videos that went viral in Portuguese in Brazil. So there is definitely just getting over that barrier of language is something that would be great. But I hope that's helpful for you.
Hi. I grew up with the LGBTQ community. Wow, there's a lag. And something that I've noticed is that the affirmative care model is being used for so many more mental health issues than just gender transition. If you say that you're suicidal, the doctor will say, yes, you are. And whether or not you actually display the pathology of someone who's suicidal, or you are actually experiencing, you're actually doing things that would demonstrate that you're in an earnest crisis, they will just believe you and they will always medicate you. And I'm wondering if you agree that affirmative care pertains to more than just
Yeah,
gender.
Absolutely. I mean, I've talked about this extensively on my podcast, and I talk about the fact that even the craft of psychology and psychiatry is complete garbage now. I mean, affirmative care is what happened to Prince Harry. He had a feeling, and they told him it was a fact, right? He's like, I feel like my life has been horrible. It's like, you're literally a prince. This is not a thing. This is not a thing. But what's happening now is people go and they get therapy and they get told that every feeling they have is valid. Every feeling they have is real. And the truth is, I'm sorry to be the one to tell you guys, every feeling you have is just not valid, right? Sometimes you just gotta let it go. Put on your big boy pants and let it go. Next question.
Hi, Candace. Good afternoon. My name is Claudia Quiroz, and I am from San Diego, California. I just wanted to tell you I love you. I listen to your podcast every single day.
Oh, thank you.
I'm so excited. My question, I work in healthcare operations, and with COVID, it has made it extremely hard. I have two questions. First is, can I send you my resume for operations?
Yes.
And the second is, what would you recommend for those living in California who are conservative and actually want to help people in healthcare?
Get the hell out of very much a pessimist when it comes to California, just everything they've done in terms of their election process. Even when I speak to moms that are sort of waking up to the vaccine industry and what it's doing to children, in states like California, they've already passed legislation. You have no rights over your children. If you're a doctor and you decide not to give a child a vaccine based on how they reacted to one, you'll lose your medical license. I mean, California is in fact a communist state. I really do believe that. And I feel badly saying that to people that love California and believe that it can be reformed. I just think the writing is on the wall in California. And that is why we're seeing an influx of people moving out to states like Tennessee, like Texas, and Florida, and they're happier and better for it. And then they kind of wake up and go, can't believe I stayed there that long. And it's like, yeah, it's pretty crazy, you know. And to your other question, we always accept applications. info@CandaceOwens.com. It's always rolling. So I'll look forward to seeing your resume in there. Thanks so much for your question.
Hi, Candace. My name is Parissa. And I just want to first thank you for being my role model and inspiration to start a TPUSA chapter. And my friend Bethany and I are starting a student podcast in our club.
That's so fun. Great idea, starting a student podcast. I love that.
So my question is that I'm really passionate about wanting to pursue a career in the film industry. And I want to be a director and screenwriter, but I want to make a difference and reach a large group of people. So my question is, how can I, in obviously a very liberal industry, specifically in Hollywood where I live, how can I reach those goals of reaching so many people and making that impact without compromising my values or hiding who I am along the way?
I would start looking towards conservative companies. I work for the Daily Wire. They're starting an entire film imprint. I just read an article that Mark Wahlberg, who's a devout Catholic, has moved his entire shop up to Las Vegas. He's now getting laws changed to make it easier to film there, and he's encouraging other conservative, but he's just saying all actors and actresses to move to a more favorable state because he's realized he just sold his house in California, that it is in fact a sinking ship, and it's a lot to do with the legislation, and he's starting all of that up in Nevada, in Las Vegas. So it is changing because it has to change because people are miserable and they're suffering under this, liberal web. And Hollywood is one of the industries that I do believe is changing thanks to people like Mark Wahlberg and the Daily Wire. So try to get an internship. The Daily Wire, we do accept interns. I don't control that metric, but if you go to the website, there's a way that you can apply. You guys, my thing says 0. I'm going to take one more question because I feel bad, but they're kicking me out. So one more question. Thank you so much for your question. Oh gosh, last question. No pressure. No pressure.
Hi, my name is Megan, and I'm going to be a senior this year at UT Austin. And my question for you is, what is your number one piece of advice for a young woman who wants to have a successful career making change in the political process while also prioritizing having a family someday?
That's a great question. So what I would say is you can throw yourself into your career. Never throw yourself into your career so much that you're abandoning your personal life. There's a time and a place for everything. So if you're in your early 20s, you can really just go full throttle. You're not up against a clock or anything. But for me, something shifted when I got into my mid 20s where I knew that actually I wanted to place more of an emphasis on my personal life. And I did that because no matter what, I know my career is not going to hug me at night. No matter how famous you are, when you die, the world forgets you, but your family never does. That's the truth, right? I still cry over my grandfather. I still cry over my grandfather's death, because he meant so much to me. And let that be your guide, the stuff that really matters. What I will tell you is that the big surprise at the end is that no matter how much you accomplish in your career, once you have children, it all completely changes and you realize that that is without a doubt the most important thing. Family is the most important achievement that you will ever make in your entire life. You guys, thank you so much. I love you all. That was still the greatest opening ever. Love you guys.
Hey, everybody, welcome That wraps up the program, I believe, tonight for Young Women's Leadership Summit here at Turning Point USA in Dallas, Texas. I'm back on set with our own Amanda Head. And Amanda, just your synopsis on the whole day.
Yeah, you know what? One of the best things about this conference, and I noticed this last year, that was my first time of covering this, the relationships that are forming among these women.
Yes.
Because a lot of these women are the only conservative ladies, or they think they are the only conservative ladies on their campus.
Yes.
And so when they come here, they forge friendships with women that go to other universities, and they create this cross-country network of very influential, bold, and courageous women, and I love it.
It was one of the most interesting things. I was talking to several students today that have been, put out of their universities, like I was. My first master's degree, a lot of people know, they declined to give it to me. St. Louis University declined to give it to me because I was too conservative. And anyway, made a stink and eventually got it. Thus, that's the whole reason. But it cost me a whole lot more money because I had to do a whole other program. I'm hearing those stories over and over again. But today they have places to go. I had no place to go. I was a starving college student. I couldn't afford an attorney. Today I'm like, can you get an attorney? Oh yeah, well I have an attorney from here and I have an attorney from there. There's all these organizations out there which your charitable tax dollars are supporting, where kids can go and they can hire an attorney when they are wronged. I mean, again, we have come so far. I feel it. Like I've never felt it before that we have come so far. And I know there's so much bad news out there. I just like to give the encouraging news as well.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, we're going to have some more good news in just a moment with our guest. But first, we know we have our colleague Ben Berquam, who was there on the ground in North Carolina. I saw a very friendly face earlier there in the crowd, Michael Watley, who is a regular guest on mine and John's show, and I think on this network in general. He is the chair of the North Carolina GOP, and he's done an incredible job in that state. But Ben, you are there on the ground. Tell us what the vibe is. President Trump's going to be speaking there in a short while. How's it going?
Hey guys, excuse me, not guys, I don't want to misgender you ladies. Awesome event you guys have going on there as well. It's really, before I get to that, and Watley, by the way, they just voted. Watley was was reelected as the chair. A contentious battle here in North Carolina. But I have to say, listening to these speakers, listening to Candace Owens and so many of the other ones before, what a difference between the left, what the left wants for women in America, and what the right wants, or basically wants women to have the options for themselves. It's such a stark contrast as a dad and a husband of a wife who is a homeschooler, a stay-at-home mom. The paradigm difference between the left and the right. It's so refreshing to watch that and to listen to it. It's amazing. So amazing event here already kicking off. I mean, North Carolina is a hotbed for politics. They say they run the best convention in America. We've been talking to folks from all over the place this morning. I spoke to an Angel sister earlier today whose brother was killed by an illegal alien. We'll have an interview from that later. But it's a place where the battle is really underway. It's the MAGA versus the establishment, and all of the same battles that we see across America. It's raging here as well. But I did have an opportunity to stop for a few minutes with Mark Robinson, who is the current lieutenant governor here in North Carolina, who is running to be governor of North Carolina. I think we have that clip ready if we can play that. All right, sir. Lieutenant Governor running for governor of North Carolina, sir.
Yes, sir.
First off, do you mind commenting on this attack on President Trump?
The worst thing about it is not just this attack. It's everything that we see put all together. The hiring of 80,000 new IRS agents, the defunding of police officers, the criminal DAs. It's all of the generation of what we've worked so hard to build in this nation. The law enforcement agencies that we've built, those places are now either being torn down or weaponized against our citizens. We can't stand up for this. If it can be done to a former president, a billionaire, and I think that's the message they're sending, that it can definitely be done to anybody. So we've got to definitely stand against that and reverse that trend.
And most people know you originally from standing up city council on the Second Amendment.
Absolutely.
And you think about that, where you started, and the attack, I mean, what they're doing to President Trump, and you think about the intent of wanting to take the Second Amendment away from the American people and our ability to defend ourselves from a tyrannical government.
Absolutely. Nobody likes to talk about that little inconvenient fact that our founding fathers put that Second Amendment into our Constitution in order for us to protect ourselves from a government should it become too tyrannical. I absolutely abhor the thought of that. But we have seen the dreadful effects when that is not present for others. We saw it in communist Russia, we saw it in Nazi Germany, we saw it in Cambodia, we saw it in China, and we've seen it in 100 other places. Human beings need to be able to defend themselves against tyrants. And tyranny is on our shores right now. We need to make sure we keep our Constitution in order and that the people continue to have the power.
And lastly, here in North Carolina, there's been a bit of a battle over the last several years, kind of the establishment versus MAGA. Obviously, you're hardcore MAGA.
Sure.
You're fighting. What's your message for the people of North Carolina and ultimately for the MAGA folks across America?
Hey, look, we need to stay the course because I'm telling you, what has happened over the last few years ought to be evident of where they want to take us. We saw the great policies of President Trump. Forget about the tweets. Forget about not liking his attitude. Let's talk about the policies. Nobody cared about his tweets when they were pumping $1.85 a gallon for gas. But everybody cares about Joe Biden's policies now that we're pumping $5 a gallon for gas. We have to keep in mind that we need somebody in office that's going to fight for us. And nobody has fought for us over the last few decades like President Trump. Plus, the proof is in the pudding. Why did the left want to destroy this man so bad? Because he ruins all their plans to bring this country to his knees. I believe we need to stay the course, put him back in office, and make sure that we keep America great always.
And how do people support you in your campaign, sir?
You can go to markrobinsonfornc.com, and they can go there, find out more about me, donate, and do all those great things. And we appreciate it.
God bless you, sir.
Thank you.
And by the way, so this, just to give you an idea of this, what's happening. So you see what's going on with the injustice system in America. You see what they're doing to President Trump. I wore this hat. I wore my ultra extreme MAGA shirt all the way out here when I flew out here yesterday. And I got to tell you, the people, when they see what happened to President Trump, it's not what they're doing to President Trump. It's people understand it's what they mean to do to you. And Carrie Lake said it when she spoke yesterday. This is not about President Trump. It's about the people of this country. We, the people in this country. He's going to talk about it tonight. We obviously heard him earlier today in Georgia, but the folks in this room and the people I interviewed from here in North Carolina, they're behind President Trump 100%. If anything, what they're doing right now, the attacks on him, it's just making it their support for him even stronger.
So much, Ben. Ben, we've been watching, this whole program here today, and of course, this is a C3 organization. So, as a speaker today, I wasn't allowed to talk about specific candidates or anything like that. Neither were any of the speakers. My question for you, as you're talking to people today, are you hearing anything about what the other candidates are going to do? Are people putting pressure on them to step up for President Trump, maybe to either step away from running or to at least be there in solidarity with him on Tuesday in Miami? What are you hearing on that, Ben?
Well, look, I think what we know is there's several of the people that are running as spoilers. They're running with the establishment. They're running because they've basically been invited to do that against President Trump. And so I would love to think that we could see a united party behind President Trump. I don't see that happening. In talking to a lot of the folks here, they don't see that happening either. But let's pray that it does, because that's really what they need. That's really what this country needs. But we'll see. We've actually got our first speaker coming up here as well.
Oh, good. Yeah, last week when Doug Burgum, governor of North Dakota, announced the #1 response of people on social media was who? And I've said since the beginning that unless your name is, if you declare your candidacy, unless your name is Donald Trump, you're just vying for the VP spot. And Ben, I wanted to ask you because, Mark Robinson, Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson, he has such an incredible matter-of-fact, no-nonsense way of speaking. And he said, forget the tweets, forget his personality, focus on the policy. And we know one of the policies of this administration that has been one of the biggest failures is the border. So, Ben, you are our border correspondent. I know people there in North Carolina recognize you as such. Talk to us about what they've been saying about the border.
Well, yeah, exactly. Specifically this morning, like I said, I had an interview with Chris Story. Her brother was killed by an illegal alien. Her brother's killer was actually on the ICE top 10 most wanted list, and Joe Biden got rid of 6 of those names. Her brother's killer was one of them. He is still on the lam, running free. She's here in North Carolina. This is not just a border issue. The illegal immigration that we have at our southern border is a national issue that affects every single state. And I was approached by dozens of people here who said, thank you for our network, thank you for our show, thank you for telling the truth and exposing Joe Biden and Secretary Mayorkas for the disaster that they've created. And also going back to President Trump, this is why, you look at anyone else who's running for office right now, President Trump is the only one who's done anything to actually secure the border. Everyone else is just running on his coattails. And as you mentioned, somebody like Mike Pence, it's just a total waste of time for this guy to run for office. It makes you wonder why, because the base can't stand him. There's no chance of him winning. And I always wonder, why is somebody going to run for office if they have no chance of winning, if the base doesn't like you? And so there has to be something else behind it. But when it comes to the border, people are waking up in every state across the nation. Joe Biden has invited an invasion into our country. And all you have to do is watch Law and Border on Real America's Voice News, and you'll see it. Personal plug, but it's to me, it's the best border show on TV right now.
Hey, we're all into that plug, Ben. Thank you for making it for us. And absolutely, that is an important thing. Thank you so much for all your coverage tonight and for joining us.
And thank you, and stay tuned. President Trump will be out, so we've got a congressman up right now, but President Trump will be out very shortly to speak. The plane has landed, so stay tuned. As soon as he is, we'll be going to the stage.
All right, Ben, thank you so much. Amanda, we talked about this before. We have one of the great speakers today. Actually, I think your speech is actually the only one that I got to listen to, just because I was speaking to and busy, whatever. But I did get to hear you. Sergeant Betsy Smith, tell us about what you had to say to these young women today.
Well, what we wanted to talk to them about was let them know what the National Police Association does and let them know how they can support American law enforcement and what really law enforcement means to them. One of the things that I wanted to emphasize was that people who don't feel safe aren't free. We talk a lot about freedom in America, but if you're not safe to use your Second Amendment rights to protect yourself, for example, or you don't feel safe to get in your car and drive around or go out of your apartment, or some kids don't even feel safe to wear that thin blue line flag on their shirt or carry the flag on the football field. Yeah. So many things that young people deal with, and we want to let them know that American law enforcement is behind them. And that especially the National Police Association is the most pro-Constitution, pro-Second Amendment police organization in the country, and we're proud of that.
Yeah, I want to tell you something that I didn't think I was going to tell you. I hadn't even thought about it. So you said that about wearing the thin blue. My husband was in St. Louis, Missouri, where he's from, Chesterfield, Missouri, the suburbs. Very, very, just middle class, American pie kind of thing. And I went into a pizza place as they were closing, and the staff there dragged him outside, beat him. Turns out it's because he had on a blue line flag on his wrist, on a wristband that he wears all the time. And they told him that was why. Beat him within an inch of his life in Chesterfield, Missouri. Unbelievable pizza place right there, right by where he was raised at his own mother's house, just for wearing that. I can't imagine what it feels like to walk out of the house in your uniform, making yourself a target literally every single day. Tell us a little bit about what your members are experiencing.
Well, this is the thing. I was a police officer for 29 years, and you always know you have that target on your back, as they say. But now, for the last 3 years, the vilification and the demonization of the American law enforcement officer has led to this just constant tension in police officers as they go out and still try to do their job, knowing that they may get shot, knowing that they may get assaulted. 60,000 cops a year get assaulted. We've already had 170 police officers shot already this year. But not only do they have to worry about getting hurt, but they have to worry about, am I going to get sued? Am I going to get indicted? Am I going to be the next cop that is demonized on CNN or in the newspaper or whatever? And it's just a very difficult time to do your job. And American law enforcement is so shorthanded. Most large urban police departments are hundreds, if not thousands of police officers short. And then when they go do their jobs and they take those cases that they have been working on, those crime victims, and present it to the prosecutors, very often these woke prosecutors won't prosecute the case, or they plead it down to a misdemeanor or whatever. So it's so difficult
and demoralizing.
It is demoralizing, and that's why so many of them are leaving the job. And so that's one of the things too we do at the National Police Association is we let cops know that people really do love them. You know, we do polling, and our polls say that most people don't want us demonized. Most people care about cops, care about the job they do, and even care about their mental health. And that's something that, you know, we're so proud to present that to the American law enforcement officer, to say, you know what, people do give a damn about you and the job that you do. People need cops.
Sergeant Betsy, cops are so demonized these days. I mean, you see it across the board. Everybody in America is now an armchair quarterback. They think that they can cast aspersions and make better decisions than cops do in an instant. They're villainized. The pay, let's face it, is not great. It doesn't seem like there are many incentives left to become a police officer. But for those who are making that very, very tough choice, putting their lives on the line, what's left? What's left for them?
Well, I got to tell you, that's one of the things I have been emphasizing to the young women here at the conference, is that I'll tell you, in 29 years, I never had the same day twice. I got to do everything from arrest a murderer to deliver babies. So it's an amazing job. And the thing that we want to emphasize is, you know, police, I mean, I knew I wasn't going to get rich being a cop, right? But every police officer takes that oath to the Constitution, puts on a gun and a badge, and we have a sense of mission that really very few other professions really get to experience on a day-to-day basis. And that is what continues to keep those law enforcement officers going. And I think that's what's going to bring more young people to the profession, if we can just emphasize that sense of mission, that sense of purpose, that you are the ones keeping your fellow citizens safe, keeping your community safe, because it is, I'll tell you, there's nothing like it in the world, and I am so grateful to have had that experience. And I want more people, especially young women, to have that experience.
Yeah, that's fascinating. I love that was your answer to that question. That's very inspiring, and I know you inspired so many of these young women today. And not only, and I hope it's okay that I bring this up, not only are you here as a speaker, we only have about 30 seconds left, but not only are you here as a speaker, you all actually sponsored this event. That's amazing to me. 30 seconds to you.
The National Police Association is so proud to sponsor Turning Point events, because we believe in what they're doing, in the mission of American freedom, of the American Constitution, and bringing young people over to the conservative side to help support what American law enforcement is doing.
Yeah. Well, we want to thank you on behalf of our audience, who I know loves you, loves what you're doing, and God continue to bless your work and that of your association. So thanks for being with us too.
Can people donate at nationalpolice.org?
They can go to nationalpolice.org. They can donate. They can subscribe and see what we're doing for American law enforcement and our communities.
Awesome. Amanda asked the important questions. Thank you for that.
Well, I just want them to get support, and a lot of times it's just money.
Hugely important. Hugely important. Thank you. All right. Well, we are going to be back here shortly with more from Young Women's Leadership Summit here in Dallas, Texas. Lots of great guests coming up. You're not going to want to miss a thing. Stay right where you are. welcome back. As I told you, we are bringing in great guests. It's so much fun being here, meeting these people, Amanda. I know you love it too. It's inspiring. It makes us want to keep going. And right now with us, we have Dr. Stella Emanuel. Dr. Emanuel, you have had quite the interesting time since COVID happened. Tell us.
Yes. Of course, everybody knows me from my infamous appearance at the steps of the Supreme Court, screaming in front of the whole world that COVID is treatable and people don't have to die.
Yes.
And it's crazy because till today, they have not changed the protocols in the hospitals. Till today, people are still dying in the hospitals from remdesivir when COVID is completely treatable with ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine.
Yes.
So that was my thing. I screamed that day, and of course, I'm also a minister of the gospel, written books, and
I remember
I've
this.
really just been around for the past 3 years, just taking care of the American people. We've taken care of over 150,000 patients. We were there in the thick of it, especially like with Delta and everything. There were times when we were seeing 2,000 at any time. We had about 2,000 patients waiting to see us, and we didn't sleep. We hunkered down and we just took care of the people. That is that's amazing, though. I just feel that's amazing. And but I want to tell people that the battle is not over. You know, they've kind of cooled it with COVID, but I think it's because they've achieved their purpose that they had with COVID. I told people from day one that COVID was not really the issue. COVID was a Trojan horse for the jab, and the jab is a Trojan horse for transhumanism. And I think that's what they are pushing right now.
Yeah.
And I just believe people need to wake up, even especially as a minister of the gospel. The church needs to wake up to see the evil.
Amen.
I see patriots fighting this evil, but most of the patriots don't understand the death of Satan. And then I see the church just sleeping, catching their breakthrough, going to their next level, and you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Just still acting up as if everything is normal.
Yeah.
You know, 10 steps to how to make money and stuff like that. They don't realize the battle that we're in. So there's a dichotomy. And that's where my battle is right now, getting people prepared. Having been somebody that's well grounded in the Bible, and I've studied the book of Revelation, and it's like seeing science, current events, and Bible like opening right in front of us.
Oh, yeah.
And people are not getting it, you know. So that's why the battle cry right now is be prepared. We don't need to be scared, but you need to read the book of Revelation. You need to see what people like Yuval Noah, Klaus Schwab, Bill Gates, even Elon, you need to see what they are saying. They want to connect our brains to the Internet of Things. They want to, you know, change us if we take gene editing, and we need to see this stuff, and then we need to get back into scripture and realize that this stuff was already written, and we need to be prepared. You know what I'm saying?
Dr. Emanuel, you have set such a high bar for what doctors should be. You put your own self-interest, your own finances aside to just put patients first. And I think that a lot of people saw that on the steps of the Supreme Court, but I think many other people since then have recognized that. So I applaud you for doing that, because I wish every doctor in America had the attitude that you did.
It's you know, people. I wrote a book called Let America Live. You can get it on our website, drstellaemd.com. I wrote that book, and the reason I wrote that book is that if you read my book, it kind of gives you exactly how much training I had for the battle we're facing right now. People think I just popped up. No, I didn't just pop up. I tell people I'm God's battle axe. I'm a physician, but I'm also a sniper in the kingdom of God. So I've been trained as a warrior. I've been trained to do this, and a lot of this had been showed to me prophetically in dreams and everything before they happened. So when it happened, I was ready to, you know, fight by God's grace, you know. And when you sit around and see people dying, and you know that you can treat people and they get well, at some point you can't. For you to just sit around and say, well, I'm just scared something's going to happen to me, let me just sit around and take care of me and my family, is just not acceptable. I tell people, I said, until the world gets up and every one of us realize that it is our duty to stand and fight. It's our duty to say, no, not on my watch. Everybody has to pick the hill they are willing to die on. If you do not get to a place where you're willing to die on a hill, then you can be overcome. So that is probably the greatest thing that happened to me was I was willing to die on that hill. I remember before we went to DC that fateful day in July, I called my family and I told them that I'm going to DC. I know something crazy is going on. By May of 2020, I knew this was not science. Everything they were doing was not science because it didn't make sense. I said, I'm going to DC. I'm going to speak up. If I perish, I perish. I called my family. I sat down. I said, I might not make it back. So if I don't make it back, oh well, you guys do this, do this, do this. They're like, don't do it. I said, you don't break my heart. We can't sit around and just let these demons win, you know. So I guess that is why I was so bold and so like out there crazy, because it didn't really matter. I was like, you know, the worst they can do is kill me. And once you have overcome that fear of death, they can't do anything to you. Right now, the biggest reason why they are able to overcome humanity is our incessant fear of death. I tell people, I'm a Christian. Give your life to Christ. Call on Jesus. We're in a battle of good versus evil, packaged like science. And once you have done that and you know your God, you should not be afraid. And when you get to that point where you are not afraid, they can't do much to you, because the biggest fear of humanity is a fear to die. And people are willing to take a job, people are willing to take all kinds of procedures just because they want to live. Once we overcome that, then you can fight like a ferocious lion. When people sign up for the military, they sign up to fight and they are willing to die. So we are in a battle. And, you know, we need to be at that stage right now. We're like, okay, great. You know, if it's my turn and you get to take me out, I'm just going to make my life right with God. So if you take me out, I go. And if we get there, we can defeat these demons.
Yeah. You know, the parallels between evangelism and your what you've done, what you are experiencing in medicine are so valid. I think all the time, you know, my husband said one time, you know, what would you do if you knew that everyone was going and jumping off that bridge and they were going to go to hell? What would you do? Would you not try to stop them? I mean, that really is evangelism in a nutshell. And you're in the exact same boat, finding yourself. It's amazing and powerful what you're doing. We have no more time, but I need to ask you, Dr. Emmanuel, can you tell us a website? Where can people go to support your work, to find you, all of the rest?
Yes, if you go to drstellamd.com,
drstellamd.com.
Our biggest thing right now is to get people prepared, medically prepared, physically prepared, financially prepared, stock up food and water, get the medications you need. Just make sure you're prepared so that when they shoot other weapons and everything, you can survive.
Awesome.
Oh, man. So we should all be able to take I take my chances any day with monkeypox, gorilla pox, whatever, elephant pox.
Yeah.
Because I know who I belong to. I belong to Jesus.
I believe you, sister. Thank you so much for being with us. Thank you for what you're doing. I know so many who cowered, so many of my doctor friends cowered in all of this, and the ones that didn't lost their medical license. I mean, it has been, you are so right on about all of this.
Yes.
Thank you, drstellamd.com.
God bless you.
God bless you too. All right, we'll be right back. We have more great guests we're going to bring you, so don't go anyplace, because Amanda Head and I are here taking you through the evening with more fun stuff coming to you from Dallas, Texas, Turning Point USA Young Women's Leadership Summit. We'll be right back. disco-y. I'm not gonna, and a little
true. I love
Barbie
it.
also. Like the theme is really cool this year. I'm loving it so much, and we're going to get to that in just a moment. I want to tell you guys, in backing up what Dr. Emanuel just said, in preparation for what is coming, Birch Gold, such a great resource for that. In these times, we all know we need to be investing in gold, and all you need to do that is text America to 989898. That'll put you in touch with Birch Gold. They'll send you information, no obligation at all. You just text America to 989898, and Birch Gold will help you get your gold storage started so that you can, in fact, be prepared. And we're so blessed. We have President Trump coming up before too long, but I want to definitely get over to Andrew, our buddy here, and we were joking about what is your title? I go, he's Charlie's guy. Well, I mean, he's not really Charlie's guy. And someone said a spokesman, and you said a fireman, and I said, your mom. You do everything. Tell us. Moms do everything.
Right.
You're the mom.
Moms, I am not a mom. At the Young Women's Leadership Summit, I think that's safe to say. I'm a biological man and have always identified as such. Yeah, I mean, listen, I handle communications PR for Turning Point more broadly. I have a communications company, but I'm also executive producer of The Charlie Kirk Show, which is how the real America's Voice audience knows me.
Oh, yeah. Why,
and
indeed.
I fell in for Charlie from time to time. But yeah, I mean,
big shoes to fill.
This is an amazing event. Yes, very big shoes to fill. And actually, he has large shoes.
Does he? Well,
physically.
Really? Good to know. Well, we have to run over to President Trump. I can't believe he's interrupting you like this.
Come on.
The gall.
Can you believe it?
Anyway, without any further ado, here he is. Thank you, Andrew.
Where's the chairman? Come on, Richard, stand up. We just got back from Georgia, and he's even a celebrity in Georgia. We had a great crowd in Georgia, too. He's fourth in line for Speaker, and his wonderful wife, Renee, is incredible. And she served 4 years, actually, in the White House as Kellyanne. Does anyone hear of Kellyanne Conway? Nobody, right? She's so fantastic. But thank you, and thank the family. Your family is fantastic. We appreciate it. Thanks also to one of the great stars of the party, one of the great stars in politics, Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson. And I'm going to endorse Mark, but I'm not going to tell you about it tonight, okay? We'll save it for another time. But you can count on it, Mark. Congratulations. Great job. You've been doing a fantastic job. We also have some warriors that we fight together with all the time, and we win a lot. We win most of the time. Representatives Dan Bishop. Where's Dan? Dan? Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Dan. Thank you very much. Great job. Great job. We love him. Chuck Edwards. Chuck. Thank you, Chuck. Thank you. Thank you very much. And State House Speaker Tim Moore. Tim, thank you very much. Great job. Tim's doing a fantastic job. Thank you. For 7 years, we've been engaged in an epic struggle to rescue our country from the sinister forces who actually hate it and want to destroy it. I really believe they want to destroy it. There can be no other reason. These forces are far stronger than Russia, China, North Korea, and Iran all put together, because with the right leader, you saw that just 3 years ago, we have the right leader. All of those countries are absolutely no threat. They're not any threat to us. We talked about it before. Right now, however, they're putting us in the most dangerous position in the history of our country. We've never been in a position like this. There's never been such danger. It's because of the weaponry, the power of the weaponry. And we have people that have no clue. We have people in office that have no clue. Together we stand up to the globalists. We stand up to the Marxists. We stand up to the rhinos, because they're very bad. Because you don't know where they're coming from, the rhinos, you don't know where they're coming from. We stand up to the communists and the environmental extremists, because I'm an environmentalist. I really believe that. We've done some great things for the environment, but you have extremists and you don't know whether or not they're really serious about some of this stuff. It's not even believable. We stand up to the open borders fanatics destroying our country, the radical left Democrats, their lawless partisan prosecutors, and the fake news media. We have a lot of it back there, but not all of them are fake. That's a big group back there, by the way. Dan, I think they're here for you, maybe. And on November 5th, 2024, we're going to stand up to the corrupt political establishment. We're going to evict a totally corrupt president named Joe Biden from the White House. And we're going to finish the job that we so successfully started. Probably there's been no more important 4 years than we had. We did a great job, all of us together. Things we did, nobody thought were possible. I put everything on the line. I will never yield. I will never be deterred. I will never stop fighting for you. Never. And if I wasn't leading in the polls by so much, we'd have no difficulty. And you know, they're the party of disinformation. They say, oh, we want to run against Trump. In the meantime, we got 5,000 prosecutors after us because they don't want to run against Trump. We beat him the first time. We did much better the second time. We beat him. We did much better the second time. More than any other president, more votes than any other sitting president has ever gotten, and more votes in terms of the margin, from 63 million, and they had millions and millions. No president's done that. Usually they get less the second time. You know, you get tired of them. They weren't tired of me because we got many more votes. With your vote, we will take back our country from these fascists and thugs, and we will indeed make America great again. From the beginning, our America First agenda has been an existential threat to the rotten political class that gets rich and powerful at your expense, erasing our borders, cheating like we've never seen before in elections, exporting our jobs and squandering our blood and treasure on endless foreign wars. We didn't start any wars, first time in 71 years. No wars. They all said, Trump will get us into a war. He's got that personality. No, it was my personality that kept us out of wars. But we finished some wars. We finished ISIS, 100% of the caliphate. We knocked out ISIS. We did whatever we had to do. And we were respected all over the world as warriors without having to fight wars. You know who doesn't fight too many wars? China. You ever noticed? It's all talk. It's beautiful military. They try and beat you economically, not militarily. And there's something very smart about that, isn't there? But they respected us. They respected your president, and they respected our country. They no longer respect us. And it's very sad what's happening. They've launched one hoax. These people we have to deal with, and they've launched witch hunt after witch hunt, and they just try to stop our movement. They want to do anything they can to thwart the will of the American people. It's called election interference. That's what they're doing now. This is election interference. And we've never seen it on a scale like this. And you have to understand, the other side is downright crooked. That's why we now call him Crooked Joe Biden, because, you know, we took the name away from Hillary. She suffered enough with that name. So I retired the name from Hillary because I wanted to bring it over to Biden, because he's probably worse than she ever was, and that's saying something. As the Durham report proved, they spied on my campaign. They forged false evidence to get illegal surveillance warrants. The FBI offered $1 million for a fictitious dossier written by a foreign spy to try and frame me for treason. We beat it all off, didn't we? They put our country through hell, and they knew it was a lie the entire time. They knew it was a lie. They knew the laptop from hell was a lie. They knew everything. Remember, it's not me they're going to go after. And if you think of it, whoever took my place, and I hope it's not going to be anybody, because we're the ones that are going to save this country, because our country's in trouble. They'll go after that person, and that person will not be able to withstand the fire. And I know all of them. I know them all. And they actually admit it. They come to me, how do you stand this? And I usually look at them and say, in a sick way, I sort of enjoy it. Because it exposes them. It exposes them for what they are. And it's also lifted the poll numbers to even higher legs. Have you seen this? The polls are through the roof, and the fundraising, small dollar fundraising, is setting records. But still, you get indicted over nothing. You get indicted over the Presidential Records Act, which they don't even admit. They call it the Espionage Act. These are sick people. We had Russia, 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 Ukraine, 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 the no collusion Mueller witch hunt, impeachment hoax number 1. Remember the perfect phone call? Impeachment hoax number 2, the illegal censorship of the Hunter Biden laptop from hell, the 51 intelligence officials who falsely said it was Russian disinformation. Remember they said that? I said, nobody believes that. Who would believe that? You see the pictures, horrible pictures. The real pictures haven't been exposed yet. But all of this, and it just kept coming and coming and coming, and it would for another person in my position, but they wouldn't be able to handle it. They wouldn't be able to take it, because you're dealing with crazy lunatics. Now the Marxist left is once again using the same corrupt DOJ and the same corrupt FBI and attorneys general and local district attorneys to interfere in our election at a level that our country has never witnessed before. These criminals cannot be rewarded. They must be defeated. We have to defeat them soundly. In the end, they're not coming after me. They're coming after you, and I'm just standing in their way. The baseless indictment of me by the Biden administration's weaponized Department of Injustice will go down as among the most horrific abuses of power in the history of our country. I think it already is, when you think about it. And certainly going back to Obama, when I said, you know, they spied on my campaign, everybody, including the fake news media back there, they said, oh, that's so crazy. Turned out I was right. This vicious persecution is a travesty of justice. You're watching Joe Biden try to jail his leading political opponent. Think of it. This is like third world country stuff. Trying to put his opponent, who's leading him by a lot, wants to put him in jail over following a civil act. This is a simple thing. The Presidential Records Act, it's all under the Presidential Records Act, as it should be. It's all under the Clinton Sox case. You know what this Clinton Sox case is? That's where they sued Clinton, and he ended up winning, that he could keep the things that we're talking about. It's all under that, Mr. Congressman. We discussed that before. But this is more like Stalinist Russia or Communist China that we're dealing with. These people have reached a level of Trump derangement syndrome that nobody thought was possible. And I never thought, frankly, that this could happen in America. You go after a president that got, again, the most votes by far of any sitting president in history, gets out of office. And because I'm running, if I wasn't running, wouldn't even be talking about it. If I weren't leading, we wouldn't be talking about it. But we're leading by a lot. We're leading to sanctimonious by massive numbers. He's heading south quickly. No personality. You got to have a personality to win. He's got no personality. And, you know, remember that when he came to me, he had virtually no votes. He was dying, as the expression goes. He was dead. I said, George Washington could endorse you. It wouldn't matter. No, sir, if you endorse me, I'm telling you I'm going to win. I said, let's give it a shot. I endorsed him. He went up like a rocket ship, and Shortly thereafter, they had the primary, and he won. And then we had to get him through a crackhead. But nobody knew he was a crackhead at the time. At the time, he was the hottest politician in the Democrat Party, male version. Female version, Stacey Abrams. It's true. Stacey Abrams and him. But he was hard to beat. And Ron said to me, I don't think I can beat him. I said, you'll beat him, you'll beat him. And I did 3 rallies, massive, massive, massive rallies, thousands and thousands of people. And I said, you're going to win. And he ended up winning. And then they started cheating at the end. You remember all the votes were disappearing over days, 10,000 here. Rick Scott, same thing. And I called in, you wouldn't believe it, the FBI. Would you believe it? And it stopped. So at least they did something right. But I got him in. And then they said to him, I said, congratulations, Ron. I didn't know him that well. He was one of the many people that supported me during the impeachment hoaxes. So I'd see him on television a little bit, but I didn't know him well. Then I heard 3 years later, they said, would you run against the president? And he said, I have no comment. That means he's going to run. I said, I got this guy in, Mr. Congressman. And he said he's going to run. And then I haven't been very nice to him since then. But we're leading in Florida by 28 points. And people are not happy with him. And he's a lousy campaigner. Remember that when he came to see me, he had almost no points. He was ready to look for a new career. You told me that better than anybody. He was looking for a job. And when I endorsed him, it was like magic. It was like he was a rocket ship. But I believe in loyalty. And, you know, it's just very disloyal. If somebody got me into office, and I got him in, you know, some people I help. Some people I help, and some people I get. And I got this guy in, along with some others. But some people I help, and that's different. Some people I help a little bit, some people I help a lot, but some people I get in. I got this guy in. So, you know, you'd think there'd be a little bit of a loyalty. And it's bad for the Republican Party, frankly, but let's see what happens. But we're leading by a lot. But meanwhile, Joe Biden had troves and troves, thousands of boxes, classified documents from his time as vice president. And even as a senator, and boy, when you're a senator and you take classified documents, that's a big deal. I watched Dick Durbin get so angry about it. I said, well, he'll be brought back into the fold eventually. But he went out, and Senator Durbin, he said, you can't, as a senator, take classified documents out of a SCIF. He took them out of a SCIF as a senator. It's unheard of. I spoke to a lot of senators. They said, I don't believe it. A lot of them. Got a lot of them. They didn't believe it. And they come after me. And we had a wonderful operation, everything by the Presidential Records Act. We were talking to NARA, but you know, NARA's radical left. Do you know they have a red flag on the Constitution of the United States and on the Bill of Rights? You know what red flag is? It is a dangerous document. This is where NARA's coming from. And they're they've done, I would say, over the last number of years, very poor job. But they're very, very radical left, so you have to be careful of these people. But they conspire with the FBI, they conspire with it's just a crazy situation, I mean, that this country goes through. If we could devote the same brilliance to making America great again, to fighting Russia, to fighting China, to fighting all these people that are eating our lunch like China. We did a great job with China. I took in hundreds of billions of dollars in taxes and tariffs from China. Think of it. No other president took in any money, not $2. But many of Biden's documents were in Chinatown, D.C. You know that? You know what Chinatown, D.C. is? That's the real deal. That's the place. And he's getting money based on reports currently. And if the media, the fake news, was doing their job, they'd be earning Pulitzer Prizes, which no longer mean anything. You know, I'm suing the Pulitzer Foundation, you know that, because they gave Pulitzer Prizes to reporters from the New York Times and the Washington Post because of their wonderful and accurate reporting on Russia, but they were wrong. fact, the Durham report just said how wrong they were, but they were. But we knew that even before the Durham report. Many of them have already conceded the fact that they were wrong, and they have Pulitzer Prizes. We want those prizes taken back, and we want them maybe reissued to other people like Greg Jarrett, like John Solomon, like all these people that actually did call it right. They were real reporters. They really did a great job. But they have to take those back. And so we're suing them. And we're suing them for damages because they're libeling me by saying that these people continue to have the Pulitzer Prize. That means they're saying that the story of Russia, 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 which even the papers themselves have now admitted is a hoax, that's libeling me because they're saying that it continues to exist. So let's see what happens with that. But we have to bring back our country. We have to bring back sanity into our country. You know, the media is so important. They could straighten things out so badly, so quickly. Look, if 15 years ago, they're like a policing agent, they should be. 15 years ago, 10 years ago, if somebody said that somebody was taking money from China and from Ukraine and from all these other places, tens of millions of dollars, they would all be rushing to try and get the story. Woodward and Bernstein, I'm not a fan of either one, actually. I got to know them, major sleazebags, but, you know, Woodward looks like such a wonderful guy. He's absolutely the worst. What sleazebags? Oh, poor Richard Nixon, he had to put up with them, but I got my own problems with these people. But Woodward's a sleaze. Bernstein, I don't know, but he looks pretty bad to me. I don't know Bernstein. I heard he was the poorer of the two. He seemed to be that. He's a nasty person, though. For a person that doesn't know me, I don't think I ever met him. But if I did, it was quick. But he's a nasty guy. But they're all nasty because they're deranged. But we have to have our great media be policing agents so that things like this can't happen. Because, you know, there is no scandal without press. If the press refuses to write that Joe Biden got $5 million, and a lot of other things are coming out this week, then there can't really be a scandal when you think of it, right? There can't be. Jamie Comer and Jim Jordan have been incredible, and their committees. But, you know, it's amazing that they sometimes say to me, not the two individuals, but people in the committees and people in Congress. We were talking about it just a little while ago with a few congressmen. We have stuff that's so earth-shaking. And you put out the announcement and you think it's going to be headlines in the New York Times and the Washington Post and every paper and every ABC, which is real fake. I call it ABC fake news, NBC fake news, CBS fake news. But you put it, or I put fake in front of every one of them. And nobody can say it's not. It's like they're coordinated. They're totally coordinated. They use a word, like they had a word not so long ago, manufactured. The votes are manufactured. Every station said the same thing. It's never been used in politics before. Nobody ever said votes are manufactured. Every one of them. We want to report that the votes have been manufactured. You turn to the next one, ABC. The votes have been It's like somebody sends them a memo what to say. But if they were honest, our country would be in such great shape. Amazing. But they're not. It's no coincidence they indicted me the very same day it was revealed that the FBI hid explosive evidence that Joe Biden took a $5 million illegal bribe from Ukraine. Now, this is done. I haven't read anything about it. This would have been the biggest story in history 10 years ago. Walter Cronkite would have reported it, and he was on the liberal side, to put it mildly, but he would have made this the biggest story. But we don't have Walter Cronkite anymore, do we? The Walter Cronkites and the great ones are gone. Right as they're closing in on Hunter and Joe Biden, they want me to put up with this form of retribution like nobody's ever seen before. But it's okay because the public is smart. You know, it's amazing how smart the public is. I go through the town. I was always doing well, and people liked me, and we did great with the, all the votes we got, the most ever for sitting president. But I was doing great. I've never had receptions. We just left Georgia, and we had a room that was, they've never had anything like it. And there were thousands and thousands of people outside trying to get in for the Republican chairman's lunch, not normally the biggest thing. Now, because Michael is so outstanding, of course, this is a big deal. But you've never seen the streets, tremendous crowds at the airport waiting, the airport being very far away from the venue where it was, people all along the roadway. And this is not really campaign season. People are disgusted with what's going on in our country. They want America back. They want America back. So I've been predicting this for a long time, just like I did with LIV, LIV Golf. I told the players, take the money. They're all calling me, say, thank you very much. Should I take $185 million? Say, yeah, take it. But sir, that means I have to leave the tour. Don't worry about it. Take it, because three things are going to happen. They're going to merge, which I predicted they would, and it was nice. They actually covered me very well. They said it was like really good. But they're either going to merge or they're going to be successful. In one case, got $185 million. Great one, Dustin. Great player, Dustin Johnson. Brooks Koepka. These guys, they're great. But, lots of others were offered hundreds of millions of dollars. They said no, and now there's a merger. And I actually made the statement. I said, if there's a merger and you don't take the money, you're going to have a lot of very unhappy golfers out there. And you have a lot of very unhappy golfers out there. But it was exactly as I said. But I called this one too. And I said that Hunter will probably be charged with some minor offense like jaywalking, so that the FBI and the DOJ can pretend that they're fair. Oh, we got Hunter. So while they're going after me under the Espionage Act, that's like the creation of missiles in your basement. They got him for nothing. And there's never been a more corrupt group of people in the history of our country running this country, where somebody sits on a board, gets $83,000 a month, a $3 million upfront payment. Nobody's ever seen anything like this. And in all fairness, was interviewed on one of the shows on Main Television. I call it Main. Used to be Sirius Television. Now it's Main Television. But he said, no, I don't know why they paid me so much. Do you have expertise, sir, in oil and gas? It's an oil and gas company. No, I really don't. Do you know anything about it? No. Then why are they paying you $83,000 a month and $3 million in upfront payments? And we think it's actually more than that. But these are corrupt people. These are corrupt. He had no answer. He had no answer. The money laundering, the ignoring bribery, and the other massive crimes, they all implicate crooked Joe Biden. See how good that name works? Because, Hillary's now finished, let's assume, although she's probably going to try and make a comeback. After this speech, she'll probably try, but I don't think she'll be very successful. But she was a woman that was out of control. The stakes of this election could not be more stark either. We have a communist state. They used to use the term deep state. I'm stopping it. I'm using it Marxist. I'm using it fascist. I'm using communist, because deep state is far too soft. Far too soft. Remember, during the campaign, I'd say we're going to end up being another Venezuela, but on steroids. Big scale version, big, large, beautiful scale version of Venezuela. How about we're buying oil from Venezuela? When I left, Venezuela was ready to collapse. We would have taken it over. We would have gotten all that oil. It would have been right next door. But now we're buying oil from Venezuela, so we're making a dictator very rich. Can you believe this? Nobody can believe it. You know where the oil, their oil is garbage. It's horrible. The worst you can get, tar. It's like tar. And to refine it, you need special plants. And these people are talking about not doing oil. We have liquid gold, the best, most beautiful stuff you can get. Liquid gold, better than gold, right under our feet. We have more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. We were going to have the greatest energy system in the world. We're going to pay off debt. We're going to reduce taxes. We're going to make so much money that these guys came along and they stopped it all. What we had done is amazing. But with Venezuela, they put their oil and they refine it in Houston. So all of those pollutants go right up in the air. We don't want to take oil because we want to watch the environment, but we'll take the worst tar in the world, burn the crap out of it, create oil, and watch it go into our atmosphere. So the environmentalists have no problem with that. So we lose economically, and we also lose from an environmental standpoint, because it is really dirty stuff, the dirtiest stuff you can imagine. We take it from Venezuela, and we also make the country strong again. And the head of the country is a dictator. It's not even believable, some of the things that are happening. Open borders. Who would believe open borders? Who would believe no voter ID? I want to vote. Oh, go ahead and vote. That's why they have all these people coming, and they think they're going to be able to vote. The funny thing is, a lot of them turned for Trump. You know, a lot of them on the Texas border towns. Wouldn't that be funny? We like Trump the best. We like Trump. But the governor of Texas called me right after the election. He said, "You've done something that's unprecedented. You won every single town along the border, mostly Hispanic." He said, "That hasn't happened since," he called it, Reconstruction. I said, "Is that Civil War? Would you say that's Civil War?" That's Civil War, you know, term we haven't heard in a long time, Reconstruction. But hadn't happened since Reconstruction, Civil War. But it happened. We did incredible. We're doing incredible with Hispanics. At the end of the day, either the communists destroy America or we destroy the communists. And never forget what the demented persecution of our movement is all about. Our enemies are desperate to stop us because they know that we are the only ones who can stop them. We're the only ones that can do it. Small group, relatively small group. But we can stop them cold, and we will. And we would have had them stop cold, and they know that. And they cheated like dogs. They cheated like nobody's ever cheated before. You turn on your television at 10 o'clock, you would have said, Pennsylvania's a lock. We were up by so much, a lock. All of a sudden, you see that big fat dump, that big dump at 3:02 or whatever it was in the morning. It's a disgrace what happened. What's happening to our country is a disgrace. But I promise you this, if you put me back in the White House, their reign will be over and America will be a free nation once again. Thank you very much. I stand before you today as the only candidate who has what it takes to smash this corrupt system and to truly drain the swamp. And I'm the only one that they don't want to do it. And again, that's why disinformation. We want to run against Trump. We want to run. Oh, we're dying to run against Trump. We killed him last time. They know it. Killed him with Hillary. How about that one? You think that was a little surprise? That shook them up. They said, we'll never let that happen again. So they developed all sorts of, read the New York Times. I'm not a fan of the New York Times, but read New York Times, certain stories, but read in particular Time magazine cover from a couple of years ago, because they couldn't help themselves. They had to take credit for it. What they did was so bad for our country. And look at our country now. Look where we are. We're dying. Anyone else will be ripped to shreds. There's no issue where a spine of steel is more important than when it comes to rescuing America from a really bad Biden economy. Our economy is sick. Everything is sick. But remember, and it's true, 100%, they will not be able to withstand the fire. For 3 years, Joe Biden and his corrupt allies in Washington have waged economic warfare on the hardworking citizens of our country. Biden flooded your communities with millions and millions of illegal aliens. Look at what's happening to our country right now. Crushing American wages and stealing American jobs. I believe that, you don't hear this number, I think, from anyone else. I believe by the end of this year, the real number is 15 million people, that's bigger than New York State, will have come in to our country. He launched a vicious crusade to shut down American energy. Anwar, think of Anwar in Alaska. Ronald Reagan couldn't get it done. Nobody could get it done. So many years, so many decades, I got it done. The first day they terminated Anwar would have been bigger than Saudi Arabia. At least the same size. Would have been bigger. So good for Alaska. Would have been the biggest in the world. We were going to make so much money. We're going to pay off our debt. We're going to reduce your taxes still further. Remember, I gave you the biggest tax cuts in history, the biggest regulation cuts in history. But we would have made so much because oil and gas is such a big business, such a big, big business, such a powerful business, and such an important business. New England has a liberal tint, or taint. I would say taint is a better word, actually. But it's a little bit on the liberal side, they say. But they pay the highest energy prices in the United States because they're afraid to build a pipeline right through New York State in a poor region where people desperately need the job. A pipeline would bring down New England numbers by 50 or 60%. But nobody wants to talk about it. Biden spent trillions of dollars on socialist lunacy, causing the highest inflation in 52 years. Since Biden took office, the typical family has lost over, think of this, $7,400 of annual each year income. Joe, his number one job was as next president. What he wanted to do, everybody that talks, and they're right, we want to reverse what Joe Biden's done. He's been a horror show, economic horror show. He's been a horror show from the standpoint of our country. And what he's done in terms of our military, he's given away $85 billion worth of equipment, the best equipment in the world, to Afghanistan. They're now one of the leading sellers of military equipment anywhere in the world. Some people have them at number 2 because they don't need 700,000 brand new rifles. They don't need 70,000 vehicles, many of them armor plated. Think of your friends that have a used car lot and think of them as big. They're big. If they have 300 cars in that lot, it's a lot. We gave away 70,000, some of them costing millions of dollars, vehicles, armor plated, 4 inches of armor. Under my leadership, we built the greatest economy in the history of the world. In fact, we did it twice. And now we're going to do it again, and it's going to be better than ever. We're going to do it again. As president, I ended years of bitter betrayals of North Carolina workers. North Carolina was hit very hard by the Democrats. I withdrew from the job-killing Trans-Pacific Partnership, would have killed your state. A globalist calamity that would have killed American manufacturing forever. I stopped it. I ended it. It was a disaster known as NAFTA. I killed NAFTA. Nobody thought it could be done. You know, you had to get it killed through Congress. You helped a lot, Mr. Congressman. It was the worst trade deal ever made. Nobody thought, because you have people, I don't know where they get their thinking, but, you know, they get it from lobbyists and lots of other people, and it's hard to get the votes even when something is really good. And we replaced it with the USMCA. That's the Mexico-Canada trade deal. And you know how I know it's good? Because they are working feverishly to try and renegotiate the deal because they're getting killed by that deal. And I just hope the Biden administration doesn't do it, because we suffered with NAFTA for decades. NAFTA was the most unfair. It was the worst trade deal probably ever made. I stood up to China like no administration has ever done before, bringing hundreds of billions of dollars pouring into our treasury from China when no other president had gotten anything from China. They never got anything. They got a lot of bullshit. That's what they got. And when China targeted our farmers, I got China to give our farmers $28 billion. Who do you think else is going to do? You think Joe's going to do that? Hey, President Xi, you've really been screwing our farmers. You got to give us, got $28 billion for the farmers. That's why I say I'm not losing Iowa. Somebody said, how are you doing in Iowa? I am up like 35 points. But I said, how could I lose Iowa? I got $28 billion for the farmers. Nebraska, any farm state. You took some Big chunk out of that $28 billion too, by the way. When I'm back in the Oval Office, I will revoke China's most favored nation trade status. And remember, they got that because they said they were a developing nation. Well, you know what? Honestly, we're a developing nation. Our cities are going to hell. We have to redevelop our cities. Our country is going to hell. Look at our cities. Look at New York and Chicago and Atlanta. Atlanta has the highest crime rate per capita of any city. Atlanta. Where they're trying to get me on a perfect phone call. People kill people and they never even get interviewed. But let's get Trump on a perfect call. A call that was so good, it was actually better than my perfect call with the Ukrainian President, Zelensky. It was more perfect. But think of it, I have many lawyers on this call. Just to diverge, I have many lawyers on this call, state lawyers. Brad Raffensperger was on the call. I was calling to complain about the election because I said it was rigged. And had good reason. But we had there, many lawyers. I said things, and that was it. The call ended. Future calls were going to be had. Nobody said, "Sir, you shouldn't say what you just said. What a horrible thing." We just talked. What I said was perfect. It was actually perfect. Could not have been better. Most people have read it. They've said, "Oh, what's wrong with this? It's just a con job." They con. They're all disinformation, misinformation. It's a con job. If there were a problem with that call, these state lawyers would have said, "Sir, you're not allowed to say that. Would you please take it back?" This came up long after that call was made. It's like John Lovitz. Remember John Lovitz on Saturday Night Live? He's probably a Trump hater, but I'll use his name anyway. The liar. They called him the liar. Yeah, I went to Harvard. That's where I went. I went to Harvard. I'm a businessman. That's right, I'm a businessman. Well, they did it too. They said, let's see, there was a call with Trump. That's right, there was a call. Yeah, I think he said something. Let me tell you. If there was anything said wrong in that call, they would have been screaming from the rafters. How dare you say that? Sir, you're not supposed to. That call was perfect. I complained about election fraud, and I wanted them to do something about it. And they should have done something about it, but they didn't. We will gain total independence from China. We will make the United States the manufacturing superpower of the world, and we were starting to do that. Tremendous money was coming in, and to your state. It was coming into North Carolina. What a place. Under Biden, we've had record high trade deficits, which I call losses. A lot of people don't say, "Oh, a trade deficit isn't a loss." I call it a loss. Some people don't. I understand their thinking. I was a very good student at the Wharton School of Finance. Can you imagine? I wonder if they're proud of me. I got indicted. I wonder if they're saying, "Oh, that's wonderful." I've been indicted twice now in a couple of months. You know, when I was studying and when I was a very, very successful businessman, and then I did The Apprentice, and I did lots of books that were big sellers. Even now I have books that are tremendous sellers. I never had this stuff in mind. I never had the word indictment. What's indictment mean? Sir, that's when you're extremely dishonest, sir. No, these people are con men, and we have deranged people running it. For this reason, I will pass landmark legislation because we have to save our country, to be known as the Trump Reciprocal Trade Act. You know what that is? When China charges us a 150% tariff, we charge them a 150%. Right now, they charge us nothing. Think of it. Right now, so we charge them nothing. They charge us 150%. So I said to one of our terrible senators, a guy named Toomey, Pat Toomey, real beauty. I said, and he was all in for, he called it free trade. It's not free trade. It's stupid trade, very stupid trade. We have a new name. We've developed a new name, stupid trade. I said, Pat, so let me ask you, China's charging us 150% tariff on various products. Can we charge them 100? No, sir, it's not free trade. I said, how about 100%? They're at 150. What about, no, sir, you can't do that. What about 50? No, sir. What about 10%, Pat? No, sir, you can't do that. That's not free trade. These are the dumbest people I've ever seen. It's called an eye for an eye or a tariff for a tariff. But isn't that a beautiful thought? Because we're getting screwed by every country in the world. And I need to get this one approved by Congress. And they approve things easy if they're bad things, if they're not politically correct, they don't want to do. But this is politically correct. This is very simple. They charge us, we charge them. What's going to happen is a lot of them will come off because they're saying, what's the use of us collecting 150 if they're going to get 150? So it's come off. But some won't do that, and that's okay because we'll take in a fortune. But we'll make trade fair, really in addition, because we're the pot of gold, but we're rapidly losing that pot of gold status. Soon we're not going to have anything. We're losing so much money. In addition, I think we should have about a 12 to a 15% tax on anybody that comes into the United States. This is a tariff. If they want to do business, if they want to take our wealth, if they want to steal our wealth from us, they should pay 15%. It's not that high a number. It's not going to stop them. We'll make a fortune, and we're going to become a profit-making machine so easily. So easily. Because remember, we have $34 trillion in debt. We've got to pay it off. And we don't want to do anything stupid. But if we do the Reciprocal Trade Act, that's fantastic. And if we do we've had people, smart people, that said, if we are going to sell our wealth to other countries, we should charge them for it. Why should we allow other countries to come in and steal our jobs, to make our cars, to make our computers, to make everything, and then just sell them right back at us with no tax? No, I think if we do that, they should be charged 15%. The numbers that you're talking about are astronomical, and we will become overnight a tremendously successful country. And many jobs, when you do that, will come back into the United States. So I want you to think about that. That'll be very controversial tomorrow in the fake news because it's such a good thing. They're going to hate it. We're going to fight the globalist vultures and the Washington swamp just as we did before, and we're going to win. We're going to have tremendous victories. I said we're going to beat Hillary. I was right. I said we're going to beat Biden. I was actually more right. But we're going to beat him this time, and we're going to watch those votes. You know, with COVID, you couldn't go there. People sent in the votes. They get all these ballots. They send in the votes. Tens of millions of votes coming out, going in. Nobody knew what the hell. They knew what was happening. But we can never let that happen again. Remember this Jimmy Carter, and he's a nice man, and I know he's not well, so I'm not going to say anything. But Jimmy Carter had a commission, and he said you can't do mail-in ballots. If you have mail-in ballots, it's going to be rife with fraud. Of course it's going to be rife with fraud. People are getting 7 ballots, 8 ballots, and we can't do it, can't do it. We're not going to have a country left. France used to do it. They got out of it because they said it was so fraudulent, and they went to paper ballots, same-day voting, voter ID. And you know what? They had an election. They got 36 million votes. They had a winner, they had a loser, and that was the end of it. Very simple. A lot of people, it sounds too simplistic, but paper ballots, they make certain watermark paper that's phenomenal stuff. It's actually technologically advanced paper, if you can believe it. But we should do paper ballots, we should do voter ID, and we should go back to same-day voting. We should also have just one day. We don't need, even if you call it a holiday, we don't need to have, I don't know if you know this, we don't need to have 48 days of voting. And just remember, they created a lot of ballots. They had places where there were more ballots than there were voters. And they had a hard time explaining it, but the courts don't like to get involved because the courts were not courageous. They were not courageous. It's a shame what happened. But we have to have strong elections, and we have to have a strong border. It's no wonder the swamp is getting truly desperate as they see us leading big in all the polls. And this week's Morning Consult poll just came out. We have a 34-point lead on DeSanctimonious. We're at 56%. That's with a lot of people in it. Haley's at 3. Great job. Pence is at 7. Oh, look at this one. This one just came out in the Clarity campaign poll, very respected. We're leading by 56 points. That doesn't mean we have 56. That means we're leading Ron DeSanctimonious by 56. 69% for Trump, 13% for DeSantis, and Pence has 6. You know, once you get used to saying DeSantis, it's hard to say DeSantis. I was actually being interviewed, and I was trying to be serious, and I called him DeSantis. I said, that's not good. But he's changing his name. You know, now it's DeSantis. And I put a little message out. Never change your name in the middle of a campaign. You don't change your name in the middle of a campaign. In the Emerson poll of Iowa, we're leading by 42 points. See, I told you. I told you. I got him $28 billion. How are we going to lose? That's a big lead in Iowa. We're going to do great in Iowa. We've always done great in Iowa. And we're leading Biden by a lot in the recent Fabrizio swing state poll of Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. We're at almost 50% of the vote already. And we're leading Biden by 5, which is a shocking, you know, you would think you'd be leading him by 40. You would think we'd be leading him by more than we're leading DeSantis. In the ABC Washington Post poll, just came out, I'm up by 7 points over Biden. And the new poll from Democracy Institute, very respected, shows that I'm the only candidate that beats crooked Joe Biden. And DeSantis is losing to him by a lot. With each passing day, more Americans are joining our patriotic movement. We are having unbelievable success, only garnered even further by what's happening, because what they're doing is so bad for our country. People are saying you can't weaponize, you can't do this. Together we've achieved more than anyone thought even possible. We delivered the largest tax cuts in history. We delivered the largest regulatory cuts. That's why we had the greatest employment numbers ever in history. We achieved energy independence. We were soon going for energy dominance, where, as I told you before, we were going to be paying off massive amounts of debt and lowering your taxes still further, because that's the kind of numbers you're talking about when you get the oil cooking. In 60 years, think of it, we had the worst problems and the worst costs in energy in 60 years. We had it down to $1.87 3.5 years ago, a gallon. And we actually had it lower than that, but we won't even talk about that because I had to save the oil companies. They were all going to go bust. I said, this is the first time I've ever said we got to get it up a little bit. I actually called Russia and the King of Saudi Arabia. We had a 3-way call, and we cut back on the oil because it was so incredible. Helped fill up the strategic national reserves, and he's now taken all of that to reduce gasoline prices for cars just prior to the election, very artificially. And he's reduced it down to the lowest level that it's been in, I think, 60 years. We created the most secure border in U.S. history, built hundreds and hundreds of miles of border wall, was going to build another 200 miles to fill up some gaps that we saw. And then they came in after a very strange election, to put it, I'm trying to be nice, a very strange election, really bad election. But they came in and they didn't want to fill up those walls. And that's the first time I said, these guys actually want to have open borders. We got Mexico to give us 28,000 soldiers free of charge. That's how we succeeded. You know, we had the most secure border in the history of our country. Part of it was I got Mexico, we built the wall, large sections of the wall, but we got Mexico free of charge. And I like the president of Mexico a lot. He's a socialist, but as the expression goes, you can't have everything, but I liked him a lot. But I said to the people over in the State Department, I said, give me a list of the 10 top things you would like. And one was to have their soldiers helping us with the people coming in. You know, they're coming in through Mexico. And they gave me a list of 10, and the woman, who was really a pro, but she was just a little bit naive, she said, sir, you're never going to get this. We've been trying to get this. I've been here for 25 years. We've been trying to get this for 25 years. You're never going to get it. I said, you want to make a little bet? And we had a representative, their top representative, come in to see me, and the State Department people. And I said, here's the story. You have to give us 28,000 soldiers free of charge to stop people from pouring into the United States. He said, he laughed. He thought, like, what a stupid guy this is. This guy has to be, well, sir, we wouldn't even think of doing that. Why would we do a thing? Because they're coming through your country and you're not stopping them. In the South, they're pouring through in caravans. No, you're going to give it to us? No, sir, we're not. I said, how much do you want to make a bet? He said, we're not going to do it. I said, here I have in front of me, and I'm going to sign it right in front of you, a paper. This was on a Thursday or a Friday. And I said, on Monday morning, we're putting a tariff on all automobiles coming into the United States and all other Mexican products coming into the United States. We're putting a tariff of 25% on every one. We're going to make so much money over and above the cost of that. And he said, you wouldn't do that. I said, I'm going to sign it right before your very eyes. Watch me sign it. And this goes into effect on Monday morning. And he said to me, sir, do you mind if I take 5 minutes to make a phone call? He was going to call, obviously, the president because he was the second person. And he came back in 3 minutes. Sir, we've decided to give you 28,000 soldiers free of charge. I said, but that's not the end. We also want remain in Mexico so that rather than having people come in and remain in our country, they remain in Mexico until we approve them, until we check them out, find out who they are. We don't want murderers in our country. We don't want killers. We don't want people that are bad in our country. We don't want gang members. And he said, we'll give you that too, sir. Remain in. That's how, you think there was a remain in Mexico? You've all heard. You think that happened just by accident? That happened because of me. And then when Biden came in, he wanted to end it. And even the judge said, why are you doing this? The judge. He says, you can't end it. Why are you doing this? But it expired at a certain point. As an example, Title 42, that's to keep sick people out of the United States, people that are sick. And it was an incredibly successful thing. And they wanted to terminate it 2 years ago. And the judge said, do you know how many people are going to be flooding our nation if you terminate? This is the judge. He's supposed to be making a ruling. He's telling them that they shouldn't be doing this. And he wouldn't let it happen. But it expired a couple of weeks ago. And they did nothing to do anything about it. And we have a lot of people that have diseases that we don't want to have in our country. And I'm not just talking about COVID. I'm talking about some big things. It's so sad. And then we terminated catch and release. Remember the famous, you catch them in our country, and then you release them in our country. And we say, come back in 4.5 years. We're going to have a trial. Only the stupid ones come back. Nobody comes back. 4.5 years later, they're gone. Nobody ever sees them, Dan, right? That's it. I mean, how crazy is it? It's so crazy. But we ended all of that stuff. We had the greatest border, most secure border we've ever had. And the people of this country want that back. You know, it's very interesting. When I ran in 2016, the border was a big deal. I would talk about the border all the time. The border, the border, the border. People couldn't get enough of it because we had a really bad, unsafe border, people pouring through. I did such a good job that in 2020, nobody wanted to talk about the border. And when I talk about it, people would start falling asleep. I said, I did too good a job. But now it's worse than ever. It's never been like this. Now it's worse than, I say it's worse than any third world country. Because a third world country wouldn't let 15 million people flow through their borders. They'd fight them out with sticks and stones. So we had the best border in the history of our country. And now we have, in my opinion, the worst border in the history of the world. Think of it. What third world country would let millions of people just walk across the border? Take our education, take our hospitals, take our food. Our veterans aren't treated nearly as well as illegal aliens. Our veterans aren't treated nearly as well. So sad to see it. And we had the highest approval rating, Dan knows this, of any VA in the country. You know, we passed two things. Number one, we were able to fire people, which you couldn't do for 58 years. It was in the hopper. because we had a lot of sadists. We had thieves and we had a lot of bad people that worked in the VA. Bad people. But the worst were the sadists. They would beat up old, wonderful soldiers, beat the hell out of them. They got their jollies out of it. They're sick. And we weren't allowed to fire them. No matter what they did, we couldn't fire them. I got it. So we fired, I think, about 8,000 people, all sadists and sick people. And there was one group just before me, they caught them stealing $400,000. Stone Cold caught them, and they couldn't get rid of them. They had to keep them. The whole thing is crazy. But we got that done. But of equal importance, maybe more importance, if you had to wait more than a day to get yourself taken care of, and we had all this passed through Congress, if you had to wait more than one day, and you were so helpful, if you had to wait more than one day, by the way, Richard has been a fantastic congressman, Richard Hudson. You really helped us a lot. He was a fighter for this. But if you had to wait more than one day, because people were waiting months, they were becoming terminally ill, waiting. Something they could clean up with a prescription or with a small operation, they'd end up dying, they'd become terminally ill, because it would take 4, 5, 6 months to see a doctor. I said, if you had to wait more than one day, you go to a private doctor, and we pay the bill. We made deals with doctors all over the place so they can't, they tend to be a little bit high. This is like a golden pot. But we actually saved a lot of money because we were making people better. They were able to live with their families. They weren't dying. It was an incredible thing. We had a 92% approval rating, and now it's down the drain because they ended all that stuff, and it's worse than it ever was before. And then some people will still foolishly vote for the Democrats. I don't understand it. It's like with religion. We fight for religion. They fight against religion. How can a religious person vote for the Democrats? What they've done to Christianity and all religions. I mean, how can they do it? We appointed nearly 300 federal judges and 3 great Supreme Court justices. I fully rebuilt the U.S. military. We had more ammunition than at any time. And now we have no ammunition. We have a military missing a thing called ammunition. We had so much it was stocked to the gills, and now we have very little left because we're giving it to Ukraine. And I would end that war within 24 hours, I will tell you. And end it fairly. And I imposed a powerful travel ban to keep radical Islamic terrorists and radical jihadists the hell out of our country. People said, oh, that's a terrible thing. But how good did we do in 4 years? Look at our record in 4 years. You didn't hear about all that stuff. I don't even like talking about it, give people ideas. But we had a tremendous record because of what we passed. And we passed things that nobody thought were possible. But look at our record on that. We accomplished all of this and more in just 4 short years. And just imagine what we can accomplish in the next 4 years. And the advantage is that I've been through it. I know the good people. I know the bad people. I know weak people and strong people. I know the people that are losers that you don't want. And I know the people that are winners that a lot of people don't know or understand. But they're the winners, the people that can bring us back. I know them all. When I first went there, I didn't. I had to rely on people. What do you think of this guy? What do you think of that guy? And people were giving me advice. We had great people too. Again, we rebuilt the military. We got all those tax cuts and regulation cuts. We had great people, but we had some people that I wouldn't have put in the place. Guys like Bill Barr, because he didn't have courage, and I wouldn't have put them. I wouldn't have put them in place. They missed a great opportunity. But we have all these people cold. We've caught all of these lies and all of this corruption. And something has to be done about it. But I know the strong ones and the weak ones. I know the great ones and the ones that will never be great. And again, it's funny, I was in Washington, D.C. 17 times in my entire life. And most of it was building a hotel down the road from the White House. A beautiful hotel. Now I sold it to Waldorf Astoria, but a beautiful hotel. And but I was only there 17 times, and I never slept over. So I wasn't into that whole world of Washington establishment, but I learned quickly. I learned very quickly, and now I think I'm into it probably more than anybody else, and I know the people. Here's just some of the bold agenda I'll put into effect when we become the 47th President of the United States. Before I even arrive at the Oval Office, shortly after I win the presidency, I will have the horrible war between Russia and Ukraine settled, if it's not already settled, and they should get it done quickly. Can't let those people die. They asked me, did you see the town hall with CNN? They got one of the highest ratings they've had in like 11 years, and they end up firing the guy because it was Trump. Instead, they should celebrate. We had our highest ratings. You're supposed to get paid for high ratings, Richard. But they had one of the highest ratings they've had in many, many years. I was on with a young woman who was, I said, nasty. She was a very nasty woman, but it worked out very well. And they were all going, he owns you, get him off the air. They're screaming, AOC is screaming, he owns you, get him off the air, stop it, stop it. But you'd think if they had high ratings, that would be a big, he should ask for an increase. Instead, they fired him because I was allowed to put across our point of view. It's our point of view. You know, we went into the womb of the enemy. And I thought, actually, the reason I did, I thought they'd probably be solid. I tell them, because there they are right there. But I tell them that they're doing so poorly in their ratings. If they went to the center or even went a little bit right of center, and I thought they might be planning that. I think that's a good business strategy because right now they're known as fake news. Can you imagine if this is on CNN right now? The one thing you know is they're going to turn it off. Oh, the light just went off the television. That just went off, the red light. I can see all those red lights. That light. Oh, well, sorry about that. I'll be finished about this in 20 seconds, and then you can turn the light back on. But I thought they were going to be maybe a little bit more moderate and get their viewership up and really have a big evening and great. But as I was being introduced, they were saying things that were so bad. I said, this is going to be a war. But it wasn't, look, it worked out well, but it didn't work out well for him. It should have, because he actually did a good job in the sense it was very professionally done, very professional. Everything, the set, everything was beautiful. And they got tremendous numbers, and they fired him. He's gone now. Mr. Licht, sorry about that. I'd like to apologize to Mr. Licht. But I'm the only candidate who can make this promise. I will prevent World War III. I will prevent it. Not going to happen. And we're much closer than you think right now to having it. And at some point it will happen. It will happen. I will prevent it. I'm the only one that can say it. I know them all. I know how to deal with them. I deal with them. And I'm not saying I know how, but I will get it done. I will get it done. Did you see the other day Putin said they're delivering nuclear missiles to Belarus? Here we go. And we have a man that has no clue. He has no clue. We have a guy that walks around, he has no clue. He's like a walking zombie. You know, I meet these other leaders, President Xi, Kim Jong-un of North Korea, did a great job with that. Kim Jong-un, we had the meetings and, you know, historic. We got along great. They hate saying that when I say they got along. How dare you get along great with a dictator? You know, the guy's got hundreds of nuclear weapons. It's nice to get along. And I'm not saying that from weakness. I'm just saying from common sense. No, I got along with him great. How dare you say that President Xi of China is a brilliant man? No, he's brilliant. He leads 1.4 billion people, and he leads them very powerfully, and he's doing things and ripping off our country for years. But they get upset when I say somebody's brilliant. But here's what I will say. They're all at the top of their game. I know every one of them, all these leaders. They're smart as hell. They're tough. They're cunning. Some are vicious. Most of them are vicious, actually. They think the United States is run by fools. They all take advantage of the United States. I had a thing with France. I like Macron, but he's a wise guy. I like, you know, sort of young. And my people were negotiating with him. He's putting a tax on all American companies that do business in France. I said, who the hell wants to go to France? But he's putting a very big tax on. So Steve Mnuchin and my people were negotiating with him and came back, no, they can't make a deal. I said, why can't you make a deal? We can't. They want to put the tax on. All these companies tax. If you're an American company, they got to tax you. I said, that's not right. I said, give it another shot. They came back a week later. They can't make a deal. I said, I'll make a deal. What do you mean you'll make a deal? Same thing, same old story all the time. It's always the same story. They don't write about it. They know about it, but they don't write about it. I wish all these things were taped. I really do. I wish these conversations, because these were classic conversations. So I got Emmanuel on the phone, and I said, Emmanuel, why are you putting a tax on all of our companies? Oh, but Donald, we have to. As you know, it's been approved by everybody. I said, I don't care if it's approved. Take it off. Oh, no, we can't do that. It's been fully approved. And I said, now, here's the story. If you don't take it off, again, tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock in the morning, we're taxing all of your wine and champagne that's coming into the United States at 100%. He'll tell you that's true. No, you cannot do that, Donald. Donald, you cannot do that. That is not fair. No, it's not fair that you're putting this massive tax on American companies, but not others. And that's only because you think we're a stupid country. I said, you're not going to do that, Emmanuel. Tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock, 100% on every frickin' bottle of your wine and champagne. I don't even like it. I like the stuff made in our country better, even though I don't drink too much wine. One of my good things. Not a big drinker. But no, we don't want that, Emmanuel. No. I said, yes. You have 10 minutes to call me back. He called me back in 3 minutes. You have a deal. That was the end. That was the end. But you know what? Now he's going to put it back on. So, and nobody's going to. You think Biden's going to call him back and talk that way? No, they don't talk that way. And yet they're vicious. I don't even think it's Biden that's vicious. I think it's a circle of maniacs around him. You know, you have a woman in the Justice Department, Lisa Monaco. She's a Trump hater like nobody you've ever seen. I think she's second in the Justice Department. Lisa Monaco, very unfair. You have this maniac. I call him a deranged person, Jack Smith. He's deranged. His wife hates Trump even more than he does. And these are the people. We get treated very unfairly. But I will also, so importantly, immediately cancel every open borders policy of the Biden administration. The borders will be closed unless you come in legally. Under Biden, other countries are emptying out their prisons, insane asylums, and mental institutions and dumping everyone into the United States. Did you know that? Wonderful. Their prisons are being emptied out all over the world, not just in Guatemala, not just Mexico, not just El Salvador. No, all over the world they're coming. Last week we had 129 people coming from 129 countries were represented by people pouring into our country illegally. 129 countries. Most people didn't even know there were that many. There are actually more than that, and sometimes we have a lot more than that. But their prisons are being emptied into the United States. You go into their prisons, they used to have it so crowded, so horrible, that people couldn't lie on the floor. They would stand up and lean against each other. Now they have nobody in those prisons. They're all in the United States of America. Thank you very much. We're like a dumping ground. The same thing with people that are mentally ill. They said, please don't use the word insane asylum. But no, there are some very serious places, insane asylums and mental institutions. And those people are all being dumped into the United States. Why should they take care of them if a country is foolish enough to take the tremendous risk and cost? The risk being even bigger than the cost, but the cost is not even, it's not imaginable how big it is. So we have all these people that are vicious prisoners. You think our prisoners are bad? These people make them look like Boy Scouts, and they're being dumped into our country. And all of the people who are mentally ill. I read an article recently, fairly recently, about a psychiatrist who was working at a hospital for 20, 25 years in South America. And he was sitting reading the newspaper, being interviewed for this article. And he said, I used to work 24 hours a day working with patients, but I don't have patients anymore. They've all been delivered to the United States. He wasn't like complaining. He was just saying the facts. He said, I used to work so hard. Now, I want to help people, but we really don't have the people are being let into the United States. And he said, some of these people are very sick. And this is what we're doing. Because we have a president that doesn't have a clue, and we have radical, leftist, Marxist, crazy people that are actually running our country. Following the Eisenhower model, people don't realize Eisenhower was very tough on immigration. Did you know that, Richard? Like very, very tough. He had them taken away, and he used to have them brought a little bit over the border, and they'd come back again a little bit. Then he had them brought 2,000 miles away. And they didn't come back so quick. But they used to put them on the other side of the border. They'd come right back. But he was very tough. But we'll use all necessary state, local, federal, and military resources to carry out the largest domestic deportation operation in American history. We have no choice. We have no choice. And I'll probably lose votes because of that. They'll say, oh, he's so mean. We're not mean. They're killing people. They're destroying our country. And if I lose votes, that's okay. I don't care. We have to do what's right. We have to straighten out our country. I will ask every state and federal agency to identify every single known or suspected gang member in America, and every one of them that is here illegally, we will pick them up and we will send them back to the country from which they came. We'll bring them back very quickly. Because we don't want you or your family killed by some deranged person or some person that's in prison for having killed 9 people and that happens to be living happily in the United States of America. And this is very unsuspecting. When they hit you, you wouldn't even expect it. These are hardened criminals. And to further deter illegal immigration, I will sign a day one executive order ending automatic citizenship for the children of illegal aliens. You get automatic citizenship. Automatic citizenship. And unlike Ron DeSanctimonious, who voted to gut Medicare, to remember that he voted to gut it, and Social Security, gut Social Security, and he voted 3 times to raise the retirement age to 70. Ron DeSanctimonious is a disciple of Paul Ryan. Anybody that's a disciple of Paul Ryan, you don't want him. But I will always protect Medicare and Social Security for our great seniors. And one thing I've learned in politics, when a guy is against like Medicare or wants to decapitate it, or a guy's against anything Social Security, and then they have an election and all of a sudden they love it, although he hasn't even said that yet. But when they have, and you earned it. People have been working very hard for long periods of time. There are many things we can cut. You don't have to cut Social Security. You don't have to cut Medicare. If we did the oil thing, you wouldn't have to even think about these things. But they don't want to do the oil thing because they don't know what they're doing. But one thing I learned is that when they want to do it, then they go a little bit because they want to try and get elected. They always go back to it. So when somebody wants to cut Social Security or Medicare, and then they go back to saying, oh, I love them very much, within a fairly short period of time, they'll be cutting it. Just remember what I say. And I will not put a national sales tax of 23% on our citizens, which DeSantis wants to do. He wants to put a 23% national sales tax on. Rich people, I sort of like the idea for myself. Can you imagine somebody now is going to pay every time they buy something 23%? This will not be happy, but more importantly, it's not fair. On day one, I will immediately sign a new executive order to cut federal funding for any school pushing critical race theory, transgender insanity, and other inappropriate racial, sexual, or political content on our children. It's amazing how strongly people feel about that. You see, I'm talking about cutting taxes. People go like that. Talk about transgender. Everyone goes crazy. Who would have thought 5 years ago you didn't know what the hell it was? But one that I think is incredible that we would be saying that I can't even believe you have to say, I guess I have to say I'm a politician, right? I don't want to say that, but I have to. I became president. I guess I'm a politician. But I can't believe I say this. I will always support parents' rights. Can you imagine saying that 10 or 15 years ago? Parents' rights. Who wouldn't? Think of it. Who wouldn't support parents' rights? That you have to get up and say, I will always support parents' rights with their children. I mean, what's going on with their children? They can take the children and do whatever they want without the parent even knowing. I will not give 1 penny to any school that has a vaccine mandate or a mask mandate. And one of the easiest to me is, I will keep men out of women's sports, okay? You see the records that are being broken now? Records that have held up for 18, 19 years, they're being obliterated. Check out the weightlifting records. Guy comes up. A woman is fantastic. She's a great champion. She's lifting weights. Something like 218 pounds. That's a lot of weight for a woman to go, boom. And they'll put like a 1/16 of an ounce on one side, a 1/16 of an ounce on the other side. Yeah, I can't do it. I can't do it. Doesn't quite get there. Great champion. Then a guy comes along, bingo. I mean, they're breaking records by numbers. But you know what? It's honestly, it's really demeaning to women, very demeaning to women. So unfair. The swimmers, the women, female swimmers, they're great, incredible people, incredible athletes, but they're getting obliterated. These records are just getting obliterated. Some women are being badly injured by the wind burn that's caused by the man going so much faster. The wind is blowing. It's just terrible. No, these records are being obliterated. It's so unfair. But who would even think that you could allow this? Who would say that this is okay? These people are sick. They're deranged. I'll sign a law prohibiting child sexual mutilation in all 50 states. Child sexual mutilation. There's another one, though. Think of it. Think of it. I'm going to sign a bill prohibiting the mutilation of your child. Do you think you're supposed to say this? I mean, who would have to say this? Who would have something where they can actually do that? But they can. Because our country has gone cuckoo. 10 years ago, if you ever said that, they'd carry you out of the room. They'd say, what the hell is this guy talking about? Today, you have to say it because they mutilate children. As I announced this week, to continue my long record of standing up to Big Pharma, I will establish a special presidential commission to investigate what is causing the decades-long increase in childhood diseases, autoimmune disorders, autism, obesity, infertility, and other chronic health problems that people are seeing over the last 9 or 10 years that they weren't seeing before. To uphold our Second Amendment, I will ask Congress to pass the National Concealed Carry Reciprocity. And I've always had the endorsement of the NRA, and I should, because I've kept it going. I've kept our Second Amendment totally alive. We haven't done anything to injure it or hurt it, and it's been very hard. It's been a very hard battle, but the NRA's always endorsed me, and I appreciate it. But I've done a job that for years I've kept it alive under the most trying circumstances. We need it for protection. We need it for our safety. We need it for other things too, including sporting, including living, but we need it for our protection. And I am a big believer in the Second Amendment. You know, a certain country a man was elected, and they were having tremendous crime out in the countryside all over this country, where people were going in, attacking households and killing and raping and doing things that were just absolutely horrible. And he got elected, and he said, everybody go out and buy a gun. And they did, and now your crime is down like 40%. Go out and buy a gun to protect yourself. It's down 40%. Before then, you couldn't have any protection. And the one thing you know, the bad guys are going to have the gun. They're not going to be following the rules. I will protect innocent life just as I did for 4 strong years. Nobody did a job like I did, including Roe v. Wade, bringing it back to the states. Did a great thing. And remember that this is a very complex issue. What we've done is we've shown that they are the radicals, not the pro-lifers. They are the radicals because they're willing to kill a child 7 months, 8 months, 9 months, and even after the child is born. And what I did by killing Roe v. Wade, which everyone said was impossible, number one, we got it sent back to the states. And number two, and very importantly, I gave you now the power to negotiate. You had no power before because they were allowed to do whatever they wanted to do. They could kill the child at any point, including after birth. You look at the governor of Virginia, the ex-governor of Virginia. I call him Michael Jackson. You remember that catastrophe? He said he's a big Michael Jackson fan. That's why he did certain stupid things. But he was willing, and he said it. You know, put the baby down and we'll decide with the mother what you want to do after the baby is born. They are the radicals, not us. And nobody wants to see mutilation or death of a baby after a certain period of time. But I gave you, by getting that, by winning that, everybody said it was impossible to win. But we put 3 great justices on the Supreme Court justices, and you now have the right to a superpower to negotiate something that's going to be acceptable. Before, you didn't have any rights whatsoever. They could do whatever they wanted. So it's a very powerful thing that I was able to get. I'm very proud of it, but it goes back to the states, and you're in a very strong negotiating position. Actually, right now, you're in a much stronger position than the other side. So it's going to be interesting over a period of time, but it could go fairly quickly, perhaps. But there are many negotiations going on right now that wouldn't be going. I gave you the power to negotiate at a very high level. And I also have, I think, shown very conclusively that they're the radicals. We're not the radicals. They are the radicals. So it's very important, and it's very important that it be handled properly. I will restore free speech in America, and I will require every federal employee to pass a new civil service test demonstrating an understanding of our Constitution. And finally, oh, look at that. Wow. Wow. That's nice. Nice that you believe in the Constitution. That is really something. That's great. Finally, to restore pride in our history and confidence in our future, I will lead a massive year-long salute to America to celebrate the 250th anniversary of July 4th, 1776. That's the date. We're not changing the date. We're going to have a massive anniversary. And our country deserves it, especially what it's going through now. This is what we must do to restore our country to greatness. The USA is a total mess. Our economy is crashing. Inflation is out of control. China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea have formed together as a menacing and destructive coalition. Nobody thought that would be possible. It's all taken place over the last 2.5, 3 years. Our currency is crashing and will soon no longer be the world standard, which will be our greatest defeat in 200 years. This will be, in many ways, bigger than losing a war. It will take our power away from us. It will take everything away from us. And it's happening faster and faster. And it will happen if we're not put there. We have to stop it. We have to have the currency of record. That would be a tremendous failure. That would lead to problems the likes of which you would never even be able to think of. But it won't happen with me, not even a chance, just like Russia would never have happened with Ukraine. And China would not have even thought about raiding Taiwan. They're flying bombers over there every day. They have ships circling it. They're getting ready for something. They were never doing that in 4 years. One of these gentlemen standing right there said, well, you have to admit, nobody talked about it when Trump was president. That's right. If you took the 5 worst presidents in the history of the United States and added them up, they would not have done near the destruction to our country as Joe Biden and the Biden administration have done. We are a failing nation. We are a nation in decline. And now these radical left lunatics want to interfere with our elections by using law enforcement. It's totally corrupt, and we can't let it happen. This is the final battle. With you at my side, we will demolish the deep state. We will expel the warmongers from our government. We will drive out the globalists. We will cast out the communists. We will throw off the sick political class that hates our country. We will roll out the fake news media. We will expose the rhinos for what they are. We will defeat Joe Biden, and we will liberate America from these villains once and for all. We will liberate. We're going to liberate our country. The silent majority is rising, and under our leadership, the forgotten man and woman will never be forgotten again, never be forgotten again. With your help, with your love, your prayers, you have to remember this will happen. This will be a certainty. We will put America first always, and that will lead to the fact that we will make America great again, greater than ever before. Thank you very much, North Carolina. Congratulations to Mike, but thank you very much. Great to be with you. Thank you.
Wow.
Yeah, right? I mean,
phenomenal.
Right?
Just phenomenal. And to cap it off with President Trump being President Trump. President.
Yeah.
Keyword
Twice
President
today.
Trump.
Twice. Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
I mean, I could never, I don't know where the man gets his
He's a
stamina,
machine.
but he definitely
No,
has
and those
it.
flights make you tired. Like, we're all exhausted because we've been sitting here, you know, on camera all day. We're all like, oh, we're so tired. We got literally pictures of us sleeping over there on the side. But here he is flying all over, going. Amazing.
Yes,
What was your
amazing.
favorite part of what he said?
You know what I really liked, and Amanda and I touched on this earlier, is that you've definitely seen a change in tone. Again, he was speaking at the GOP conference earlier in Columbus, Georgia, and then there you just heard him speak again. I don't know how he does it, but the GOP conference there in Greensboro, North Carolina. But I thought my favorite part was that he's not only reminding people what he's done, but what he's going to do, and really focusing on policy. And as he put it, and I want to make sure that I quote him correctly. I don't want to be like the mainstream media outlets, but saying that job number one for the next president, which is what he's hoping to be, is to reverse Biden's economic horror show, as he put it, and restore our economy to greatness, because real Americans are suffering out there. They're spending, as he put it, $7,400 more a year than they wore since Biden took office.
That's real money. And to average American families out there, that's an extra car for their kid to drive. That's a vacation for sure. That's savings that they're not going to be able to do this year.
Yeah, and we were just talking offset with someone about truth and the importance of truth. And when President Trump is up there on stage and talking about the dichotomy between, paying $5 in gas versus $3 in gas, border security versus an open border, these things, trying to remember the guy's name, Chapman Cohen. He was an English writer and lecturer, also an atheist, ironically, when you hear this quote. But one of his famous quotes is, persecution is the compliment paid by a threatened lie to a conquering truth. And you think about what President Trump is going through right now and all of the things that they are trying to throw at him. And it's because you have a body of people who represent lies, who are battling someone who is trying to get the truth out to America. And I think that's basically what encompasses his campaign and his presidency.
You know what's shocking to me always is how through all of the crazy happening right now in our world and to him personally, he's still you feel like he's a rock. He's got that strength. He's got that presidential je ne sais quoi, however you say it in French. You guys speak French,
did it
not
very
me.
Well.
And,
Très bien.
Yeah, and he and he never fails to deliver. Never fails to deliver. And I think the American people are just thirsty for that right now, don't you?
Oh, definitely. I think they've been wanting someone who doesn't sound like a politician.
Packaged.
Nobody
wants that package.
Which was interesting because this is what I think the first time that he's been in the same room as Mike Pence.
Ooh, wouldn't you have liked to have been a fly on the wall for that first meeting?
First time together. So
not at the same time, though, right?
No, not
Pence
at the same time. Not at the same time, but to be there at this event, that was interesting because he was supposed to also be at the Georgia event and then he canceled.
Yeah.
And Carrie Lake was there. So that was kind of interesting to see that. But we're going to continue to cover this again.
Carrie Lake will be here in the morning.
She is going to be here again. We are at we're covering so much here. That's what we do at Real America's Voice. We're here at the Young Women's Leadership Summit here in Dallas, Texas. We've been covering that, again, covering President Trump's speeches. He had 2 of them today. Carrie Lake's going to be speaking here tomorrow, and then all eyes are going to be on Miami.
100% Tuesday.
Yep. He's going to be in that federal court. He has his arraignment scheduled at 3 o'clock Eastern time. We're based in Florida. We're going to be covering that. It's going to be a jam-packed week. I know John Solomon's going to be on top of it. You as well, your co-host.
Yes, indeed.
Looking forward to that. Be sure and tune in to Amanda Head and John Solomon's 6 o'clock Eastern time, Monday through Friday. You can join Gina and me. We'd love to see your beautiful faces. 4 o'clock Eastern. We're going to have a lot to cover next
and
week.
if people want to know what we do on the commercial breaks, they need to go to my Instagram story right now and check it out. It's a pretty much fun. Also, you know what? We need to thank Birch Gold.
We do need to thank Birch Gold because I was talking about the economy, right?
Yes. And we even got into a conversation with that doctor and she said, prepare. And that's exactly what you can do with Birch Gold. All you have to do is text America to 989898 and Birch Gold can help you in that mission, which has never really been more critical.
Look, this is a president who has no idea what he is doing by printing money. He is devaluing our dollar. You look at that and the effects of the petrodollar, other countries abandoning the U.S. dollar as the trading currency. India. And using their own local currency. I mean, the dollar is... I don't want to be all Chicken Little and everything, but just, gold is one of those really, really tried and true ways. And gold only ever goes up.
It really does.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Yeah. And if you text the word America to, again, our sponsor, 989898, that just gets you a free information kit. So you can learn more information how gold can protect you. Again, sorry to say it during these troubling times. We can all just pray that the pendulum will swing.
Yes.
But it's always worth to learn more about it. So it was good to be with you, ladies.
It was good to be with you, ladies.
We had a good time here.
We have.
Thank you.
The interesting thing about the 3 of us, I think, is that we've been friends since before RAV. Isn't that amazing? And we'll be friends forever.
Yeah, that's right. Forever. You got us together.
Love you both. It's been fun. And we love you, and we're so thankful for you. We're thankful for you joining our coverage.
Yes. We're going to have highlights from all this on our website. So if you missed some of the speeches, be sure and join us at realamericasvoice.news for highlights of this incredible summit. You can see Gina's speech there, which was amazing.
Thank you, babe.
So thank you, ladies. And again, thank you for joining us. And I hope you have a lovely, blessed weekend. We're going to see your beautiful faces back here Monday.
Go boldly now and live the truth. Good night.
This is how things work. You need to get hold of your congressman. Democrats aren't going to like this any worse. Okay. I mean, what they're doing is they're saying, well, we're going to look at saving gas stoves next week, but we're not going to look into this. And we're going to be at the GOP convention next week. We got to talk to Congressman Clyde about this. But
actually, it will be over by the time you watch this. Isn't that weird how that works?
Yeah, but then we'll show some of this stuff the following week. But this is really scary stuff. Really scary stuff, because this is how the swamp is so toxic that it is just, unfortunately, consuming everybody, including those that supposedly were in the Freedom Caucus, many of them, anyhow. So what do we do?
Hey, can I say something real quick?
Mm-hmm.
I want to thank all of the people that sent us emails this week.
Mm-hmm.
I got a ton of them. Most of them were really nice emails.
Yeah.
But there were some really pathetically vile hate emails.
Which is to be expected, because we wanted people to think. And we went out